Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. It is Season 4, and we are about to kick off Week 2 of play. I'm joined with a couple of different players you'll be seeing compete today, and I'll start here with Drew, coming off a debut performance with a win over Bun Bun Bonanza. Welcome to the show, Drew. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm confident in how we've been prepping for our game today, and I think that I think we can put on a performance. And I'm excited to watch everyone else's matches too.
Lily Bond, unfortunately, it was not quite the bonanza you had hoped for last week, but how are you feeling heading into the day today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think team morale is like very high still. Obviously our first week was not entirely what we wanted. But I mean, there's like 7 more weeks or something.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about it. Our team's great, and I think we'll perform, and I think we'll continue to perform for the whole season.
Team morale higher this week because there's something special today, isn't there?
Is
No.
that a tomorrow? Is that a tomorrow thing?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was it this weekend? I actually don't
It's
know.
our weekend, yeah. All right,
It's the
our
weekend.
anniversary
Okay.
this weekend.
It's the weekend. Gotcha. Okay. I thought
But
it was
it's really
today.
close. Our morale has been pretty high for that. I don't know how cute I want to be on stream, but we've been spending a lot of time together, so I'm very excited for Annie. It'll be fun.
Should be a good time. NXCD,
Yeah.
of course. EKC coming through here. You all have a match against Bozo Bunch, which has been this team you've been back and forth with or kind of pit together for quite some time. How you feeling looking at that match later today?
We do. I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be really fun. Unfortunately, Katsuna is not going to be able to make it today, but we have our great sub Josh, and he's going to put on a performance today. I think he's been playing really well, and I'm really excited for it.
I think we all saw Josh play during some of those qualifier tournaments, and we're real excited to see him play. So it'll be fun to watch him on the Nassau stage. But speaking of that Nassau stage, we get a plethora of Awakenings drafts to cover, and I like to pick one and make some of our players here redo it in their own way. So I will pull up the draft to last thing here. It'll be Lily Bun and NXCD drafting against one another. NXCD, you are red. Lily, you are blue. And you see the Strikers and their starter Awakenings in gear all locked in there. So you get this opportunity to take a look at that, get yourself a little bit familiar. In a moment, of course, I'll reveal the Awakenings of this specific draft. We're on Night Market in the first one, of course. And that'll have the two of them draft, and Drew will be the ultimate judge. Drew, you said you were like real confident in terms of like how smart you were in terms of this whole drafting thing.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the best player here to just determine
Right.
who wins the game here. So
Naturally,
it's got to be me.
Right. All right. Lily and NXCD, you two ready?
I'm ready.
Was that a yes, NXCD?
Yep. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and reveal it now. You'll notice, by the way, at the top, once the one of you actually picks one of the Awakenings, it'll get like colored in whichever team took it. So NXCD, starting with you here for the Vice, need an Awakening.
Okay, I think on the Vice, I think I know who this is. I think they're going to take Rapid Fire as their first Awakening here.
Now hang on. I don't want you to take what you think they're going to play. I want you to take what you think they should have taken. So
I think it's
Rapid Fire?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Lily, what do you got here?
Wait, my brain. Oh my god. I think
Timer's running out.
I think Army goes Orb Dancer.
All right, NXCD to you.
I think Rasmus should go probably Might of the Colossus here.
Lily?
I'm gonna get Kazan. Specialized training.
All right. NXCD, back to you.
I'm gonna go with Recovery Drone.
And Lily, last pick here.
Chrono Boost.
Chrono. All right. Interesting the way this played out, Drew. Before I reveal what happened in the actual game, looking at this draft alone, who walks away most happy?
Right. So the Chrono Boost Castles on air is a little scary. I feel like they're just gonna perma shrink X, but I think Red Team or NXCD's team is just gonna kill them on repeat here. So I think they're gonna take it or have the better
Well,
draft.
solid analysis, because that's what happened in the game, though not exactly this way. This was, in fact, the first set of the Sad Boys versus Bozo Bunch match from last week. That rapid fire pickup first, NXCD, of course, you were correct there. Then might have Colossus taken away from the Rasmus, although still picks up the recovery drone. And the Chrono Boost still gets left for this era at the end of Hamster Quest. Drew, you were talking about that. Should that Chrono just have gotten left, or should it have gotten picked up earlier?
I think damage in this scenario is more important than Chrono. Obviously, it's a good pickup. It might have just had to get forfeited down to Era, honestly.
Fair enough. Lily, what do you think about your choice here? Orb Dancer, you picked Orb Dancer. Also, Twin Drive is in this draft. Nobody took it at all. I thought that was notoriously good on the IME.
Yeah, so I looked at the twin. Actually, I honestly probably would have denied Knight if I was like looking at this a second time. I think I took Orb Dancer because I was worried about the Razes having Orb Dancer and just kind of like controlling like goal line like really well. But then I realized that Kazan was gonna have to like Kazan couldn't deny both Specialized and Might of Colossus. But then NXCD took my on Rasmus, which I don't think is as big as like the X damage. So then I think the draft kind of worked out as Specialized Chrono. I think on the actual top draft, like the one that got played in game, I do think you just die on cooldown though.
Did tend to be about what happened, of course. That's
Yeah.
also likely thanks to the Vice pickup, which was kind of a jump scare, I think, for most people to see Eye on that character. NXT, want to go to you for your reactions. Also, Bells ends up taking the Orb Dancer in this draft. Again, Twin Drive still on the table or something of the sort, right? Or even Specialized Training for more damage on the Kazan. What do you look at in terms of having that extra speed on the Kazan versus something else here?
I probably would have taken Twin Drive over Orb Dancer personally, the way I play Kazan, but I think Orbs are also just really great, so I don't think there's any like wrong decision.
Speed doesn't hurt, right?
Yeah,
It's not
of
like
course.
Omega Strikers is a game where you want to be the speed of a turtle. So, any event, thought that draft was interesting. Of course, that draft was the start of the Bozo Bunch sweep over the Sad Boys with Hamster Quest in the midfield slot. Vaughn will be back this week, of course, for the Sad Boys as they face off against Last Call. But NXCD, you all are facing this Bozo Bunch. They showed a different version that looked like they were quite hungry last week. What do you all expect that they're going to bring to the table in your match as the last one of the day today?
Yeah, they really surprised us last week, and I'm really excited to see what they play today. We've been practicing like a lot recently, and I know they have too, of course. And I think that it's going to be a really interesting match, no matter what happens.
Other things, of course, that happened last week. That was probably one of the more notable things. Bang Bang picking up the win over Bun Bun Bonanza. But Lily, you said team morale still high there. Of course, you all are going up against the Cosmic Calamities, which proved to be, solid team all around. What do you think about heading into that match specifically versus that?
I mean, obviously our team is like good friends with that team. We're Bonanza affiliated. They're our Bonanza affiliated team, so there's a bit of a team kill happening this week. But I'm pretty excited going into it. I respect basically every Nassau team, so I take every team as serious as the last. And I think we'll do well. I am feeling pretty confident in like our picks. I think we have a lot of ideas going into that series, and I don't feel underprepared at all. So I think we'll do great. But I'm just hoping for a good match. They're a really fun team.
Drew, want to get your read on your opponent here. Showtime seems like they're a pretty scary roster, especially after some of the showings that we've seen from them. What are you thinking heading into that match? It's a team that had a pretty strong showing last week as well.
Obviously, they're like really good players, some of the best of the game. But we did a lot of prep. We got over some hurdles that we felt like we didn't do as well last week, and just confidence is key. And I feel like the way we've been playing recently, we can definitely pull something out.
All right, down the line here, starting back with you, NXCD. I want you all to give me the series you're most excited to watch. That'll happen later today. NXCD, starting with you. Obviously, that's not your own team, right? Which one are you more excited to watch, not play in yourself?
I think I definitely think that Bang Bang Showtime is going to be really great. I think Bang Bang has looked really good recently, and they've been practicing a lot. I know they've been practicing a lot for this match, and I think they're going to put on a really close series.
Seems like they have. Hey, they're hungry, and they are back. At least Gramella and Fudgy are, and of course Drew coming in with quite the vengeance here. Lily, to you, series you're most excited to watch today?
My series is probably also Showtime Bang. I do think Blizzard EKC will also be very fun to watch, so I'm pretty excited for that one. But I do think Showtime Bang is probably going to be a banger of a set, and both teams have been on the grind just nonstop, so I'm pretty excited to see. I think there will be set 5.5s. I think it'll be close. I want to see that set really bad.
It should be a lot of fun to watch back and forth. Now, of course, Drew, over to you. You can't pick your own series. Which one looks most interesting to you here today?
Honestly, I think Bun Bun versus Cosmic is gonna be more interesting to think than most people initially think.
Why is that?
Obviously, Bun Bun, amazing team. Nassel playoff, I think it was third place, right?
Mhm.
And then Cosmic Calamities, we've been scrimming them a bunch, and I think people undervalue about how well they've been playing. Obviously, I think they struggled last week with some things, but I believe that they can pull something through and put on a good show today.
These rookie teams, man, never know what to expect coming in to the league here. So should be a lot of fun to see them play. Let's go down the line here because we are almost ready for our first match of the day. That'll be between Demon's Raw and Lob City. But before we get there, we've got to do the very important thing of giving our predictions. First up, match 2 is Sad Boys versus Last Call. NXZD, I'll start with you here. Who do you have in this series and why?
I think boys are definitely going to take it. I think Last Call can probably find some really couple of sets at least. I do think that they have some strengths that they're still kind of fine tuning, but boys have always just looked so strong, so it should be a pretty clean sweep for them.
Lily, to you.
I'm gonna also be voting Sad Boys. I do think there's a world where something happens, but I think they're definitely fighting an uphill battle for this week. So I believe in them, but I'm voting Boys.
Drew, to you.
I'll be a believer. Today we're storming the keep.
Storm of the Keep. Any
Jealous.
reason why, or you're just feeling yourself today?
No, I just really like the players on that team.
All right, fair enough. I will not be a believer. I'll say it. Last Call did not show me enough last week, despite their win. They didn't show me enough last week to believe. I've got the Sad Boys here with Vaughn back in the midfield for this particular week. The 5 p.m. approximate match is Showtime versus Bang Bang. Drew, how are you feeling heading into this one? You think your team's going to come out on top?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident, feeling good. We did a lot of prep. I feel like we can pull it out.
NXZD, of course, your team lost to Showtime last week. Do you think these Westerners have what it takes?
I mean, I think that they definitely do. They've been practicing just so much, and I think that they can take this win if they play it right. I think it will definitely be a close series, though, but I will predict Bang.
All right, Lily, who do you think here?
I'm a Showtime believer. I think it'll be close, and I think it can go either way. But I'm a huge Showtime believer. That team's really good. Just on all 3 roles, I think they're very strong, and I will be rooting for Showtime.
Give me Showtime here as well. I'll split the desk in half. I think the first couple series, they were looking a little shaky. Maybe have to work out some of the Kings stage fright here. What? Megaverse hasn't played in a league match for a while. Shionzu, of course, making his debut last week. Now, hopefully, I think they're going to feel a little bit more confident heading into this one, and they'll probably put on quite the show versus Bang Bang. Sorry, gang. I do think Bang Bang is probably going to make a run towards top 4, though. So that'll be fun to watch in the future. Bun Bun versus Cosmic Calamities. Lily, you mentioned it was a team kill. I imagine you think your team's got what it takes to come out on top here, though.
It's a team kill, but it'll be a bonanza for us, I think.
Bit of a bonanza at XCD. What are you thinking here?
I think it's also going to be another close series. I think if Tony and Forgot really show up today and they put on performance, I think they can take it. But for now, I will say Bun Bun will be taking this.
Drew, who you got?
I want to make a little bit of a callback. Last week, Tony on the desk said he loves our team. He loves the players, but he voted against us. Can you believe that? So today, I'm gonna be a nice guy, and I'm gonna say Calamity's got it. I'll do what Tony couldn't. I'll do what Tony couldn't.
Okay. I'm gonna do what Tony did. I'm gonna take Bun Bun Bonanza here. I don't know. I'll still be a believer. Although maybe I should have voted against so that you all could still be the questionable underbuns.
Yeah.
So maybe I threw that one for you. Apologies in advance. Bozo Bunch versus EKC NXCD. What? I think Bozo Bunch likes to claim they never lost versus you all or something like that. Is that the case?
No, there's something like that going on. I don't know what that's about, but it's all good.
I don't know what that's about either. Who you got here?
I think EKC will be taking this one.
You got confidence in Josh?
I do. I think he's a beast.
Enough said, I suppose. Drew, to you, who you got?
Today I'm gonna say EKC's got this one. I'll believe in the sub.
Lily?
I'm not a huge believer in the sub, at least for I haven't seen it in the Nassau or something huge. So I'm gonna give it to Bozo for now. I do love EKC though. But I think Bozo looked really hungry, and EKC is gonna be playing with a different midfielder, so I'm voting Bozo.
I'll agree with Lily again. I'm taking Bozo not because I'm a Josh disbeliever, but because I'm a Bozo Bunch believer. They were playing incredibly well last week. I'm excited to see what else they might have prepped because I don't even think they were planning on playing the Vice. They just had to because it was like a prize fighter and heavy impact start. So they looked incredibly strong last week, and I'm excited to see them play this week as well. Hoping to see more out of them. Potential also top 4 team later in the league. But first up on the day, of course, is Demons Raw versus Lob City. Demons Raw still has a substitute roster in. I imagine it will probably be Zay in the midfield. I do think Gumi's probably back, though, in the goal box. So NXCD, I'll send this one over to you. Who you got here?
Okay, so I'm actually really excited for this. This is probably my second favorite matchup this week. I think Leo Leon has been playing really, really well recently, and I think that he can have what it takes to kind of take this series pretty close. I think Raw will probably take it, but I'm really excited to see what Leo Leon will do this series.
Lily, to you.
Can I inquire, did Raw win their series last week? I don't remember.
They did not, right? Am I going crazy? They did not. It was versus Calamities.
Okay. I think I'm gonna give it to Raw, but very tentatively. It's very close in my brain.
Seems like it's going to be a close one regardless. Drew, to you here. Who you got?
So, unfortunately, I'd love to give this to Lob, but Shapeshifting gave me a new nickname after our games last week. He started calling me Little Kaz. And my teammates have been calling me that nonstop. So,
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Come
so
on.
unfortunately, I can't in my right mind give it to Lob this one. And Zay's my former teammate, so got to give it to Raw.
It's a Demon's Raw sweep on the desk here. Lob City did not look the best last week. We'll see whether or not they can change that around this week. But for me, it's Demon's Raw all the way early today. Of course, it is noon on the West Coast. Good morning, Gumi, who I assume woke up about 30 minutes ago. We'll send it over to Gordo and Brickbat on the call for our first block of matches on the day.
Thank you very much, K-Bot. Coming in a little quickly today, but we are ready to get started. My name's Gordo. I'm joined on the cast by Brickbat. Okay, we got a couple games of Omega Strikers on their way. Demons Raw versus Lob City. What's going to kick us off on the day?
I also forgot to unmute, but absolutely, I'm super excited to see this. I think that Lob City, definitely the underdog going to this, even with the substitute roster coming in from Demon's Raw. We just got the bench analysis on that. But I think one thing to look at right now for this series, I think the player to watch is going to be shape shifting. I think that they obviously they lost, so he struggled a little bit in that previous series, but his IME looked really good, and I'm wondering to see if they're if that's going to be let through here in this series. I think that if it is, then shapeshifting really does have the opportunity to pop off, assist Mystic and Leo Leon. And NXCD mentioned earlier that Leo Leon's been playing really good already, so having the assistance of basically a midfielder and a half, I think, is going to be kind of a huge pain point for the side of Demon's Raw if they do let that go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we got all sorts of technical difficulties. I think I'm on the right mic now. I'm on the right mic. I got my cam back. We're ready to cook, Brickbat. We got all the materials together. I'm gonna be real. I didn't listen to a single word you said because I was fixing those things. But it's gonna be a fun day. Yeah. Did I hear Gumi's back? I hear we got Gumi on the field for game number 1 here. Still no Kainuber Snake, if I'm not mistaken, but Lob City still going to have their work cut out for them with Gumi back in that arc.
Yeah, absolutely. And even yesterday, even though Demon's Raw did lose the series, the substitutes in Zay Forever and Fiery, I don't know if they're going to be playing today, but they both looked really good. Fiery, a teammate that I've played with before and is going to be my teammate in the Westie Draft League. I have a lot of confidence in this guy. I think he plays incredibly well. He's got a brawler. He's a brawler that has the strike second gene, and I think that that's something that is always going to be handy here at this level of play. So also someone I'm looking forward to see if he ends up being on the court. But overall, just a good series to watch. I think it's been well established for a couple seasons by now, but there are no easy matchups in the North American Strikers League. So I'm always looking forward to any series that really gets seen today. I'm gonna go jump ahead a little bit in time here to Last Call versus Sad Boys with Vaughn back in. Even though Last Call did end up winning their series, they're definitely again going to be, I feel like, the underdogs here. It is a team that is still growing, a team that is still forming, and from my understanding with some discussions with some of the players, that they're getting there. They're definitely getting there. And Borg is finally kind of completing the transition from brawler into midfield, and I think that's a team that one day will have an explosive come up, and it might be today, but I think there's still a couple question marks for that going into this series. But we'll see what happens today in our 2 series.
Yeah, it could happen any day, right? I feel like Last Call's kind of had that label on them for forever, that at any time, they can show up and contend with the best, but they also have some days where maybe they don't show up quite as hard and they maybe struggle a little bit more. So we'll be curious to see which one shows up on the day, facing off against the Sad Boys, who are looking to reestablish themselves after a week 1 loss, never looking to start a season that way, certainly not looking to start a season 0-2. So I expect to see Sad Boys at full strength, at full rage bar, trying to get themselves to a position where they will be able to at least be 50-50 in the league, and of course posture for a run into playoffs coming in later in the season. We got the map draft down below us. It does look like we're going to be going on over to Taiko Temple, the selection for Lob, to kick things off.
Yeah, Taiko Temple, also a map that I think actually I'm not entirely sure what to think about it, but it has been gaining in popularity. I feel in the last like month or so of top level OS. I think when it launched, a lot of people really didn't like the kind of the chaos that the drum in the centers, the drum in the sides did. We've seen some there's just no other word to describe it, but absolutely disturbing bounces, just completely unintentional. A lot of us have seen the infamous Megaverse Taiko Temple bounce in losers, where it just went right back into the net for no reason. But despite that, I think it's been a pick that teams have been like willing to pick, have been putting into their arsenal of things that either they're gonna, to learn to play it, or they're just gonna, they're just say, all right, it's not for us, we're not gonna pick it, we're not gonna bother with it, and they'll just get that strong map pick ban advantage. So I think that Lob City, a team that absolutely does want to shake things up, does want to put Demon's Raw on the back foot. I could absolutely see them pulling out that Taiko Temple here and looking to kind of play that, like, just, yeah, looking to play it and hopefully catch Demon's Raw off guard on that.
Yeah, I mean, well set up for a kind of brawler-focused composition here. Already getting that Mako and the goalie right away. That's going to be a great selection for Gumi there. And now let's see what they want to take as their mid-forward duo. Looking to see what the selection is going to be. Era and Asher come on through for Lob. And there's that Now and Zentaro. So it is going to be the double support plus Zentaro selection for Demon's Raw here as they look to get themselves their first win in the North American Strikers League. Lob going to look to round things out with that X here, so maybe going for a little bit of double brawler here. I would think this means Asher in the goal arc, although Era not impossible. I'm pretty confident it's going to be the Asher, though, and that's going to take Era X, the old classic, as the mid-forward duo for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, X Era, I'm such a fan of this comp, especially outside of, I would say, NASA. I think that X Era Mako, again, it's one of, if not the easiest composition to execute a win con on. I think in collegiate, it's extremely strong composition for that level of play. We saw it multiple times in the CCL major that happened last week. And I think that one thing, though, is once you do get up a bit higher, there are ways to counterplay it. Damage compositions are always something that X Era do struggle with. And a pick here to look at in particular is going to be the Now. It's a matchup that I kind of learned first from Liari, but I definitely think it's spread in its influence as a counter pick to this X Era Mako composition. And the reason for that is simply because you could typically get more redirects, kind of more experience before the era in the matchup, and you also scale harder. So you could grab things like the Monumentalist, which both denies era, but is also literally a game warping selection on the Now. But on top of that, you could get things like Castellas. You could get everything that era wants as well, while still having the favorable matchup going into those later stages. And that basically counters what X Era Mako is looking for. They're looking to win in set 3 and do a reverse sweep after all those drafts have done, and now just kind of sits on that and says, nah, that's just not going to happen now. I'm going to make a lot less opportunities for this X to do any sort of play. I'm going to be Era in the midfield, and I'm going to allow my brawler to kind of do their thing because they're going to have more opportunities with the core. So it's become, I think, kind of a mainstay counter pick here in draft. And so even though X Era was locked in, it's a thing that teams are just okay with happening to them now with this Now counter pick. So definitely something to look at coming into the series. We'll see if it's going to be executed properly, because if it isn't, X Era Mako is going to just roll you over. It's, again, a very easy composition to execute, especially in the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see. It's kind of the old bread and butter coming on out here to start things off for Lob, which you've got to favor, at least to some degree, coming in up against a largely sub squad here. Will Demon's Raw with Zay and Fiery in the lineup be able to come through here and actually be able to find that success on the counter pick? That's going to be a big question here, as get a little bit of swaps back and forth before we're going to be able to kick things off. But looking like it will be time to get onto the field for game number 1 in just a few moments. Very curious to see Fiery here on this Zentaro as well, and how they're going to be able to navigate on it. I always associate them as a Juliet player. That's where we've gotten to see a lot more out of Fiery when they've come in the past. We'll find out how they're going to be able to do on a Zentaro now that the composition is really built around them, right? I mean, Gooby's going to come out and give some support on that Mako. I mean, this is a goalie who was my pick for MVP last season. He just plays it so differently than everybody else does. Really willing to kind of get out there and get really involved in scoring, in fielding, not just feeling constrained to that goal arc, more so than pretty much any other player in Omega Strikers. We really want to see what he's going to be able to do on this Mako now, leading a squad that's very different than the one that he's been playing with for forever.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Zay and Fiery are just different beasts from Kai, Noob, and Snake. That being said, again, I'm a huge fan of Fiery. Again, even though Juliet's weak, not something that we see picked a lot anymore coming from him. He has that brawler pool. He has the skill on pretty much any brawler that he's going to be on in order to play well. And he's done so many amazing things. I think one of my favorite moments was kind of one of the first people to execute at the highest level, the kind of the evasion thing to counter Dubu. That's one of our, I believe, one of the most watched clips in the Omega Strikers community. And he just plays the game so well. He plays the game so well. I think like Leo, like Leo Leon, he has the strike second gene. He has the ability to make so many plays. And I think Zay is absolutely going to be someone who enables him as well. Formerly a brawler player as well himself, so he knows exactly how to synergize with Fiery in a lot of those situations. And I think, like we saw in those previous series, they were a pretty destructive duo to deal with. So again, I'm just kind of echoing what you've been saying, but yeah, definitely an exciting duo to watch here in the series.
Yeah. And the Demon's Raw sub squad had a solid performance, right, up against Cosmic Calamities. They did end up losing that one, but they took a game in game number 1, and were able to be a little bit back and forth there, getting a little swept out of the back 2 games, but definitely able to put up some fight up against a Cosmic Calamity squad that has been performing very well since they got into the promotion there, and maybe considered a bit of a sleeper coming on into the later season as a team that can really contend and try to make a run towards those playoffs. We're going to find out how these teams are going to do in their races. Again, 0-1 starts for both of these teams, both hunting for their first win here in Nassau. The queue has started up, so hopefully we're going to be getting onto the field here in just a couple of moments.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like here the Awakenings are Orb, Ponder, and Explosive Entrance. Obviously, that Explosive Entrance could make Centauro very, very strong out from the get-go. But Orb Ponder is something that we've seen added back on rotation, much to the dismay of everyone who dislikes Ogden City, which is quite a bit of the high-level Omega Strikers community. But it is something here that can be taken advantage of for both goalies, especially, I think, that Mako getting more cooldowns. If assuming that it is opted into over the Explosive Entrance, something that can happen sometimes. Mako does use the impact damage on forward more than goalie, but still does benefit a lot from that extra damage at times. But the big thing is that increase to the move speed on the secondary. That being said, I'm not sure it's going to be opted into. I think it's going to be Orponder. It's just so much consistent power with getting those cooldowns. It's very easy to get, especially as goalie. So I think it's what we're going to see. And I think that also makes KOing and damage a little bit more powerful, obviously looking to deny those stacks from coming in. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, draft is a little bit random every time, so we'll see what happens to both these teams.
Yep, gonna need to be some adaptation as always, but the full comp's locked on in. Gumi is going to be piloting the Mako in the goal arc, everybody. I don't know why we had a little bit of belief otherwise, but let's calm that down. It's gonna be the Mako goalie. It's gonna be the now midfield, as we are going to be getting onto the field for game number 1.
Whoa.
This is Lob City's map selection, so let's see how they're going to be able to do here, Brickbat.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have it split right down the middle. One team all going Orb Ponder and one team all going Explosive Entrance. It looks like Gumi did actually end up electing to take that extra move speed damage, and I think we're already seeing a little bit of power here with some early barriers taken.
Absolutely here. Pressure coming in towards Gumi. Able to keep up the defense against Leo Leon here, but this guy is no pushover. A very dangerous brawler player that will be pushing for more. Fiery trying to set up with the rush there to get in for an early goal. Not going to be able to find it. Gumi will lose their second barrier, so open goals now on both sides. Passed over towards Zay. Fiery with their hands on it. Zay covering the top side. Oni's Blade trying to keep that pressure in towards the goal in at the middle. Fiery dashes in for another one, looking to use that sudden impact with the best power they can. They'll be moving forward for a little bit more. There's going to be Fiery waiting on the other side. Gumi to be able to use that perfect pitch to throw it back out there. Mystic waiting on the bottom, tending on that era. Zay going to win out the strike war, passes it over to Fiery to dash in, but doesn't connect with the core. It will continue to fight back and forth as we get over to overtime. That core speed going to start building. Leo, a little bit of a pass to themselves off that bell ringer, getting it back into Fiery's hands, looking to push for more. There's going to be that rush forward again. Fiery goes in for the flip, passes it to Zay. Zay goes for the flip of their own and puts it in the goal. First goal going over to Demon's Raw.
Yeah, an excellent play. Good flip from Zay Forever, and good awareness from Fiery as well, making sure not to use his flip in vain, able to get that pass instead of shooting it into what looked like a doomed shot. But that being said, one matchup I also want to look at here is how Fiery's going to deal with shapeshifting. A lot of Zentauros really dislike playing into that Asher. She has an answer to so much of what Zentaro could do, especially with just the primary alone, and she can prevent a lot of space from being given to Zentaro, which Zentaro really wants to score.
Yeah, ooh, Fiery in a little 1 versus 1 there, but Shapeshifting will be able to clear it back out. Shrunk down is Zay. Mystic with a nice position there on the Bewitching Beam. Gumi keeping up the defense, though. Will be able to hold the line, keep that gate safe. Zay just going in for another refresh here. Fiery gets the combo. Nice slashing strike and a rush. Will be able to score another goal, and that's a 2-0 set for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, really great performance coming out from the substitute squad of Demon's Raw. Fiery, you know, opting in to avoid that matchup instead of trying to get through Mystic on there, which, you know, is something that you could do against an Era especially. So, well played. Good target selection, good awareness coming out from the substitute brawler here for Demon's Raw. And if that keeps up, things are going to be looking really, really good. Demon's Raw might be the one taking away this 1-1 start to the season.
Yeah, Zay and Fiery really pairing up together to be a really solid mid-forward duo here, as they do manage to keep the pressure on towards Shapeshifting, getting that second barrier yet again, and Gumi playing a little bit further back than they traditionally would, but it's working out because Fiery and Zay have been able to make the plays happen. Going off of the drum here, trying to set up for a good angle. KO found by Fiery, and now a 2 versus 1. This is real tough for Shapeshifting, but they keep up the defense, sending it back with the barrier beam, but there's the Borg flick coming out of Fiery, pushes it into the goal, and a 3-0 set win for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and again, just all eyes on the substitute roster from Demon's Raw. Zay Forever finding a well-deserved MVP, and now they're just going to be rewarded. The Monumentalist is right here. Quite literally a potentially game-ending Awakening pickup. It's going to be picked away. Shapeshifting probably get a rapid fire here, maybe a hot shot. Yeah, the rapid fire. Of course, primary on Asher, probably considered one of, if not the best primary ability in the game right now. And it looks like there's going to be some other things picked up, but those were two really much the big ones to look at. The Monument is going to be big. The Rapid Fire is going to be big. Fiery scaling a little bit with the bulk up here. Potentially could grab a peak performance or a Reptile Remedy down the line to perform even more damage. We saw kind of an unstaggered KO against Mystic, but again, one thing that X-Era can do to lose is just simply take too much damage. So Fiery gets that scaling, and it could be curtains in that angle as well.
Yeah, Fiery setting up on the top side here, but the pressure from Leo has been enough to open up the goal. Nice use of the Maximus there to get themselves an angle to play through. They are going to have to be able to reset somehow. KO found onto Zay. The big play opportunity for Leo. Needs to get the ball back into his court, though. Mystic stuck on the wrong side. Mystic getting into position now, and good setup with the Maximus will get a score in for Leo. Lob is on the board.
Yeah, and good goal and good timing as well. Leo Leon finally getting his 5 stacks of Orb Ponder, which means that he is going to have a lot of abilities to kind of send right into Gumi's face. And actually, there is now kind of a damage pressure coming out from Leo Leon here. If he's able to keep Gumi on his toes just by damage, it might be very hard for Fiery and Zay Forever to get any offense going. But we'll see what happens here as Fiery, the explosive entrance bulk up, actually able to just get a primary kill here on Mystic.
Mystic going to be down for a little bit longer. Leo holding down the defense very nicely, though, and no barriers fall, even in the power play. Nicely done to hold on from Lob City, and Mystic bouncing between that Maelstrom gets a KO there for Leo. And now a 2 versus 1 available here for the side of Lob City. They want to be able to convert, not quite getting the bounce off the drum that they wanted. Leo low on HP, fighting with Fiery, pops the Maximus, stuck in the ensnare drums, but pushing for more anyway, wants to get Gumi out of the way and open up for a scoring opportunity. They will get pushed back away, and Leo now without cooldowns and a little low on stagger, might have to forfeit this control. Mystic falling back to help out Shapeshifting, but Shapeshifting will not be able to hold on to these barriers. Open goal accomplished for Demon's Raw on the other side, and the opportunity to try to take the lead here for Lob is really fallen by the wayside. Fiery setting up on the bottom, Zay duking it out with Mystic at midfield. There's the bounce off the drums, great positioning from Fiery, and Demon's Raw will take the goal.
Yeah, excellently well played again by Fiery. This man is on a rampage, and that was a situation where, you know, Zentaro was really disadvantaged in the Asher, but he just won the matchup anyways, so props to him. He's absolutely playing out of his mind today in this series, so definitely a player that's just, yeah, absolutely earning his weight here. on the substitute roster, and already looks like it's gonna go so well here for Demon's Raw. So much damage coming out onto Shapeshifting and Mystic, which is big because there is an Orb Ponder reset here.
Oh, KO off the drums found by Zay, making use of that Monumentalist already, and now going to secure a power play here for Demon's Raw. Leo falling back on the assist defense, and without a goalie here, this is getting real tough. Shapeshifting is back and available, but they've lost both barriers, pushing for another flick in, and Fiery, ready off the rebound, pushes for another 2-1 scoreline. Demon's Raw looking to run away with game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just on a rampage here. One goal against them is not going to stop them whatsoever. And one thing as well to note is when you are rebuilding your stacks, every orb that you take is going to be a deny against your own team, who will want those cooldowns as well. So dying, I believe, in this matchup is just so punishing for any member here on the side of Lob City. And even though Leon does have that win condition of digging into Gumi's got the powerhouse cauldron, so it's going to make it even harder for any sort of win condition to be achieved. It's looking pretty dire right now for the side of Lob City.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprised to me that not a single explosive entrance ended up coming through for Lob City. Does seem like they're going to be testing themselves for the orbs a little bit there. Perfect pitch comes on across. There's the flip from Fiery down to Zay, pushing in, and the goal number 3, set number 2, going to Demon's Raw. They are so well positioned as a mid-forward duo here just to keep finding these angles.
Yeah, and you saw the power of Monumentalist and the power of the matchup now into Era. There's just so much here on the table. Stinger already such a huge issue to deal with, especially since you want to stay alive. That being said, Might of the Colossus falling on Leo. Oh, he's actually going to opt into the double orb. That's something that's going to be really good right now. Not as strong as it once was with Orb Replicator out, but I don't know how much of that's going to be. There's going to be Stinger on the Centauro, a really good pickup. There's Quick Strike on Now, which is basically good for every single midfielder in the game. And I'm not too sure what you really do there if you are at Mystic. There isn't really much left, I think, in the pool. The side's always going to be a little bit helpful. Anything that really helps against Strike Wars is going to be beneficial, and it slightly benefits when you beam yourself as well, but it's not really the pickup that you want to see, especially when you are X-Era and you want to see that scaling coming into this third set of the game.
Yeah, Orb Ponderer, Hop Shot, and Might of the Colossus, probably not the Era build that you dream about, as a KO's already come through for Fiery, ready to set up for another goal, and they will take it. 1-0 start here for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Demon's Raw is just dismantling them right now. They are playing so well. It feels like the Zentaro Asher matchups just really not existence, and it feels like Fiery's just winning so many interactions now against Shapeshifting, and that's partially due because of the pressure that Zay Forever has with this Monumentalist now. He's able to win this matchup against Mystic so much. I mean, look at what Mystic is able to do right now. There's just so little that he could do against the multiple redirects that Zay Forever is able to pump out. And Leon on the side finding a pretty big kill, but we'll see if that is able to convert into anything.
Yeah, good defense hold by Shapeshifting there, getting it back into Leo's hands, and these are the kind of moments they have to capitalize on from Lob City to be able to get themselves back into this. Strike shot whiffs, and Fiery now back on the board, looking to clap back against Leo. Does need to get on over towards that orb, will be able to do it, but you got to respect the damage this Stinger's putting out. Leo now staggered. Gumi holding on to the last remaining barrier. Mystic now caught in between a rock and a hard place here with Zay and Fiery on either side of him, trying to interrupt some of those passing angles that have been so good for Demon's Raw so far. And managing to hold on pretty nicely, and snare drums come out. Gumi exiting the goal arc, trying to push for this goal. Flip available for Zay. KO found once again onto Fiery, but can Zay finish it off? Gumi's outside the goal arc. They're going for it all here. Flip out of Gumi, flip out of Zay. Defense from Shapeshifting will hold on, and they do lose their second barrier for that effort before Fiery can respawn. Still holding on to hope for this point, though. Fiery back and available, setting up with the rush defense from Shapeshifting. Leo waiting for the core on the other side, but Gumi falling back on the defense. Zay going to be in position as well. Nice shot from Mystic, though. We'll push it through with the Bewitching Beam.
Yeah, good timing there on Mystic. Really hard to strike for that if you are Zay Forever, especially since you are going to be shrunk from that. And yeah, all around really good play, honestly, from Lob City. It is, even though they have been kind of getting a little bit rolled, I will admit, so far this series, this is a third set X Era, so they do have the potential here to always win. But that being said, it's still looking a little rough. There is still going to be a mountain to climb. There's only so much damage you can really pump out into it now, so we'll see what they can do.
We will. Gooey coming out to midfield once again. Starting to feel like the game is nearly over and wants to close it out quick and aggressive. Zay resetting here with the lifeline. Sent back over to Gumi. Fall back on the defense in time and going to lose out on a barrier for it. Dropping emotes back and forth. One barrier already down. Nice flip from Fiery. Will not save his life. Does end up going down before the heal can come through off that drone. Now going to lose their second barrier as well. Leo with a great shooting angle just takes it through. Mystic. Bewitching Beam puts it in again. And Lob City are not out of this yet. They have a chance to come back and take it to a set 4.
Yeah, and you know what? As much as we were saying earlier that they were really getting some difficulties with the triple orb being taken, Leo Leon with the double orb fully stacked is actually doing so much work. He's able to be in so many places and able to throw out so many cooldowns. It's actually really hard to defend against something like that. That being said, there's already an open net here.
Yeah, really great setup from Fiery and Zay there. Fiery ready to intercept each and every rebound at just the right angle. Takes the barrier. Zay pushes it through with the drone. And one more goal could win this one for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, that goal came out, honestly came out of nowhere. It felt like the side of Demon's Raw just kept running at shapeshifting, and it was working very, very well. But Leo Leon able to respond here with one goalie barrier, so we'll see if he's able to take advantage of these orbs.
Yeah, nice push for more, though. Fiery getting both barriers off that play. Sets up really nicely with the Oni's Blade. Has access to the flip. Could close it out here. Not going to be able to snag the core off the back of the flip, but the follow-up pressure from Zay is keeping this going, and Snare Drums arrive. Gumi comes in with a flip of their own. KO into the score, and Demon's Raw will close out game number 1, a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, an absolutely disgusting finisher. There's really nothing you could do. Once that core got into the Mako's ultimate in that corner, Asher was staggered, shapeshifting, really not able to do anything in that situation. And unfortunately, the bull rush from Leo Leon did end up, didn't hit the core. So well played, just really well played from Demon's Raw. They are, it seems like they were definitely the better team here, playing out of game 1, going to the stats a little bit. Leo Leon really trying desperately to do what he can in the damage game, but even with that double orb cooldown, pretty much the entire game, he was definitely not dying compared to Mystic in those situations. Not able to match the damage coming out from Fiery with that Stinger Zentaro. And honestly, NXT did say that Leo Leon was playing incredibly well, but Fiery is just playing like an absolute monster on this Zentaro. Again, remember, Zentaro is a really bad matchup into the Asher, so being able to get 9 goal participation, exactly what you want from the Brawler in that game, is just amazing. Amazingly played from this guy. This guy absolutely showing that he is a NASL caliber player and absolutely deserving to be on this lineup here for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just getting some excellent value out of the explosive entrance start there from Fiery, just really able to find ways to reposition constantly, use that extra dash range, and be able to push through for those additional goals, kind of out-mobilitying the side of shapeshifting there, especially with the assistance Zay's providing. Really great rebounding from both sides to be able to continue to focus in and get those follow-up shots, and by the 3rd or 4th or 5th shot, frequently able to find gaps in the armor there for the side of shapeshifting and get themselves those extra goals. So going to be a clean game number 1 win for Demon's Raw, the favorites coming in on the day. Now going over to their map pick, Oni Village, in game number 2 to see if we're going to be able to find a Lob City comeback.
Yeah, and Oni Village is definitely interesting, I think, for Lob City. If shapeshifting is going to lock it down in the Asher again, that is something that absolutely can happen on Oni Village. Definitely, I feel like a good map. It's going to be a bad map for the Imi, though, which I think remains his best goalie pick in that situation. Might still end up opting into it anyways. But one thing as well is I think Fiery is incredibly scary on Oni Village. This guy has an incredibly good Rasmus. We just saw his Zentaro, which is kind of the brawler picks of choice on the map if you don't have that like pocket Imi brawler or anything like that. And he already put out an amazing performance. This is going to be a good map for him as well. So honestly, if he just keeps playing what it is, this could be potentially just a game that he takes away for himself. That being said, Oni Village, again, something that does favor the X era a little bit less than other more congested maps. There are other picks here that can be selected in the midfield, like that Estelle. The Now could also come back. Anything, honestly, to puncture through the goalie and get that final goalie barrier is going to be very, very helpful. So hit stun is going to be the name of the game here, and we'll see what both teams will bring out, what they'll opt into, and we'll see if that Asher honestly gets through. It does seem like something that would be a bit scary to give to shapeshifting in this situation. I could absolutely see just Gumi taking away for himself. But now that he mentioned it, though, I actually take that back. Shapeshifting is an absolutely huge Mako. It was probably taken away from him last game because of that. So honestly, I could see Demon's Rod just trading the goalies just like they did last game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option for them if that's the route that they want to take. We'll find out once we get into the draft itself, but certainly going to be a battle for that Mako if it does continue to stay up. Still something that you can select on Oni Village if you want to go in for those kind of more supportive brawler-centric compositions that so many folks do love to go through in the current meta. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that one get traded and end up coming through. After all, I also think like it's not like those bans from last game were super immutable either. I think there was a Vice ban coming through from Lob City, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even remember what Demon's Raw banned, but they could definitely look to swap those up if they so desire.
Yeah, I think that Vice ban, definitely in respect to Gumi, it's been a goalie that he's been playing a ton, and he looks really, really good on it. So especially on Taiko Temple, where the map can get claustrophobic in those corners, it's definitely a huge, huge pain for a lot of teams to deal with. But
Mako ban.
Interesting. And that's going to be from Demon's Raw, right? I think. Yep, just going to do that to take it away from shapeshifting. It's his comfort. It's his comfort pick. To be completely honest, so you take it away from him, he's going to be a little bit less comfortable. He could just opt into that Asher again, but we'll see what he actually can do. It looks like he's going to be playing, I believe, Aimi in this game, right? I think that would be absolutely something he could play. I mentioned it earlier. It's not a super great pick. It's not like a meta pick or anything on this map, but it's definitely something that you could pull off. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Lob City relying on it. I'm actually really surprised to see this Vice. I think even though Gumi looks really, really good on it, he's been playing it nonstop. It's not something that's been entirely like it's just not a super great pick, I think, on Oni Village. I think back in the previous seasons when like Merchant was playing on the Vice, he just pick it on Oni Village, but I think we saw the downsides of that, and I think we'll see the downsides of it again this game. We'll see if Gumi will be able to overcome it. But on the other end, looking at the other picks, we see that Rasmus Estelle, pretty much some staple picks here. Again, Hitstun is king on Oni Village, and those are two characters that really, really rely on that to get their pressure. That being said, an unstoppable as an awakening is now priority numero uno, basically, for every player in the game, simply just to take it away from I believe shapeshifting, who will benefit so much from it being picked up, as it's basically just the hit stun answer. So we'll see what ends up coming of that. Chrono Boost Stinger, I believe, are starting awakenings as well, which probably explains that Vice pickup from Gumi, a very, very good pick. So there'll be a lot of damage coming out from the entirety of Demon's Raw, I think.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, it's a great selection there for the Stinger starting, like you said, the ability to chain that lightning together off the power cord. Gets you a whole bunch of Stinger procs. Quite a few good Stinger users on this setup here. The Rasmus as well. A big fan of that selection if he can get it, just to get those easy applications off the back of the Whiplash. And you brought this up. I mean, I really like the composition Roz put together here based on the players that we're seeing, right? The Vice, been so big for Gumi lately, and then that Rasmus, dangerous out of Fiery, like you said. And if we're able to see a similar performance out of Zay on the Estelle to what we saw on the Now, Demon's Raw are going to be really well set up for this game at number 2. We're going to have to see a little something extra out of Lob City based on what the game number 1 performance looked like.
Yeah, and I was actually wrong on the read for Lob City's composition. I completely forgot. Mystic is a huge Aimi player. This is a comfort pick for him as well, and with a Chrono Boost start, that Kai is something that you could absolutely play with the eject button. Incredibly strong pick, playing basically the same as the Aimi, being, midfielder and a half. Being on that goalie. That being said, when you bring yourself up, especially in this matchup, you make yourself vulnerable. Those Kai nerfs do hurt a little bit when you are dealing with, I believe, the triple Stinger start coming out from Demon's Raw. So we'll see if shapeshifting will honestly be able to survive some of his aggressive attempts coming into this game. So definitely something to look out for here. That being said, Mystic is going to be on a comfortable pick here. Going to be able to use that Stinger as well to put a little bit of damage out on his own. So we'll see if that's something that Lob City will be able to execute on in this game.
Absolutely here. Nice setup there from Zay. Uses the Crystal Thorns to secure that second barrier. And Fiery in position to take it up against Shapeshifting up on the top. And already you can see that stinger damage starting to tick away onto Leo, making things real tough here to deal with for the side of Lob City. Going to be an early lead here for Demons Raw off the back of that score, and we're just launching ourselves right back into it yet again here.
That was an insane emo combination. I don't know if you caught that, but it was literally Zay Forever emoting Lob City with Judo Cloud from Fiery and Goomy. These guys are here to play. They definitely want to get some of that mental edge here coming into game number 2.
I definitely missed that one, but I'll have my eyes out for it. If they practiced it once, they're going to bring it out more than once. I'll tell you that much. So Leo able to push in for the second barrier here and set up with a great poke angle. Goomy had the flip available, did not use it. There's the post coming out of shape-shifting. Calling that one out. Yeah, Goomy holding on to that one. Going to end up giving up that goal.
Yeah, and it really wouldn't be a Goomy, Goomy extravaganza without at least one taunt. Oh my god! What an excellent play to return here with getting a double barrier.
Yeah, and there's Zay with the flip of their own. Nice Giga Blast to fend it off. Fiery setting up with the pendulum swing. Won't be able to send it through, and Leo in a great position now, but Zay able to snag it away, get it back into Fiery's hands, and they'll win the exchange. Catches the rebound back to the top, and 2-1 lead here for Demons Raw.
Yeah, Fiery showing his proficiency on the Rasmus there. I've played with Fiery's Rasmus so much, actually, back when I was playing in Westy Wednesday with him and Maury Cameraman. This guy is an absolute beast on the pick. It is where his strike second abilities really shine, and I think he's absolutely putting that into use here, absolutely dismantling shape-shifting and potentially leading his team here into an early set win.
Absolutely here. Fiery now with the flip available, just going to use it here in the 1 versus 2, trying to find a little angle onto the barrier, not going to find it. Now staggered, stuck inside the enemy goal arc, still fighting it out here, taking this fight up against Leo. One of these guys is going down, dodges out on the top spin, Fiery able to find a way out of here. Goomy getting involved now, throws down the Supernova. Gets some good damage output, but not much else. And now Fiery finds the barrier, still holding on to life. And now with a staggered goalie in front of him, Goomy and Zay just have to get this back over. There's going to be the KOs found by either side. And it's a 2-on-2 now as Mystic sets up for the follow-up goal. Throwing on down that sentry turret won't be enough. Giga Blast going to send things back out from shape-shifting. Mystic with access to the flip, but the respawns have come on through. Glitch Pop sends it right into Goomy's hands, who's able to fend it off. Flip comes out of Mystic, going for the goal, blocked by Zay. Really great timing there to be able to save that one. Now Mystic finds themselves staggered as Fiery sets up for another with the pendulum swing. Can't push it past shape-shifting, who will continue to hold on for the point.
Yeah, I really like that play from Shapeshifting. Good evasion timing, but it might be curtains almost. But the flip from Goomy as well as a good teleport bat's going to save it. We'll see, though, if Lob City is able to finally get it past Goomy in the set.
KO found flip out of Goomy to be able to buy out that space, clearing back away from Leo. Zay setting up yet again, the bounce back. Goomy going to have to blink back over there, be in position. Now it's going to be a staggered Leo trying to hold on, will be able to clear things back out. Glitch Pop to follow it up, doesn't catch it with the top spin, sent back towards Goomy, who's consistently been able to hold the line here. Blinks back in time yet again. Great map awareness out of Goomy to continue to block away from these potential scores. Buying more time for Zay and Fiery to set up for it. Flip available, Zay gonna clear it out, and Zay just sends it right through. The hit stun off of Fiery is enough to stop shape-shifting from getting to the guard.
Oh, and there it is. The Judo Clouds for Lob City. A well-earned MVP for Zay Forever yet again, and we'll see what we'll be able to pick. There is quite a bit actually here to work with. Missile Propulsion Aerial is going to be on the table. Stacks as well, probably going to be picked up. That's a huge pickup, I think, on Oni Village. Movement speed is going to be very, very helpful, and I think as we get through the rest of this draft here, Nora Ponder for Shapeshifting is going to be incredibly strong as well. One thing to look out for is that heavy impacts. I think it's going to have to be denied away here. There is, yeah, it's going to be a bit too much. I believe if Goomy got his hands on both the Stinger and the Heavy Impact. Size for Fiery as well is going to be picked up. So honestly, a pretty good draft for the side of Demons Raw. Pretty much every character except Goomy probably got what he wanted, but these are two basically best in slot pickups for the forward duo of Demons Raw. So overall, I think they're going to be pretty happy here. One thing to note as well is that as we go into the later sets, the damage is going to scale from the side of Demons Raw, so picking up that early set is just going to make it even harder for the side of Lob City to find anything in return, really. And just like that, a goal's going to be scored by Zay Forever.
Great goal by Zay there. And you know what? Even though it's maybe not considered generally best in slot, the aerials plus the stinger going to be kind of dangerous for Gumi here. These are long-range power chords coming out across. You got to see already, he's just flinging these out from the goal arc, really threatening Leo and Mystic with them, and just going to add towards that constant damage threat that this composition has been putting out. Already trying to get involved here, just firing them out towards shape-shifting too, keeping them low. Channeling the Supernova just to get some zoning, and now setting up for another play out of Fiery. Again, the pendulum swing not going to connect. Gumi ready to blink in towards the goal arc. They're going to be the scorer if they have to be. Fiery pushing for a little bit more. Gumi falls back, able to grab that rebound, and it pushes through with the Crystal Thorns out of Zay.
Honestly, Fiery with just like reading the mind of Zay, and I think Zay and Fiery just really on point right now. The perfect hit stun timing plus the Crystal Thorns from Zay was just a really good combo coming out from Lob City. I feel like it almost feels like these two have been playing together forever at this point. I feel like they're really, really synchronized with their play and just absolutely dismantling Lob City here.
Really are here. And now Fiery with that flip back available. Gumi's got his as well. The double flip pass play, not going to be able to find the goal, but showing the options that they have and resetting immediately just to keep that aggression going. It doesn't matter that the resources are gone. They can just keep putting these plays together just by being in proper positions. Zay falling back now in that 2 versus 1, going to be able to save it for now. Gumi ends up losing out one of the barriers, but ready with that Thunderstruck, gets it back in. Zay pushes with the piercing shot, and it's a 3-0 set. Demons Ra running away with the game and the series.
Yeah, I absolutely. Zay Forever, again, earning himself MVP, probably has a pick of the litter, hot shot, explosive entrance, orb dancer. He can pick whatever he wants. I think that Demons Raw have been playing so well. One thing I mentioned coming into this game was shapeshifting playing as the extra half midfielder to support Leo Leon, but I feel like that just hasn't happened. He's needed to use all of his cooldowns really just to get the core out of his own net, and he's not really able to support Mystic or Leo Leon in their interactions, and I think that makes it so that Demons Raw has basically just got a stranglehold on this game. That being said, that is double orbs for shapeshifting plus a chrono boost. That is an insanely strong Kai build, but that's only if he stays alive against now what is a Stinger explosive entrance from Gumi, not to mention the double size here from the Rasmus. Just a lot to deal with, and we'll see if they are able to ever pull off a bit of aggression here.
Yeah, that was a nice little snag back from Leo, playing both defense and offense at the same time, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Just gets them the one barrier. They're going to end up losing the top one anyway. And already losing his entire health bar as Fiery sees an opportunity to close out a KO. Not going to be able to find it this time, as he's got to fall his way back to be able to keep up the defense, but consistently getting these Stinger procs using the power chords. Still got that extra range from the aerials and really keeping their health bars low consistently. Getting ready for that special as well. Dropping a Sad Boys emote. Leo, a little bit of a 1 versus 1 for a moment. Not quite able to push it through for the goal, but does manage to get the barrier. Fiery setting up for another pendulum swing play. Thunderstruck connects outside of the barrier. Gumi ready to go on offense as well once the time calls for it. They sneak it past the piercing shot, and Zay going to be the one who claims that barrier. Now with an opportunity to close things out, but an open goal for themselves. Leo doesn't find the strike. Pass over towards Fiery. Not able to close it out, but Gumi's already in position, and Fiery just sends it to the bottom corner. And first goal will go to Demons Rock.
Yeah, I really like that positioning from Gumi. I think it made the clear a little bit more predictable for Fiery with that pendulum swing in order to kind of grab it and get the core speed that he needed to finally sink it through. And again, I think Demons Raw are just playing so fantastically. Fiery and Zay Forever absolutely playing out of their minds and showing that they are these national caliber players that that everyone kind of thinks that they are essentially. That being said, Gumi here is taking a little bit of damage. Forced to blow his flip now. Now Leo Leon does have an opportunity here to maybe even it up a little bit.
For sure, Zay clearing it down towards the bottom. Fiery looking for the breakaway. Does get it past shape-shifting, and Gumi waiting on the top. Sends it through while shape-shifting is evasive. He'll be able to find the second barrier that way. Now Gumi, maybe with an empty shot here. Giga Blast came out preemptively. Did not find the core. They do manage to save it. Hold on for a little bit longer. Gumi now in the goal arc once again. He wants to end the game right here, but cannot get the passes towards him. Channeling the Supernova. That damage on the shape-shifting is just ridiculous. but they can't turn it into a goal. Not yet. Thunderstruck again, shapeshifting nowhere near the goal arc. The flip out of Mystic will keep the point alive, and they have access to the sentry as well. Gumi looking for another shot.
Cool.
Mystic clears towards the bottom. Leo sends it back, and it all just goes wrong into the goal. Demons Ra find themselves another.
Yeah, I think that actually that was a really smart play from Mystic just to score it. Shapeshifting, getting basically yoinked around, and he has the orbs. Like, he needs to save the orbs, or else there's just absolutely no way that Lob City is going to win this. So, to be completely honest, a really good decision, even though you hate to see it. It's going to put you on series point now, but, you know, you have to be a little bit Machiavellian with what's going on here right now in these games.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to the point now, sending it back over to Supernova, and that's it! Fiery finds the pendulum swing, and the 3-0 sweep in the final set will give a full 6-0, 2-0 win to Demons Ra as they move themselves to 1-1.
I mean, just another day, another win. It feels like for Demons Ra, Zay Forever, Fiery, of course Gumi, you know, earning his spot among the goalie pantheon. But there's not too much to say, honestly. Demons Ra played fantastically. Fiery, Zay Forever felt so coordinated. They played to their strengths. Even on Oni Village, it felt like so much damage was coming out. There's so much KO pressure that shape-shifting Mystic and Leo Leon had to contend with the entire time. And because of that, they were just able to play basically a straight game of Omega Strikers, and Demons Ra were the ones playing better on the day. It feels like, I think MVP of the series in my mind does go to, I think, Zay Forever, who really did pull together. I think it was kind of the glue that kept the team going, was able to play goalie in a lot of situations where Gumi wanted to play offensively in the previous game, got so many MVPs, was exactly where he needed to be to redirect the core and able to set Fiery up for so many good plays as well. And again, looking at that, just that game alone, 5 goals, 5+0 just to himself, no assists, matching his Brawlers goalie participation. So in my mind, Zay Forever played absolutely fantastically, gets my vote for MVP on the series, but I cannot overstate how well Fiery and Gumi have also played as well this series.
Yeah, and what may be more notable there than the Zay Forever MVP is, even if you're not giving Zay Forever MVP, you're probably giving it to Fiery, right? Gumi's number 3 on the day, which is just crazy to say looking at the lineup. But yeah, just a really consistent offense, not really having to fall back very often on the goalie to be able to hold up against consistent pressure. You know, good clears out of Gumi as always, right? Able to hold things down in the goal arc very effectively, right? You know, getting their blocks off, getting their saves, but not needing to do that too much as Fiery and Zay manage to have really good rebounding. They just hold on to the core and keep the aggressive plays cycling back over and over again, getting Gumi involved at times, as Gumi is keen to do, and finding the scores that way. I mean, you know, Gumi tops the damage chart for game number 2, but that's you know, that's Stinger Vice for you.
Yeah, Stinger Vice, heavy impacts, aerials as well. Like you mentioned earlier, the extra power range cord, and honestly being able to just teleport anywhere he wants on the map was coming into play in quite a in quite a few of those situations. That being said, yeah, just really well played from Demons Raw. They're going to be the one walking away 1-1, having that neutral season start. Unfortunately, Lob City feels like they've got a long season ahead of them if they want to bring it back and then make it into playoffs essentially. So we'll see what they'll be able to do in the later seasons. But moving on to our next series, Last Call, victorious on the previous series. Still, again, a lot of question marks surrounding this team with that midfield shift for Borg. That being said, I mentioned it earlier today, but it is something that is coming together. We'll see if this will be the day that Last Call explode, and it's going to be a good team for Last Call to, you know, come into form with. You know, Sad Boys, you know, story team, you know him, you love him. Vaughn's going to be back in the midfield, and it's just going to be, you know, ranks 1, 2, 3 for those teams coming in. So we'll see if they're able to pull it out today, or even just make a good showing, honestly.
Yeah, we absolutely will. And yeah, I mean, we're just doing the Gordo casting duos as the feature today. We had Mystic in the last game. We got Borg in this game. See if they're able to bring some pride back to the desk here for the rest of us after Mystic ends up getting a little swept out there with Lob City. Sad Boys, though, back to full strength. They've got Vaughn in today, and like we called out earlier on, starting off 0-1 last week with that loss, definitely going to be looking to come in here and get themselves up to 1-1, if only to tie up with Demons Ra, who have now done the same for themselves. So a tough matchup for Last Call, despite the win in week number 1. Would be crazy if they're able to take it here, move up to 2-0, get Sad Boys down to 0-2. I mean, that would be quite the story coming in to start off our season number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Sad Boys, the story team, it's the team. I mean, it's going to be them and Demons Raw sitting, on the Pantheon. And there's going to be a lot of teams now that have been contesting him. Bun Bun Bonanza, EKC now in the competition for earning themselves on that third seat of kind of the greatest North American Strikers League teams of all time. But there's really not much else to say about the team. They're going to play good. They're going to show up. They're going to do their thing. And we're going to see some good Omega Strikers. We'll see if Last Call will be able to kind of keep up or, potentially show up today and compete against Sad Boys in their very own game. I mean, one thing to look at, of course, is that Asher pick on Frightfully Fresh. I've been playing it so much in my solo queue games. I think I'm like 12-1, I think, this season so far, just playing Asher in solo queue, and I'm 100% win rate on the Asher goalie. So I think it's an incredibly strong pick. I think it's super, super good. I think that it's, Asher has one of the best primaries, if not the best primary in the game, especially because of the fact that it's kind of, I think, like a little slightly higher than normal cooldown, but overall, like, it's not Kai Barrage at 13 seconds, and that's going to be a lot to get through on its own. And Frightfully Fresh, again, the pioneer of this pick for this, for this season and the previous season. I think if that's going to be if that's going to be given to him, that is something that Last Call can leverage to their advantage. That being said, it's still Sad Boys that they got to get through, but if they are going to win, I think that's going to be the direction that they're going to take. Frightfully Fresh is holding it down forever, allowing Borg and 3Z whatever opportunities they need to score against you already lose. So we'll see if that's what's going to be played. I know that as well. Last Call could potentially flex 3Z into the midfield position if he gets something like the Luna, like the Kai. He does have that pool, and Borg can be placed on his now infamous Zentaro. So we'll see what Last Call picks. I don't think he'll go to that, but they have a lot of options coming in this game, a lot of angles to approach it, and that's exactly what you want to go against, when you are the underdog team going into the series.
Certainly do. And now going to be just waiting for Last Call and Sad Boys to get into their draft and find out what the map selections are going to be for these two squads and where they're going to prioritize, right? I know both fans of the Clarion Test Chamber, so maybe we'll get to see that one come on through. Always a fan of it, but often is the deciding map. We'll see if that continues to be the case. And yeah, I mean, where these picks are going to come on across is we've definitely seen some spicy stuff out of Last Call before. Sad Boys definitely haven't got to see them play yet in season 4 since they didn't have Vaughn last week, so weren't quite at full strength. We'll be very curious to see how Vaughn is going to be able to do now up against the freshly role swapped Borg. Borg now going to have to play against perhaps the greatest midfielder to do it, and the Gorn himself, Vaughn, and now we'll see if Borg is role swapped over with. He'll be able to challenge. And there we go, first pick for the Sad Boys, Clarion Test Chamber.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be banning away that Gates of Obscura. I think that is actually going to be a huge map that Last Call could play. I believe they're, at this point, potentially the best team on that map. That is the map that you do not want to take them to. They almost specialists in that regard. They play incredibly well. So kind of no surprise that it's going to see it banned out. But yeah, we are going to Clarion Test Chamber. It's going to be pick number 2, I think, for both teams, essentially. Oni Village being banned away by Last Call, something that Sad Boys are also incredibly proficient on, being kind of really great team at core control. I mean, they're just good at everything, but especially on that core control on that map. So no surprise seeing that game 1 here is going to be the number 2 map pick for both teams, essentially. It looks like we are going to go back to Atlas Lab for game number 2, going to be picked away by Last Call. So I think that one's just kind of what it is. It's just good Omega Strikers. Again, I will never not say that whenever Atlas Lab is picked. It's just Omega Strikers at its core, at its purest. So many things could be playing on the map, and I will repeat that every time I see that map picked. But it looks like we are going to be going to Night Market as well. I think going to be a little bit more interesting of a matchup. Both of these teams, I think Sad Boys, a team that does not like playing X era out of principle, but they might pull it out. It is the North American Strikers League. There are no easy matchups. Hey, you just got to do it sometimes. But it is something that I believe Borg and 3Z can execute. 3Z Breezy, of course, longtime player with Grimella, a storied era player. He himself loves playing that X. So if it does end up going to Night Market, that might be what we see. We might be seeing that now being picked by Vaughn as that counter pick, but we'll see if that is something that's going to be taken, if it even goes that far.
Yeah, and an interesting challenge coming into this new edition of Last Call, right? A team that was able to requalify for a Nassel, of course, through the promotion tournament, and now playing up against Lob last week, they were able to take a solid 2-0, but now playing up against Sad Boys, it's a very different degree of competition. We'll have to see how they're going to be able to navigate with their kind of new iteration here. We've been talking about the role swap for Borg. It's also 3Z Breezy coming in with new teammates. Frightfully Fresh still holding it down, of course, but the other changes are definitely going to be very interesting here, seeing 3Z off of Sundubu Strikers now joining up with the Last Call squad for season number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the other two Snoopy Strikers teammates have been doing well for themselves. Buzz a Bunch, of course, played fantastically in their series against Sad Boys last week. Bang Bang as well, I believe, taking the win over Bun Bun and Bonanza in the previous week as well. We're going to see them later in today. But expectations, obviously, Sundubu looking to find that reunion as enemies in playoffs for the rest of the season. So we'll see if that goal will come true. But I think that it's been something that has been motivating all three members of the now disbanded Sundubu Strikers. So we'll see if 3Z Breezy will be able to carry that conviction here into the series.
Absolutely here. The Sad Boys and the Last Call will be taken to the field here. Should be very soon. Hopefully we'll get that striker draft up on screen before too long. See what the selections are going to end up being. And see who's going to be able to come out on top. There's the draft already, so it does look like it's going to be Monumentalist start there, as well as bulk up. That'll be interesting to see how it's going to impact the draft.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be now banned away, I believe, by boys, if not banned away by Last Call. I think that it's just something that you don't want to see on either team on a Monumentalist start. But that being said, the bulk up's going to be there as something for scaling. Getting a peak performance, getting a Reptile Remedy can mean that you can get some KOs pretty far away from the edge of the map if you are playing something like the Juliet, something like the X, even something like the Zentaro. We saw some pretty crazy kills coming out from Fiery, I think, in that previous series. So definitely something that you like to see if you are a brawler player. But at the end of the day, the thing to look at is this Monumentalist is now going to be picked away, or is it going to go to one of the two teams? It also means that if now it's not going to be banned away, that X era is going to be probably off the table, as you're going to take your best counter pick and give it, its game warping awakening here at the immediate start of draft. So we'll see if that is going to end up being picked away. Something that's always on the table as well is going to be the Vice pickup as well. An incredibly powerful pick, I think, has been always either kind of picked or banned away by a lot of different teams. You either love it or you hate it. So wouldn't be a huge surprise if it came out from either Fresh or you already lose here as well. Of course, the Omnipression, Frightfully Fresh Asher is going to be here as well. There's a lot of different places that this draft can go if that now ends up being banned.
Absolutely here. We'll find out if the priority is going to be the now ban. A lot of these supportive characters, often the ones that we see bite it early on, but where the priority is going to fall for the rest of the squads, we will see. Last Call going to kick things off with an IME ban. Going to be looking to keep those options limited there for Frightfully Fresh. Now Sad Boys with a chance to answer. What do they want to try to pinch away from Borg, Frightfully Fresh, and 3Z Breezy?
I think I think they're just trying to force that now ban onto them. You already lose a fantastic Amy goalie player, if not the best Amy goalie. Frightfully Fresh, on the other hand, really doesn't have, or really not known for the pick, known more for those melee picks, like the Asher, obviously like the Rasmus, not exactly a melee pick, but that is something that he does play. So not a surprise to see Last Call pick it. I think it's an incredibly smart play. It's actually gonna be Mako banned away from the side of Sad Boys. So that means that it's going to be a now first pick, kind of no surprise there. And I'm going to see how the side of Sad Boys responds to this. What are they going to respond here to the Mako Monumentalist start? Because potentially this could be a counter pick that has been cooking under the hood, and we might now finally see brought to daylight. But that depends. We'll see what they pick.
Yeah, I'm very curious here. Looking at like a Kazan Vice rotation, so probably going to be the Vice in the goal arc there for Sad Boys, taking this Kazan here for Bells. But let's see what the counter pick ends up being. It's an Atlas in the goal, locked in for Last Call, and they're going to take that X as well. So Borg piloting the now, and going to be 3Z on the X. Let's see what that counter pick is, Sad Boys. I mean, what's the tech here? I'm very interested to see what they end up going.
Yeah, actually really interested. They're going damage now with this Vice into a Mako and an Atlas, which means it'll be incredibly hard, really, for the stagger meters, or to get through the stagger meters of last call, especially now with Kazan,
Oh.
not the KO monster that he once was with a power reduction, but it looks like we're gonna have an Asher pickup. I wonder who this is actually going to be for. This might be an Asher goalie with a Vice midfield. Those would be the meta picks, but if they want to run a double brawler here, that's something that Sad Boys would be pulling out here, in order to mix things up against this. Now, I'm super excited to see where this will go. This is not a composition that I have a lot of familiarity with. Vice generally, of course, is going to be really good, but I'm not I'm not sure how that matches up with the Kazan and the Asher, which are generally like more car controlly, more looking to keep the ball in play pretty constantly, more looking to mix up the goalie rather than just outright kill him. So we'll see what Sad Boys here are cooking up, and if they're even going to be able to get through the damage required now that the Atlas and the Now will be able to counteract. So I'm curious. I'll say it, I'm a little bit doubtful, but
Yeah.
there's a reason I'm up here and they're down there with 2 trophies to their name. You know, with you already lose with 3 trophies to his name. So who am I to question them? You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to stop me from doing it. I mean, who am I to question anybody in any of these maps? And I still do it. You know what? You got to get the content somehow.
That's so true.
So I'm going to question it. I mean, just opting entirely out of making use of that Monumentalist, an interesting choice here by the Sad Boys. I'm very curious to see how they're going to be able to try to kind of just force their way through that with damage. I mean, it's either going to be, it's got to be a damage comp one way or the other, right? I mean, it's either going to be the Asher or the Vice out there supporting the Kazan trying to get KOs. And that seems like it's just going to be very tough to do, especially staring down not just the Now, but also the Atlas.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. This it's a question.
You're right. We should
Saturday.
question this.
Yeah, a question thing Saturday. I'm not entirely sure what Sad Boys are going for here. Maybe they've got something cooking. Maybe they're just going to show us something phenomenal that we've never seen before, or we're gonna see Last Call take game 1. I'm not sure what to think here.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Yeah, does definitely mean that there's I assume that Now would be the target to attack, right? Like the X could be a target occasionally, but will likely end up with a fair bit of that stagger, especially with the bulk up start. Feels like that's going to be a priority. But we'll see. Maybe comp doesn't matter. It could always be that outcome as well.
Yeah, a huge thing that Vaughn loves to say, don't make him tap the sign. He really is a fan of saying comp doesn't matter, but this is the North American Strikers League.
It's a test.
Yeah, this is really the test. If there is a test to pull it out on, it will be against Last Call. Definitely a team that is still pretty good. You know, weak for the North American Strikers League is not weak at all. So we'll see what they can pull out here.
Absolutely. Nice dash in from Bells there, able to find the second barrier. Vaughn pairing up alongside him. Now sending it into the own Thunderstruck. Like that little mix-up there out of Vaughn. Looking like they've got some reps in on that Vice at the midfield position. Trying to make it come up in a multi-role pick threat here. Breezy standing right in their face still. Doesn't have access to the Maximus. Now just got it. Really wishes they had it for that opportunity that just presented itself a moment ago. Now going to be brawling with You Already Lose. Y'all going to be able to get it down towards Vaughn. Breezy going to be able to push it through. Now with that newly available Maximus, going to force the elusive using the Supernova. Bell's taken low on the other side. Rightfully Fresh going to use that flip, put it back into Threezy's hands. Borg brawling with Bells, has access to the lifeline to keep it full. Now we'll move forward, looking for another shot here. Bell's taking it off the bottom. Vaughn sets up for another. Supernova comes on across, or Thunderstruck rather. Bounce! Going to find a KO here for Last Call. They set up for Threezy to go in for another one. Bounce off the center. Down towards Threezy, going in with the Bull Rush. Blocked away by You Already Lose. We'll get the flip. Sends it back to Frightfully Fresh. Over to Borg. And the respawn from Bells has come on across. The Sad Boys are still holding on.
Yeah, it's just Threezy Breezy here. Also with the flip, has a scoring opportunity here, but you can't flip in front of an Asher with primaries. So, hey, the core's going to be in play a little bit longer. We'll see, though. The damage is finally coming out into Threezy Breezy.
Yep, going to find themselves staggered. There's going to be the KO found by Bells. And the damage comp will end up coming through, but the pressure is unrelenting. Borg trying to close out here. Throws down a drone on top of it. Vaughn sneaks it away, but there's going to be the Cosmic Expanse. Well, got that intervention available as well. At least they should for the next time somebody falls low. Parisi is back and available. Bells, though, with the 1 versus 2 with a shot here. Trying to keep it up forward. Vaughn joins in with the Thunderstruck. Sends it up to Bells. Bells not going to be able to hold on to it, though. And Parisi going to look for something off the bottom. Vaughn sending it back in. Bells still holding it up to the top. Supernova being channeled. Borg takes a huge amount of damage. Vaughn sends it in for another shot. We're still holding on to this point, Brickbat. There's going to be the flip, and Vaughn finally gets it past. Borg and Frightfully Fresh both whiff the strikes.
What amazing patience from Vaughn in that play. I think Frightfully Fresh and Borg really, like, I was really expecting one of them to get it, but he was able to send it right past him because he just simply waited through it, and really good presence of mind, especially basically at a 2-point or a 2-minute point there. That's kind of the veterancy, I think, coming into play there. Of course, really, at this point, a lot of veterancy in this game just overall.
Absolutely. One of the oldest matchups we can get in the year. Certainly, as we've got squads coming in with quite a bit of experience on either side. And showing it here as neither gives an inch. Been a hard-fought battle just to get barriers, just to get a little bit going, and you know we're like 5 minutes into this game with only 1 goal having been scored. Threezy going to find the double barrier there.
Oh, no.
Borg appears DC'd. Uh-oh. Hopefully he'll be able to get back on in here because this point is not going to stop and wait for him. We may have a little bit of a break after this one, but Vaughn going to be able to push in with that power cord, be able to get the second barrier. And an opportunity here for the Sad Boys to take a 2-0 lead off the back of an unfortunate DCO, but Frightfully Fresh and Threezy Breezy hanging on for the time being. It will go through.
Yeah, and hey, that was a 2v3 and it still went to overtime, which I think kind of right now speaks to the nature of this game that we have right now. Hopefully Borg will reconnect. The 2-minute timer has started here for Borg to reconnect. A really unfortunate DC too. It's really been back and forth, so honestly, it looks like we've got a series on our hands. We might be able to, you know, we might be going the distance here after a quick series earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be 3 points in a row to go to overtime for sure. Hopefully we get Borg back in here sooner rather than later, and everybody just chilling for the time being. Going to have a little bit of a moment here.
Yeah. You know, I never get this opportunity too much anymore. I haven't been really on the casting desk for a while for Nassel, but now that I'm back on, I could finally do this. I could have small talk on the desk. Gordo.
Oh, okay. I was really worried about what was coming up here.
Gordo, what's it like right now? How have you been? What have you been doing? How's the weather?
Good. I'm moving. I'm working on moving right now. So you can see, if you those who pay very close attention to Gordo's background will see all my stuff's gone. So this is either the final or the penultimate cast from this room for Nassel. We'll be moving to a newer space soon.
Yeah, and that room, honestly, just a core part of a Mega Shrinker's history. So
yeah, that's true. I'll give it I'll give it an honorable send off on its way out. It's going to be some kid's bedroom or something, I'm sure, after this. So quite a fall from grace. For these four walls.
Won't know. The kid won't. He'll be playing Fortnite instead of Peak.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna. Yeah, that's for sure. None of the games I play for sure. There's generations leaving us behind.
I I just saluted, but my webcam's not on the stream right now, so
yeah, that's all right.
They won't see it, but
we'll salute it later. We'll find a time and an excuse. Yeah, I don't know. Other than that, just hanging out. Busy. It takes a lot of time. I hate moving.
Yeah, definitely. I think I've had another friend that's been moving recently, and I remember that it was like 3 days back to back. I was helping him, and it was like multiple like pieces of furniture that we'd have to drive out 50 minutes to. Like the couch itself was a nightmare. Like even moving down the street is difficult, but like just the time sink of just driving from one place to another, it's mind-numbing. I don't like being in the car, so I like my open air despite being a Mega Strikers player. So
yeah, that's a whole lot. What's an interesting layer here. This is where we combine this back into the game at hand. If Borg doesn't get back here soon and we have a deep series, there are going to be some randoms touring this place at 6 Eastern. So we got an hour and 45 minutes until we get some guest stars on the stream.
Surely, well, I mean, we'll be able to showcase the storied history of Gordo's room, and increase the property value. So, oh, fourth back. Never mind. Maybe they won't.
Right,
they won't learn about Omega Striker's history.
All right, let's go. We're clinging on. We're hoping for an opportunity here as we do get back on to the dribble for game number 1. Breezy in a good position there, going to be able to find the first of the barriers. But bounces back and forth mean that it's going to be back in the hands of Bells at the end of the day. You already lose clearing things out with that path splitter. A flip out of 3Z going to be able to find the second barrier and open up the goal here for last call. Looking to score their first point. 3Z brawling with You Already Lose, but again, that Asher just so locked down once she's got the barrier beam available. Will be able to clear things out, but a nice bounce shot off 3Z will be able to put it in and take us to point number 4.
Yeah, a really good use of the bounce house by 3Z Breezy especially. I think he was able to get a barrier and the goal just by finding really, really sharp angles with the bounces. So honestly, well played to him in that point and keeping, last call's hopes alive here in the set.
Absolutely. Pushing for extra. Taking a shot off the bottom. There's going to be the flip coming out across and a KO found by Vaughn. Just pinching Borg into an unenviable position. Will be able to find the power play here for the Sad Boys, and great shot off of Bells, gets it right between the uprights, sends it in a 3-1 set. Will put Sad Boys up.
Yeah, well played by Bells there. The timing throwing Fresh off quite a bit. It feels like he wasn't quite able to react to what Bells was doing there, so honestly, really good mix-up, I think, on his part. Vaughn here has the pick of a litter of what he wants. Primetime Quick Strike stacks, Orb Bonder. There's some specialized trading. I mean, there's so much that the Vice here might want to pick. I'm actually curious to see what he will pick. There's just so much.
Absolutely here. Quick Strike going to be the selection there for Bells, and stacks on stacks for You Already Lose. Just looking to have a little bit more coverage.
Yeah. I think move speed, an incredibly good stat to have on Asher. If you're able to just get in the enemy brawler's face with that move speed and just primary them all the time with good positioning, then it's going to be really hard to get through you. Not only that, right? Asher, pretty good forward as well. So if you're ever in the situation where you could like midfield or forward for your team with that move speed, that's a lot of value that you could potentially get. And going back to that draft as well as, it's an open net actually already.
Yeah, I mean, that's the comp diff right there. That's what we were worried about in the draft. The fact that they just dump every ability they have into 3Z Breezy, and he gets back to full HP as Borg and Frightfully Fresh both drop their specials. Not really much that can be done there. I mean, the damage comp does lose out against the full sustain comp. That does prove our theory a little bit.
Yeah, I was like, 3Z Breezy, he's gonna have to walk away from the play. Like he won't be able to. And he just like scores. He just scored. There's no actual pressure on him, which was kind of crazy to see. And maybe he'll be able to answer it here. Almost thinking You Already Lose out, but You Already Lose actually defends that. That's crazy.
Yeah, really great defense there. You Already Lose holding on for the extra time, but nice shot from Borg at midfield. Gets it back into 3Z's hands. Passing plays coming together here. Just a little bit for last call. It's stuck, just kind of waiting in the fog there. Vaughn going to be able to come on out and find a barrier. Bells launching himself into the fray, going to be able to help out, but not find the second. Another good pass from Vaughn. The reigning champs 2 times in a row looking to be able to get themselves in position for another opportunity here. Bells pushing for another, throws over to 3Z. There's going to be You Already Lose, still holding down on the defense.
Yeah, just really good play from You Already Lose. It feels like 3Z Breezy just not able to find any crack in the armor, if there even are any in the first place. You Already Lose, already infamous for making some really crazy saves, and now he's on the best saving character in all of Omega Strikers right now, and it's really coming into play here. It feels like Bells and Vaughn have so much to work with.
Ooh. Really great play there from Vaughn. Just ready to collect after it bounces off the wall. Will be able to secure himself another goal, and it will tie things up at 1-1 here.
Yeah. I also really actually like I'm still thinking about that draft from Sad Boys. The Reptile Remedy actually makes a lot more sense now that you know that bulk up was the starting thing, so Vaughn able to scale and not ever really get pressured from damage here. Really like that. And then that also, the patience on the draft allows Bells to get the quick strikes on the Kazan, which can do so much damage in the right hands. And Bells definitely as someone who, historically has pretty good hands to work with for these brawler picks.
Yeah. Definitely going to be able to open on up the goal there. 3Z taken to half, but again, the damage hard to find here. He will get the big bailout there from Borg. Will be holding on, and Borg going to get KO'd. Now an opportunity for the side of the Sad Boys to push for a little extra. And once they find their way onto that now, I mean, it's tough to take out 3Z, but they can take out Borg. And they have managed to do that multiple times in this game already. Borg back and available. You already lose, just buying the time for Bells to be able to escape and get their cooldowns back. Fighting over the center orb now. Both brawlers want that size. Not going to be able to find it. It's Borg who snags it away. 3Z Breezy going to be able to put Bells in the dirt and look for a scoring shot here. Vaughn blinks down, clears it back out. Borg using the drones for help, not going to be able to find it. Frightfully Fresh actually loses a barrier in the power play to respawn from Bells, and Vaughn with full control over it in the center, passed on through. Bells sends it in for another shot. Thunderstruck going to force the elusive out of Borg. There's a KO found onto him once again, and the damage composition continues to find its target while he's not prepared. Bells sends it down, block away by Frightfully Fresh. Good use of the expanse, keep it covered, but continuing to be in position with that Thunderstruck, sets up for another play. Bells just pokes it right through.
Yeah, just good play here all around from Sad Boys. I mean, nothing, saying the Sad Boys is playing good is nothing new, but it feels like Vaughn, even on this midfield vice that we were questioning here in the composition, is able to create all the opportunities that Bells really needs, especially when the core gets really fast. When those Kazan pokes are at the strongest, it feels like he's able to put all the pressure that Bells needs in order to get really good favorable interactions against Frightfully Fresh. And I think that's really, really putting Sad Boys in so many great positions here in the series.
Yeah, another KO found. This time it is on towards 3Z. Looking to set up for that second barrier. Losing it for a second there, though, and Vaughn not going to be able to protect that last barrier. Bells sending it through once again. Bells and Vaughn holding strong, but gets sent past yet again, and you already lose. Trying to keep up the defense, not going to be able to do it. 3Z just forces it through, and it's 2-2 going to set point.
I think there was an unfortunate chain lightning there that actually put in a pretty good spot for 3Z Breezy. Happens to everyone though, I think, but honestly, good play of 3Z Breezy as well. Absolutely getting the confirm, getting so many redirects onto the core that even an Asher really couldn't get through it. That's a bit impressive to say the least.
Absolutely. All right, Bells bouncing it again, looking for the second, does get it. Just 1 versus 2. Bells able to make the offense happen. Now, clap back from Borg and 3Z. Great block from Vaughn on the core flip, setting up for another chance. Vaughn looking to keep it through, gets it into Bells. Bells sends it back. And now without being able to hold on to the control, Vaughn going to have to sacrifice to 3Z just a little bit here. They do manage to hold up the defense, even with the support of Borg. Bells tries to snag it back, not going to be able to find it. Vaughn sending it back towards the goal. Bells waiting up on the top side. If it ever comes towards him, he's going to look to send it through, and he does. Second set goes to the Sad Boys.
Yeah, it was a close set, but Bells looking incredibly good on this Kazan pick, but I think all eyes on Vaughn right now on this Vice pick. It just looks better and better, and now he's got a lot to pick one. Yeah, Catalyst, Heavy Impacts, both incredibly good. In general, Heavy Impacts, of course, being Vice's best awakening, to be completely honest, if not the second best. That being said, Catalyst does follow the Borg. That's going to be a pretty big pickup. It had to be denied anyways because of the quick strikes on Bells. Bells going to be, conversely, though, rewarded with size and a denial on 3Z Breezy, who is not too sad as he does pick up that peak performance. Again, the stagger scaling coming into play a little bit, but I believe that's only reverberation left in the awakening. So both Vaughn and 3Z Breezy will probably be trying to eye up that training in the next coming drafts if it gets to that point.
Yeah, for sure. And based on how this is playing out, you got to wonder how much of it is Sad Boys just being the strongest team in Omega Strikers and how much of it is this secret draft pack, because they are continuing to find the KOs onto Borg. I just wonder in like a parity situation, if you had 2 copies of the same team playing against each other, how consistently would you still be able to navigate that? I don't think we're going to get an answer here for Bet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It feels like, though, in some senses, they're getting KOs because, like, Vaughn is finding unstaggered KOs. He's finding the Thunderstrike into Supernova combo to just take advantage of the stun, and 3Z Breeze is going to find that goal here, kind of the flip in front of the you already lose. Yeah, but going back to it, yeah, I think it definitely feels like 3Z Breezy, I feel like, has been staggered like 1 time this game. I definitely feel like a lot of these KOs are coming off of things like that. Yeah, like the Thunderstruck just leading to so much damage and if Vaughn teleported in and to Thunderstrike, that was going to be a burn flip from Borg, right? I think that's what's happening. It's not really like just outright staggering him.
Yeah, agree with that for sure. But they have been able to find it on the Borg pretty consistently, and that has been a thorn in the side of Last Call. Threezy getting taken low, though, going to have to go elusive at risk of getting sent off the top there by that path splitter. Now, falling back, you already lose, going to be able to clear things out. Vaughn finds the Supernova KO onto the goalie. Now Borg going to try to hold things down on his own. Without that goalie equipment, it can be tough. Bells pushing for more, looking for the goal barrier, not finding it, and it does get cleared back. You already lose in an aggressive position, can't defend. Open goal now, Borg up to Threezy, and a chance for Last Call to try to fight their way back in. Setting up with the bell ringer, Borg keeping the pressure on with the drones, and Threezy comes up, but Vaughn blocks it away yet again. Frightfully Fresh so far back away, not able to help out on the play, and they will be able to hold on to it. Frightfully Fresh gets the own barrier. Oh no! And the flip out of You Already Lose might just spell the end of the point, but Threezy able to take it one-on-one. You Already Lose does not get the clear in the right direction.
Yeah, right place to the right time for Threezy Breezy. Excellent positioning, and that was almost an amazing save from Fresh, but unfortunately, yeah, did end up own barriering it, but already, like, look at his Vice damage, by the way. Vaughn is just, yeah, it feels like Vaughn is the KO team himself. And honestly, KO plus core control right now, getting that final barrier on his own.
That's the counter pick. It's just the Vice. Let him have Mount, we'll take Vice. Oh, KO onto the Kazan, though. No bells for 10 seconds. What can they do with this on the Last Call side? As they look to get themselves a win in the set and take this to a set number 4. Holding on quite nicely so far, but with an open goal. See what they can push for. Threezy Breezy able to take the center. A big X here. That is not an easy bell ringer to dodge. Looking to take that pressure on towards You Already Lose. Does lose the size. KO found by Vaughn on the other side. It's Borg hitting the dirt yet again. And now a power play available for the Sad Boys as Bells looks to close it out. Flip is used. They won't be able to snag it back away, but the aggression does keep on going. No flip available now. Borg going to respawn. It takes it on a breakaway, looking to set up for Threezy Breezy, buying the time for his striker to get into position. Going to get that massive size as well, but Bells continuing to try to hold it on. Vaughn in good position, setting up for Bells once again. There's going to be that Thunderstruck yet again, getting into the position for Bells. Cleared out through the middle. Threezy trying to get involved. Borg going to be able to arrive in position with the lifeline. Sends it back over. The drone holding on for now. But Bells able to find the bounce shot. Stuns up Borg. Sends it up through the center. And Frightfully Fresh cannot defend.
Yeah, just a really a smart decision from Fresh trying to go for the Soren angle. But unfortunately, just 1 degree to the left, a little bit too much. But that being said, Last Call here is 1 goal away from taking the set, potentially getting a reverse sweep here. And now it's going to be an open net.
Really great strike there from Borg, able to get the flip, sends it off of that bounce bumper in the bottom, and is able to find the barrier. But wow, just pushing for more on the other side here to get an even open goals for both sides. And Bells, so dangerous in these one-on-one scenarios. Borg going to be able to sneak it back away. It will be Bells once again, pushing it up towards Borg. Frightfully Fresh, going to be able to hold on for now. Has the flip, feels forced to use it. Supernova takes down Borg, and look at that use of the power cord. Great position for Vaughn. Stuns up Frightfully Fresh, sends the core back down and right into the goal, 2-2.
What an insane play from Vaughn on the Vice. Able to get that KO again, basically solo onto Borg. And then on top of that, an amazing chain lightning usage in order to take that goal away from Fresh. I mean, Vaughn, yeah, definitely in contention right now of showing why he himself is on the pantheon of players here. Just on this Vice alone, just so many, a whole team of damage essentially from this guy.
Certainly just putting up absolutely crazy numbers. Has been able to continue doing so. Now a chance to close out the game right here for the Sad Boys, but nice KO found there. Might be the opening that they need. Bells trying to take it in. There's going to be the flip point blank out of Vaughn. Sets up with the Thunderstruck as well. Goal is now open, and they are looking to close the game right here. But the respawn for Threezy will allow them to hold on for the time being, clearing it back out towards the other side. Borg waiting in the goo by the bottom. Can't spend too much time in there. Does have the big healing. Going to dodge on away from that Thunderstruck. Threezy Breezy trying to fight for it, but Bells gets the bounce in past the Cosmic Expanse. It takes game number 1 for the Sad Boys.
Man, and Last Call so close 2 times to both getting reverse sweeped, I believe, in the set twice in a row, and that's going to be Sad Boys basically showing why they've won multiple seasons of Nassau in a row, a composition that we were unsure about, that we dared question, and then they pull out a 3-0 on Clarion Test Chamber.
I mean, look, they did a great job of being able to keep the pressure on towards on Borg, especially, right? Borg able to come on out repeatedly with those KOs, or getting the KOs onto Borg, rather. You can see here, ended up going down. It doesn't tell you how many times each person went down, actually. How about that? Only so many chances to read Omega Striker's scoreboards for that particular stat, but Vaughn and Bell's coming up with 9 KOs apiece, and most of those are not on Breezy Breezy. Let's just say that much. It's going to be Borg going down quite a few bit of times and ending up with quite the lead off the back of that. So I mean, they don't get to use the KO comp to get those big ace moments the way that you sometimes do, but they're able to create power plays for themselves frequently enough to be able to come on up with the win.
Yeah. I just can't look away from this Vaughn pick. 46k damage, 7 goal participation, 1 less than his brawler Bells, who, the most scoringest brawler to ever score. 213 redirects, matching the now here, and 7 KOs. He does it all. He does it all, and he's done it once again. I guess you and me, we're sitting on the bus, and driver Vaughn, he's tapped the sign once again. Composition does not matter. and again, just another data point to go into the file there. So, hey, props to Sad Boys. They were able to pull it out, able to make some amazing plays. Vaughn himself getting a well-deserved MVP for that game. And now we're staring down in Atlas's lab here for game 2. Last calls pick notably, but we'll see what they'll be able to pick here coming in. This is a map that potentially could flex 3Z Breezy into the midfield, as Luna can be played on this map. Not a pick that we really see that much anymore, but it is something that can be pulled out specifically on this map. And I would love to see that. That'd be a treat coming out from last call, the 3Z Breezy Luna, Bomba, Missile, and all that stuff. So that is something that could absolutely happen, but I'm unsure what last call could pick out. Again, it's Atlas Lab, 8 billion comps could be picked. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and it was Aimi Mako bans last time. Let's see if they run that back. The Aimi going to stay in place there as the last call ban of choice. But we'll see if the Sad Boys are going to keep that Mako ban the same, or if they're going to try to change things up a little bit here. Those ranged goalies have been kind of the focus, at least for game number 1. Find out if that's going to stay the case here. No, it's going to be the Luna ban and the vice first pick for Vaughn. He's going to run that one back. Maybe it goes into the goal arc this time, but you got to respect it as a flex pick now.
Yeah. Or wait, that's last call picking vice, isn't it?
You're right. It is last call.
Yeah,
picking vice. I'm backwards.
The Aimi ban, again, you just don't want to give you already lose Aimi. That guy could do so much. So many clips have been hit by this guy on the Aimi pick. But it looks like, they're denying the Luna ban, which is really, really funny. I was so excited to see it. It is the one composition where they flex 3D Breeze into the midfield. So last call, maybe they've got something cooking here on Atlas's Lab, and Sad Boys want nothing of it, which is something I think that's a statement. When Sad Boys wants nothing of a strategy, you've got something in the lab, I think. so unfortunately, we're not going to see it today, but maybe later down the road this season, we'll be able to see it. That being said, it is an Estelle and Zentaro coming out for Sad Boys here. Again, you can play pretty much every composition on the Atlas Lab. Vaughn on the Estelle is going to be great. It's Vaughn, Bells on Zentaro. It's going to be Bells on Zentaro. Also going to be great. We'll see, though, if they'll be able to stand up against the damage here just given to that Vice.
Ooh, a little Finny Kazan action here. So maybe it is going to be the midfield Vice
coming
in once again. So, yeah, last call, also willing to use it as a flexible pick then. It looks like it's going to likely be Borg piloting the Vice. They look to reset and take some pointers out of the Sad Boys handbook coming in for game number 2 as they look to take us the full distance and keep things going. Now, let's see what the likely goalie suggestion is going to be here for the Sad Boys. It is going to be that Mako, fresh off the ban in game number 1. They're going to be happy to lock that one in. And just going with a very interesting composition here, very powerful characters across the board, looking to just have some very traditional setups here. Got a lot of range coming in from midfield as well, just to try to push through for those extra goals.
Yeah. Also, one thing I'm noting as well is, even though it's not the same, it's not quite at the levels of Estelle Rasmus. Estelle Zentaro, still a very good forward duo to pick Unstoppable into. If that does get in the hands of Frightfully Fresh, he could all of a sudden, like that, become a very hard goalie to get it through. That being said, I think the thing to look at here is the damage composition from last call. Frightfully Fresh, one of the best, if not the best, Finny goalie right now, probably contesting that title with Obscure Breads. Also, honestly, one of the few goalies to really like consistently bring it out. He's had so many amazing plays on this in previous seasons, so we'll be able to see if he is able to perform up to that legacy here in this game. Absolutely the team to do it against here in Sad Boys. But generally speaking, there's a lot of damage here on the side of Last Call. Kazan, again, not the KO machine that he used to be, but that's a Finny and that's a Vice. That's probably the highest amount of damage you could get from a goalie midfield combo in the game. We'll see if Sad Boys will be able to deal with it.
Yeah, that is going to be the question. So getting into the in-client draft here. Not expecting too many surprises. It is going to be Borg piloting that Vice, Frightfully Fresh on the Finny in the goal arc. And we'll find out who's going to be able to take this game number 2. Is it going to be a Sad Boys sweep? Can Last Call take this to game number 3? Looking rough for them after the first game, but new comps, new opportunity. Maybe it's just that Vice midfield that's just a little bit broken.
Yeah, definitely looking to see. Also, honestly interested to see this Kazan pick from 3Z Breezy. I think I recently had a conversation with this, I think with Soren, but there's something special about Kazan players who play a ton of Kazan. It feels like they pilot the character in like this 5% more efficient way that just really makes a difference on the character. And I think Kazan is not something that 3Z Breezy is known for. He's mostly known for the X pick, and lately more for that Zentaro pick as well. So I'm interested to see. I don't know if this is like this is not exactly his debut Kazan performance or anything like that, but I want to see if he'll be able to bring it out to the level that is required to take out Sad Boys here. And looking at the starting awakenings as well, it looks like we're gonna actually have a siphoning wand coming out from 3Z Breezy. Something that I think has been really interesting lately is the fact that a lot of damage compositions still go for damage, but they still opt into Slick Kick. Something that I kind of had to get over with myself is Slicks on Vice is actually really necessary, I feel like, or else you're going to get really out midfielded, especially as the game goes on. So you're really only picking that siphoning one if you want that early game power that you really don't need. You don't get that much early game power. So honestly, on the other hand as well, the siphoning one from 3Z Breezy is a bit strange, I would say. I feel like the conversation on it had ended with Slick Kicks being like the best gear on Kazan. You always just want to pick it anyways, but 3Z Breezy potentially looking to buck the trend here.
Absolutely. Ooh, flip comes out of Borg, not quite going to find its mark. So far the pressure has been good here for the Sad Boys. They do manage to find the second barrier. Coming in off the center, you already lose. Already in position. Vaughn sees an opportunity for maybe a KO. Doesn't quite get it all the way. Does take Borg down towards the bottom. Flip available for You Already Lose. Feeling very comfortable on the defense. 3Z Breezy advancing on the Kazan. Now stuck inside those ensnare drums, and an opportunity available for the other side. Bells able to get it through the big finish. Not able to send it towards the goal, though. Good hold there. Borg throws down the Supernova. Will get good damage onto Vaughn, but it sets Bells up for that 1-versus-1. Didn't have the cooldowns, though. 3Z Breezy finishes off Vaughn, creating a power play for Last Call. They look for a little extra. Goes all the way around the barrier. Bells will be able to hold on. You Already Lose. Able to finish off that KO, though. Now getting the power play into the hands of the Sad Boys. Vaughn waiting on the other side. Bells comes in, sends it up to the top, and will get the first goal for Sad Boys.
Yeah, almost a really good save. If that strike shot was just a millisecond later, would have been a really good save. And Sad Boys, of course, getting their signature own save, getting the bounce around the corner, keeping them in that play quite healthy in terms of goal barriers. So we'll see, though. Definitely still a good first point, I'd say, from Last Call. Definitely feels a little bit closer than it was. Well, actually, no, because the beginning of last game of 2 was incredibly close. But 3Z Breezy now opening up the net for Sad Boys. We'll see what they can pull off.
You could dodge away. Nice usage of that barrier. Going to be able to take it on down. Bells now in the 1-versus-1, setting up with the flick. Goes up towards the top, not going to be able to push it through. Borg falling back with the Supernova in place, trying to set up for 3Z Breezy to get another shot. Bells, though, constantly being able to find himself these one-on-ones with Frightfully Fresh, making things very dangerous for the Finny. To be so unpredictable with the angles he can attack from, the amount of dashes he has available. The fallback will be able to be held on to. Last call, able to keep the point alive, and it's been very difficult for both teams to close out these points in this game number 2. Still keeping it going. Ooh. There's going to be the fire through. 3Z Breezy takes the point for last call.
Yeah, good pop-in from 3Z Breezy, using the dash to set him up for a hook strike. That's something that actually you can do specifically to Kazan, because you could actually hit the core before the core enters the Mako and snare drum. So you could catch a lot of Makos off guard there, and 3Z Breezy showing us that it can be possible. The tech is there.
Absolutely. There's going to be Bells taking that first barrier. Flip comes through from You Already Lose. Flip out of Borg. Going to be able to find both barriers and sets up. Flip out of 3Z. Doesn't find its way out of the core, but does hit stun all of the members of the Sad Boys. They look to take it all the way home. Going in for the crooked leverage. Not going to be able to get it past You Already Lose. Vaughn still standing strong despite the low health bars. Setting up for Bells to be able to take it the rest of the way home. Oni's blade takes it in the wrong direction. Supernova ready and waiting for Borg. As the low stagger sets up for another, not going to be able to send the core in the right direction. Coming back on through, 3Z Breezy with a scoring opportunity, doesn't push it through. You Already Lose, sends it back on up towards Bells. Borg continuing to field it from middle. Will not be able to get it into the right hands though. Vaughn, Rose Warp forward, dodging out on the abilities of 3Z, will get sent back up towards the top, and 3Z with a scoring opportunity yet again. Not going to be able to push it past You Already Lose, who will continue to hold on, and these points just go on forever, Brickbat.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh and You Already Lose, absolutely playing fantastically right now. Frightfully Fresh has a flip here as well, which means that Bells is going to have to get a little creative. Now, Fresh now electing to use it, gives 3Z Breezy another opportunity to score as well here.
Yeah, now Bell's taken out so low. They're looking to finish him off. Wow, manages to hold on with the dash back in, and meanwhile, Vaughn just takes it up on the top and is able to find the score for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, not able to find that KO on the Bells, unfortunately. No stagger, no energy. Really had to, I feel like if you had any chance at that point there, you had to close out that KO a little bit earlier, but that's really the margin of error that last call is looking to work with right now. Fresh playing incredibly well. I actually really love his use of the triple takes as well to intercept so many passes from Sad Boys, but as of right now, 3Z Breezy and Borg need to convert or else it's not going to be for anything.
Definitely. Pushing on through the center. Bells looking for the bounce off the bottom. Vaughn pushing in with the piercing shot. You Already Lose, gets the flip, sends it over to Bells. Borg dribbling it from the center. Going to get that Thunderstruck through on towards Vaughn. Keep him in the elusive, keep him from stacking up that energy. You Already Lose waiting inside the goal arc. Bells able to push in for the bottom barrier. Vaughn dribbling it, sends it up through the goal arc. 3Z Breezy trying to fall back, gets it back in there. Wants to be able to push in for the barrier. You Already Lose, been very good at keeping things locked down on the Mako. Off the center, back over to Bells. Bells looking to take it up towards the goal. Dribbling up and back and forth through the top. Borg still holding on. Dash forward from Bells. Still not finding the core with those slashing strikes, though, to be able to get it in towards the goal itself. Snagging them out of the air. Frightfully Fresh continuing to be able to find these big finishes to keep the defense safe. But trying to set up for opportunities for Borg and 3Z Breezy has been tough.
Oh my gosh!
Continues to just escort it around. It will not go through.
It's just, I don't know. It just happens every time. Feels like there's a reason it is called Sad Boys. It's their signature save of missing it and not getting punished. But that being said, last call is still very much in it. Flip's coming up here for Borg and 3Z Breezy very soon. If they're gonna have an opportunity to break through You Already Loses defense, it's gonna be now.
Yeah, big opportunity here. They do manage to get the barrier. They open up the goal, but what about their own on the other side? Bells! Down to the bottom. First set for Sad Boys in game number 2.
Yeah, and the way that things were looking, 3Z Breezy had the flip, Borgomas had his. If they actually got that cleared out, it was almost certainly a goal there for last call. But hey, you can't make mistakes against the Sad Boys. Again, You Already Lose the 3-peat. Bells and Vaughn the 2-peat. There's a reason they've got those trophies lined up. And going in this draft here, a big Orb Ponder here for You Already Lose. 3Z Breezy was already struggling to really get through the defense of You Already Lose. Now has to contend with the cooldown disadvantage here as well. That being said, Borg able to pick up the explosive entrance. That's more presence on the map for his midfield on top of the extra damage. And it looks like actually specialized training is going to go down at 3Z Breezy. There was once a time where this was considered by far and away the best awakening on this character, like a game-ending awakening pick, similar to Monumental is now, but it's actually really fallen out of favor in recent times now that, you know, Kazans have elected to go core control. But we could see a little bit of that old time come back now, because there's a Finny and a Vice in this game on the same team. That spec training might be able to put in a ton of work if 3Z Breezy elects to up into a bit more damage and place that.
Absolutely. What an incredible sequence out of Bells and Vaughn here, though. They are just holding that core exactly where they need it, setting up for the next skill, lining it up perfectly. The ability to take both of those barriers there, I recommend a watch back of that. That was immaculately done. Let's see if they'll be able to close on out the point. Vaughn sent back away in the stagger. There's going to be off the center, keeping the hold as long as they can. Bells has access to the flip. Vaughn is the focus on towards the other side. 3Z wants to be able to finish him off, but Vaughn's just keeping the aggression going forward. Will not break up the positioning. Will hold on towards the play. Pushes for another pair, setting up those shots with the Crystal Thorns. Not going to be able to find it there. Curving around the center yet again. Flip is forced out of Bells. Now he's going to get pushed up by the Supernova. Borg able to find the KO, and with the flip available on 3Z Breezy, this is the best shot Last Call's had in a while. Will they be able to turn it into a goal? Vaughn just dribbling it himself, buying the time on the other side. Dodges away from the flip of Borg, and still manages to get the time needed to be able to get back to full strength.
Yeah, Vaughn just took Borg to town. There really wasn't another way to get around it. Able to stall out that point by itself, but 3Z Breezy here with a scoring opportunity.
Ooh, blocked away by You Already Lose yet again. Bells taking it on the other side, slowed up by that triple take. Comes back on through. Bells trying to set up for another. 3Z Breezy going in. Not going to be able to push it in for the goal, and still holding on for the time being. 3Z Breezy currently finds himself staggered. Could be the victim himself, looking to push it forward on towards Vaughn. Bells with the slashing strike, just takes it straight forward, and will be able to send it home for the Sad Boys. Another point to them.
Feels like Bells and Vaughn, I feel like, are getting away with absolute daylight robbery. It feels like Last Call finding an incredibly advantaged position, and then just one strike war win from Bells or Vaughn, and all of a sudden they just nab the point away right out of Last Call's hands. And you just got to feel for Last Call right now. It feels like they're definitely struggling, despite really good play, honestly, from all three members. But hey, that's the way it is. You got to lock it down against one of the best duos in the North American Strikers League if you want an opportunity to beat the Sad Boys. And they're not looking bad today, Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, you do not want to have to go up against the Sad Boys as they look to avoid a negative record in Nassau. That is not a time that you want to have to face against this squad, as they are so good. Coming up clutch once again in their opportunity to be able to get back to 50-50. Dashing forward, looking for the barrier, not finding it. Flip used as well out of Bells. Not able to secure the core with it, but that damage onto Borg really keeping him from being a major participant. Triple take not going to be enough. The big finish not enough either. They will be able to find the second barrier. You Already Lose. Still holding it down on the defense. Bells staggered but not breaking. He wants to hold true and find that goal. Will be forced to fall back eventually, but now Vaughn with an opportunity, waiting for the Rose Warp to come back up. Gets a KO off of the flip. And now with that power play and Bells back into a healthy state, just trying to get the pass over from You Already Lose, resetting it off the center. Vaughn goes in with the Rose Warp, putting into a position for Bells to be able to finish it off. Not coming through yet. Bells falling back as Borg gets back onto the field with the respawn. The bounce comes through. Big finish trying to catch it out of the air. Not going to be able to find it. 3Z Breezy with an aggressive opportunity on towards the other side. Goes in for the above and below. Not going to be able to find the core on that one. There's Bells just waiting up at the top corner. Going to be sent through. Borg going in for the power chord. Not connecting as Vaughn sets up for another play. There's the Oni's blade out of Bells. He's got the flip available. Doesn't use it. It will get held onto. You Already Lose. Pass it back over to Vaughn. The reset once again for the Sad Boys as they look to make this offense work. 3Z Breezy snags it off the back of the flip. But now it's reset by Vaughn yet again. And you can see they're just setting up this triangle, going for the same play over and over again. And Frightfully Fresh keeps defending it. But Last Call, they're using resources and they're not able to break the pattern.
Yeah, it just feels like right now, Borg and You Already Lose just cannot find any scoring opportunities, let alone getting the core past midfield. Breezy, unfortunately, whiffing the flip means it's just going to be extended even longer right now. The Sad Boys, despite making a clinical offense, is also making a clinical defense right now.
Yeah, I mean, but Frightfully Fresh has done a great job of holding on to it, and finally, Breezy will get the opportunity, able to push it in towards the bottom, and will be able to find the goal.
Yeah, as soon as I say that, just Caster's Curse, I think You Already Lose, unfortunately, strikes a little bit too early, does not have the cooldown to catch it when it does go by his feet, but that's still just the point. You know, Vaughn here does not actually have any evasive here, so he might be the target here of some damage, but Last Call have tried that before and it has not worked, but it might be a different story now.
For sure. Breezy, taking it forward. Borg, looking for the barrier on the bottom, will be able to get it. Frightfully Fresh, keeping up the defense on the other side. Bells is behind him, but as long as that core doesn't make its way over into the Zentaro, that's going to be plenty worth it. Bells taking it up towards the top. Nice defense from Frightfully Fresh, not getting faked out by the slice and dice. And will be able to hold on to both barriers. Flip comes out from Borg. Defended back away from Vaughn. Over towards Bells, who's looking for the barriers yet again. You Already Lose gets it down towards Vaughn. That's going to be one barrier for sure. Looking for the hit stun to be able to take it into two, but the Flip going to clear it back out over towards You Already Lose. Bounced off the center. Vaughn resetting at the bottom. Bells has the Flip available for himself. It will start moving up towards the top. Not going to be able to get into his hands as he finds himself staggered. Will get sent away. Goes in for the Flip. Takes the shot directly, but Frightfully Fresh fends it off yet again.
I mean, this guy's playing a ranged goalie, right? Like, Fresh is... I feel like Fresh is able to hold it down so much, using so many misdirections, so many triple takes and everything like that to just keep Sad Boys on their toes. And they are getting the goals here, and Breezy now has to help defend as well.
Yeah, You Already Lose, getting it back over to Vaughn. There's going to be the Thunderstruck out of Borg. Taking it again. You Already Lose, passes it back up towards the top. Bells trying to mix things up yet again. Goes in for the slashing strike at the top, sends it down towards the bottom, and Snare Drums going to stop any scoring chance out of Breezy here. Bells takes it back away, using the rush, goes into the Oni's blade, fended off again by Frightfully Fresh as Vaughn duking it out with Breezy on the other side. A good scoring opportunity here for Breezy, but You Already Lose uses the perfect pitch, still not out of it yet. Bells will hold on, goes in for the dash, has the Flip, but not going to be able to use it in time. Breezy still waiting to try to get another shot at poking it in past You Already Lose. Circles come in, form a Venn diagram, neither gets their way on towards the core. Bells dashes up towards the top, goes in for the Flip, sends it to the center. Borg able to defend. Breezy with a scoring opportunity, trying to send it through. Bells comes in again. Not going to be able to find it there, but really pushes it through. Oni's blade into the strike. And another goal comes through for the Sad Boys.
That was like a 3-minute point, right? That felt like that point took forever, and I'm just shocked. Unfortunately, just the triple take, barely wrong, but all of a sudden there's just going to be a an open barrier here, and that's an 8-second goal. That's an 8-second goal.
8-second goal. There goes. Okay.
Cool.
Sad Boys. They're going to take the set real quick there. They get first pick of the draft. I mean, all you, Brickbat.
Well, Catalyst. That's Catalyst on the Zentaro, and another incredibly strong awakening for the Zentaro. You get so many hits on Zentaro with your ult, with your primary, and because of that, the Catalyst stacks up so fast. You get so much value out of it that you do get Flip so often. You could get a Flip literally like 8 seconds into the set. That being said, size is going to the way of Breezy, always something that you'd love to have on the Kazan. And I think those are kind of the two big pips ups. Oh wait, no, Unstoppable on Frightfully Fresh. I mentioned it at the beginning of the game. It's going to be incredibly good against the Zentaro and Estelle, as they don't really have ways to score without hit stuns. So being able to basically just say, nope, I get one free interaction is something that is going to make this defensive Finny even more defensive. So that might give Last Call the opportunity they need to come back this game.
And there's going to be the push forward for a shot at the closeout. You need to be able to get this one set, and that'll be it for the day. Another day in the office for the Sad Boys as they look to get themselves up to 1-1. Nice shot from Borg, fended away by You Already Lose again. Getting maximum value off that strike shot, and now getting the numbers advantage as well. Taking it up towards the top. Breezy not going to be able to get involved in this one, and there's another setup, the Flip from Bells, and they finish it off. 1-0 Sad Boys in set number 3.
Yeah, there's a flip from Bells, something that we're going to see a lot more of this set. That being said, a small energy awakening right now for 3Z Breezy and Frightfully Fresh, but the two defensive members here of Sad Boys will have their flips up soon, so this is not going to last too much longer.
Yep. Dribbling it back and forth. 3Z able to find one of those barriers. Supernova channeled by Borg gets the bounce across the center. Bells still trying to set up with those rushes, has so much range on it. Just continue to be able to put himself in position every time and keep things on this left side third of the map. Borg taken so low, taken down. Vaughn without the flip available, going to be happy to secure that power play. Bells nearly able to push it through. Frightfully Fresh able to fend it away and go elusive at the same time. The triple take connects onto both members, and now very risky position for the Sad Boys. They can't even push for that second barrier. They're at risk of getting taken down. Good damage on towards Bells, who is right back into his safe space inside the enemy goal arc. Pushed in again from 3Z Breezy, looking to keep them low. 3Z going to lose a huge amount of stagger, but does find the barrier. Bells still struggling to do the same on the other side. Goes in for the rush, very low on stagger. There's the bounce off the center. 3Z Breezy looking to close things out. Pass it back to Borg. Borg through the legs of Vaughn will find a 1-1 scoreline.
Good mix-up, actually, from the forward duo here of Last Call. I was not expecting that at all. On top of that, the core speed from the power chord sent it right past Vaughn's piercing shot. So good, an excellent mix-up, honestly, from the side of Last Call. That's something that I'd like to see a lot more of so far this series.
That's what you're going to need to be able to find scores. I mean, these traditional offensive setups have not been able to make their way through these goalies, at least not in this game. So has been leading to some very long sets. Does mean that you need to get some of those mix-ups on through, and what Bells is able to produce on his own with the Zentaro has worked out eventually, but it's taken a lot of work. It's taken a lot of reps.
Yeah.
See if they're going to be able to come up with anything a little bit more spicy as they look to close out game number 2. Good job of keeping things together, though. Borg coming in from the bottom. There's going to be the approach from 3Z. Goes in for that maddening descent. Gets good damage on towards Bells. Bells now going to be staggered. An opportunity to throw it away, but knocked aside by the big finish. And 3Z Breezy caught on the other side. KO found. Nice move there. I think that was Frightfully Fresh who got credit for it, as they've got a power play now for the side of the Last Call. Will they be able to finish things off? Still just trying to brawl with them. Vaughn and You Already Lose able to hold on, though, until Bells can respawn.
Oh, what a good angle, and looks like now it's going to be an open net, but Frightfully Fresh hasn't had trouble defending these before, so Bells and Vaughn not quite out of the woods yet.
Oh, wow. What a great setup there. And Caster Curse comes through again, but Vaughn, just watching the core off of that big finish, intercepts it, passing play up to Bells, in towards the bottom corner, where Frightfully Fresh can't get to it. Such well positioning and such a good shot there, pieced together by the Sad Boys. Now 1 goal away from a win.
I just can't believe that was a really rough
That was
one.
an all-timer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just good play from Sad Boys. Frightfully Fresh, even with the unstoppable, basically negating the biggest win condition that Estelle has, still, they've been finding, goalie will eventually, mess one thing up, and Sad Boys have been taking advantage of that. So, despite that, I feel like Fresh has been able to hold still pretty valiantly, but we'll see. He needs to hold a little bit longer here for Last Call.
Good right there from Bells, going to force Frightfully Fresh to use the flip as the Slice and Dice had stopped the core, but they do find the KO. It's a good chance here for Last Call. They got an open goal and a power play, and they will get into the bottom corner where You Already Lose cannot reach it. 3Z Breezy takes us to point number 5 on set number 3.
Yeah, and a critical point for Last Call, but we've been here so many times, and every single time, Sad Boys have been the one to come out on top. So with 1 goalie barrier going down, Last Call need to break the script right now, or else they're going to find themselves taking the loss here in the series.
Yeah, series point here for the Sad Boys. Chance to close things out. Will Last Call be able to manifest the defense? There's going to be that triple take off of Vaughn, taking very low, nearly sending him into the goal and taking a barrier while they're at it. Borg resets with the Supernova. KO found by 3Z Breezy. Flip from Borg. They want to be able to stay in this game. Frightfully Fresh doesn't get his hands on the core in time, and it will be able to take that barrier. An open goal now available for the Sad Boys. They do manage to bait out the flip out of Bells. is very low here, and now stuck on the other side. Breezy coming in to try to finish him off, but it's Vaughn coming in with the aggression of the Crystal Thorns. You already lose, clears things back up towards the top board, fighting for it with Vaughn. It will go back into the hands of Rightfully Fresh, as there's the spin from Breezy, keeping the pressure on towards Vaughn. Bells on the bottom, setting up with the rush, going in for the 1v1. Vaughn comes in for the assist. Rightfully Fresh fends it away yet again. Will keep holding on, but Bells redirects it to the bottom and closes things out for the Sad Boys. 3-2 in the final set. Well fought by Last Call, but the Sad Boys will walk away with a 2-0 finish and a 1-1 scoreline in Nassau.
Yeah, and hey, Sad Boys win yet another series, another piece of history into their their big collection of wins. Another win in their big collection of wins here. Business as usual for them. That being said, that was a 0.5, and I feel like we've seen so many 0.5 sets in this series so far. So despite walking away with a 3-0 loss, I feel like Last Call was definitely competitive in this situation, especially props to Frightfully Fresh on that Finny. Feels like they were able to get so many saves despite so much pressure put on him, and on a goalie that I feel like, historically not something that you pick to hold it down forever. But again, Frightfully Fresh showing us why he's one of the two Finnies in contention for best Finny goalie in the world. And 250 redirects, 78 saves actually from the side of Frightfully Fresh. Well played overall, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to overcome what Sad Boys had to bring out today in the series.
Yeah, I think a good showing from Last Call, though. And this game was closer than the series score represents, for sure. Especially game number 2. This consistently going to open goals on both sides. Consistently going to overtime. Really able to fight for it for a long time. But just not quite able to come up with the goals at the end of the day. A really good, consistent offense there from Bells and from Vaughn. You got to give it to them for being able to continuously reset, continue to keep that pressure. Great defense, especially on a goalie like Finny. Ends up coming through from Frightfully Fresh, but it just is not enough at the end of the day, and eventually they do manage to push things through and come up with the win.
Yeah, and I mean, just look, I think it's crazy as well. I mean, look at the KO line. That's a Finny of Vice, and yet they were still not able to match the KOs of a Zentaro, a Mako, and an Estelle. I think that just speaks a story in and of itself. I mean, just so much damage from what isn't really a KO composition from the Sad Boys, able to just match the damage from two insanely high damage characters. So honestly, props to Sad Boys. They played very well in the day. Props to, able to, get a well-deserved series win, putting them here at 1-1 in the regular season. But I think that's going to be it from us, Gordo. But we got to see some two good series, got to see even the teams that lost kind of, it seems like they are trying to find their footing here, and they are getting to that point. We'll see what they look like halfway through the season here, coming into, week 4, week 5. Definitely excited to see it. But for now, we've got more series coming up. I believe we've got Bang Bang and Showtime coming up next. But before we outro, do you have anything else to say, Gordo?
No, been a fun day. Thanks for hopping on with me, Brickbat. We'll be back next weekend, I'm sure, or somewhere or other, not necessarily in the same block, but we'll be around. And yeah, shout out to the next casters coming on in just a second. We'll be back in a few.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 4, Week 2. Just a couple minutes ago there, we had seen Last Call play against Sad Boys there. Seems that Sad Boys have taken a 2-0 in the last series there, but, you know, still hanging in there as this is a big league here. I'm joined here by Dendar, and I'd like to hear a little bit about what our next match is, Dendar. What you got to say to me?
Well, we've got Bang Bang versus Showtime.
Oh, he exploded. Anyway, we do have. He's right.
A Siege Machine.
Oh, nice. He's coming. Is he back? Oh, he's almost
Am I back?
Are you back? I'll let you see if you're back.
All right, we're back in this game, Adrenaline Rush Siege Machine. I didn't get to check the map because apparently we're having some technical difficulties. Hopefully it's a little bit better now.
Oh, no. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to Night Market, and we do have Adrenaline Rush and Siege Machine, you know, Bang Bang, Showtime. Yeah, should be an interesting one here. This is a big roster match, names that everybody has seen before here. Dendar, are you back? What's good?
Well, we can certainly attempt to hope so.
I'm sad. But yeah, getting on here, we have only Fudgy Waffles and Megaverse taking the Siege Machine, giving a little bit of creation duration, projectile distance, kind of a good all-around perk. Gives you a little bit of everything for creation characters. Really great to see here. And huge rosters, like I said here. We've seen Shanzu do some insane stuff a little bit earlier on. The Joker now playing a lot of Brawler now, a little bit of a role swap there. Megaverse sticking to the goalie as well. And now, man, Gramella, Fudgy, and Drew with a super strong team as well. So an exciting match coming up here as both barriers are going to go down inside of Bang Bang. It's going to be a rough spot. Actually, sorry about that. It's actually Showtime. I'm walking backwards here. All right, cool. Dendar, thoughts?
Well, I like the team comps here. The Kai and Kazan, I think, is going to be really great to sort of get around some of the Rune shenanigans. However, that said, the core goes around the Rune pillar there. But Rune is one of those characters on that map where if they get that awakening, like Monumentalist or Timeless Creator, that'll help them close down that lane. That could be really suffocating for the enemy offense. And we also see the Era X here, who great combination, especially in these tight corridors where an Era Tornado can really shut things down, or an X given some size could really cause some chaos just like that. A quick kill and a quick barrier. We'll have to see if this defense can survive.
Absolutely, indeed. As you said, the demonic combo of X Era usually followed with a little bit of Mako action or something to at least, like maybe now, to support X even more. But yeah, getting a nice kill with the Bull Rush X Maximus as usual. We're going to see a whole lot of that from Joker. They're going to try to main deck kills here as the Adrenaline Rushes are certainly going to come into play. And it's an interesting pick here to see Megaverse on Rune. I know he does play Rune in general, but a really kind of a forgotten pick as of recent. Rune kind of maybe the worst character in the game right now. I don't know. It's possible Finny is showing up in that spot, but yeah, going to keep it a little bit even here as we have 1-1 right now, landing the Banish onto the core. Is going to give them a little bit of advantage here. Joker's in X Maximus, going to not get too much off of that. Megaverse has flipboard defensive uses here. Shanzu using the Bewitching Beam on to Drew and keep a little aggression there nullified. We're not going to see a flip here. We are going to see both the flip and a loss of a barrier. Unfortunate for Megaverse. Is coming back really fast, though. Shanzu is going to be able to defend it here. Now we have Big X coming in hot, but we got a 2v1 here with Drew and Garmella. It's going to be a little too much for Megaverse to handle there. And it's like, it's kind of wishy-washy with Rune. It's like, if you get the pillar up and it's solid, it'll block anything no matter what. But if it's a little bit too close, it blocks almost nothing. It's crazy like that.
It is certainly difficult when you have those multi-hits against Rune, because those pillars, while they do form and block the multi-hits, if you have to stop a multi-hit yourself, it can be quite difficult as you don't have that ability to really stuff it out with something like an Asher Primary or maybe a Dubu Log. But here we do see Joker trying to get stuffed.
Agreed. Give him a second here. All right, continuing on, Joker definitely getting stuffed a little bit, getting hit with a bunch of abilities. Currently at stagger, grabs an orb to regen up a little bit here. Both barriers down for each side here. Bang Bang gets scored on though, so Showtime's bringing it to a 2-2 in this current set here. actually relatively even. I mean, everyone's level 3 here. Everyone's participating pretty actively. So, man, this is kind of not really what we want to see if you're Bang Bang, though, because it's like X-Era's slow start. But if they take the first set with X-Era, it is so much worse for you. If X gets going faster, that's even more awakenings he gets to have. So it's a rough spot.
Yeah, it really is, especially if Grimella falls behind a little bit, right? That Kai, pretty vulnerable in terms of the stagger department. Joker can start taking over the game, and a KO attempted on Drew. This X-Era comp, like you said, is getting the kills early, is getting the adrenaline rush procs, and with that speed, they're looking to convert into the barrier here, but Grimella and Fudgy are holding for now, a flip used, and they will hold until the respawn comes in.
Yes, sir. Good job here from Fudgy Waffles. Yeah, holding it down quite a bit. The Rhythm Strike giving you a little bit of extra range, doing such a great job here. Okay, actually, the Maelstrom's going to knock Fudgy out of the drum and bass. We're going to have... All right, Megaverse going to get a little bit of control here with Xianzu. Going to try to dig it out of the corner. Pillar's not going to do all that much here. Drew has a shot. Yeah, the crooked leverage is going to be... Oh, man. I'm not like a Kazan hater, but like that move is so good. I can't explain how good that move is. It's just... Anyway, so good.
Yeah.
Got Grimella.
Great move and a great pilot with Drew, and of course Grimella, first pick here, has a chance to take the chrono boost for himself or maybe deny some damage, but I think there's too much trouble on the other side to think of denying something like the Stinger. Maybe that'll come in, but no, just pass down. Good awakenings for everyone here, especially the Orb Ponder, something to look out for. Joker with 2 forms of CD refund, the Orb Ponder and the Adrenaline Rush now. Looking to be quite scary heading into this round, and of course the Stinger picked up by Xianzu to take it away from a potential pick later on, but I think Bang Bang clutching out that first set, really important, like you said earlier, buys a lot of time against the X-Era.
Absolutely, and yeah, like also you were saying that this Awakening draft had seemed relatively, I mean, it's pretty powerful. Everyone got a great Awakening. Unfortunately, little Xianzu getting the Stinger is just certainly a big deny here. It does not do all that much for Era. But, I mean, something big like Hotshot on Megaverse is really great. And yeah, the Orb Ponderer for the Joker is actually a little bit unusual, but not unusual, but more like not seen too often, but it's quite powerful. And X Maximus is going to go a little bit crazy here. He's not going to be able to sink it in there just yet. Good job for Drew and Fudgy Waffles keeping that aggression off. Grimella finally comes back, full cooldowns, blasts it on through that Rune Pillar Megaverse, making a play for just a moment here. As we can see also, we got actually eject button Rune, which is something, man, I've wanted to try this for a long time, but we're going to see how it works right now. Honestly, doing a solid job here. Drew can't seem to land it past Megaverse just yet, though. His overdrive is going to come in there, and man, gonna get it instantly. It's like a second over overtime. Already got the launch of the perfect pitch there, and Fudgy Waffle is gonna grab that one for the side of Bang Bang.
Yeah, true to the name, Bang Bang, and with a bang. That's the goal in overtime as it ticks over. Something that's pretty hard to react to with the cast time on Megaverse's abilities, and of course the cooldowns being spent, as well as Grimella making use of this chrono boost speed quite well here on a map like Night Market. Having control of the center, having control of the speed is so important to push down the lane, and we're seeing it right here. Great saves from Fudgy Waffles to keep it away from the barriers. One will go down to Joker as Joker pushes in, but the offense from Joker and Xianzu isn't quite coming together here.
Yeah, it's a tough spot there, but really good flip, good wait from Fudgy Waffles. Just It is a little guessy when it comes to flipping. When somebody's kind of directly on top of you, you kind of just like try your best to wait for their strike or whatever like that. Joker didn't strike, but Fudgy Waffles just kind of guessed the timing. Good job on him to get it past. No problem there. The storm's coming in hot, but oh, Fudgy Waffles just waits just a hair too long there, unfortunately, to lose the barrier in that spot. Joker really right on the front lines here. Xianzu actually kind of went back and got the speed boost. Possibly could have scored there if they stayed forward, but they're going to make a different kind of approach here as Megaverse is going to deny that one away with the anomaly. We're going to have Megaverse grab the ball here, going to banish Drew, and Joker's going to grab another kill. Super fast adrenaline rush at speed, X Maximus flip. I mean, my goodness, this guy has everything in this moment. Fudgy Waffles was, I mean, that's kind of going to be a checkmate spot, but yeah, it's only going to be 1-1. Keep it at even right now in this set.
Yeah, and actually really incredibly played by Joker with that extra speed. Fudgy threw the snare drums upwards to try and catch Joker. A desperate attempt, of course. But Joker just outplayed it, walked around it, and in this point too, 2 barriers gone in an instant, and Joker is looking to be that scoring threat, looking to get the set, but Drew on the other side is looking for the barriers.
Yeah. Really close call from Joker and Grimella's interaction there. Grimella almost had been sacrificed to the Blood God as Joker is trying to get just more and more adrenaline rush here. Just keeping it in the top corner. They're trying their best to get it out of here. Grimella cannot get any health regen there, and is unfortunately going to die to the Bewitching Beam, and Joker and Xianzhu are going to push this big offensive push on here. Megaverse dropping a couple more anomalies here. Joker is finally staggered. Can they make some use of this? Grimella maybe with the barrage? Oh man, did not seem to land that one there. Joker kind of spinning in place, but boy, is actually just dodging a bunch of abilities here. And the pressure just continues for the side of Showtime as they're... Joker's not going down, and in fact, they're just kind of wasting abilities on him at this point, and they finally get him. A barrier's going to go down, and can they sink this one? Bang, bang, absolutely yes. The, hold on, here it is. Not top spin, pop-up, it's pop-up. He gets it with pop-up, I'm a genius.
Yeah, and Megaverse didn't flip there, which is both a curse and a blessing, right? They could have scored and made it 2-1 in their favor, but having that flip for this point is also pretty important, especially with Xianzhu having that resource as well. Drew looking for a flip, looking for the barriers with Grimella. The defensive flip by Megaverse into a banish will get it out of there.
Yeah, that was definitely really unorthodox, but I guess like the safest thing you could do, even if it costs most of your abilities. Really cool angle there from Drew, but doesn't sink that one. And Xianzhu's going to have this flip here defensively and probably going to use it. Man, that was close. Going to bet all of their trust that they can get it out without using this flip, because they might actually really need it to take this point home here, though. Xianzhu and Joker finally get an offensive push here. Double flip on board. Man, Grimella gets it in, though. Grimella playing a really great midfield. Fudgy Waffles moves forward to try to bait a little bit of offensive pressure there. Megaverse gonna have a shot here at the top. Okay, actually gonna keep it. Xianzhu's grasp here. Joker actually breaks the side of the Mako ult instantly. The flips are not coming out here. Xianzhu with just about no health. Overtime once again shows up, and it's gonna be a tough spot here. And I mean, Showtime's got to make something happen.
Yeah, they take the barrier, but now they have to be careful because Drew shot to the top side and Megaverse doesn't quite have the move speed to get there with the current awakenings. A great play by Drew. It's 3-1 in the set, and another set here for Bang Bang, looking to close it out 3-0, not trying to give the X era any room to scale. And even here, they have some great options in the draft. 1-2 punch for the Kazan, or maybe the Rampage deny away from Joker, but probably the 1-2 punch. No, goes for the size instead, the immediate size with Recovery Drone. But that means Rampage is passed down to Joker. That is room to become a little bit huge, and Among Titans passed down potentially as well. Monumentalist not taken in favor of the Among Titans to try and buff up Joker as much as possible.
Yeah, big awakenings here, big size coming out here for both of the brawler characters, and we're gonna see if Joker can get all the size that they're looking for. I mean, this, on paper, this is what you would expect from X era. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but in theory, it's like, oh, you win both sets against X era. Now the third set is when things get even, or balanced, or maybe out of hand, in fact, as X era might go insane. As we can already see that Drew, though, is kind of making it happen himself. Bang Bang going a little bit crazy right now. Megaverse holding it down until he can't. Unfortunate spot there. Something to keep out for. Megaverse did decide to take Monumentalist, which sometimes makes pillars harder to, you know, squeeze them in the right spot to make them solid. So I'm interested to see how that one works out.
Yeah, and right there, Mega Striker is not a game with many laggy moves, but Rune Banish is possibly the laggiest among them, and Megaverse getting caught out using it in the midfield there. Unfortunate for Showtime, but if you're Bang Bang, you'll take those. But Showtime will take that KO. Adrenaline Rush proc for Joker as well. Look at the X Maximus going right in. Both barriers taken already, and Joker has flip available.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. In this whole series so far, it feels like Joker has gotten a kill, gotten the Adrenaline Rush, pushed as hard as possible, but it's actually Bang Bang that's taking most of the points here. It's just the defense is looking super strong, stronger than it feels for the side of Bang Bang. So I cannot count them out at all, as they are currently indeed winning here. We're gonna have a flip from Megaverse to try to get his Joker here to again dig it out of the top corner here. Xianzhu get a chance to hit the ball. Joker keeps it on the top side. The Maelstrom's not gonna get a kill or the ball either. The Bewitching Beam also gonna dodge, but X Maximus is gonna knock everyone out of the way and the ball into the goal. Okay, we got actually 0 stacks. They did end up killing Joker. He's got 0 stacks on both items here, so this is a Bang Bang moment, I think.
Yeah, it's Bang Bang's game to win here. 2 more points, and they avoid any potential further draft. They take the game, a 1-0 lead. exactly what they want, and with Drew having meter with the resources, it is definitely a possibility. Grumella, of course, so much speed on this Kai. A banished core, though, is a bit awkward as Shianzu keeps it forward, and Drew trying to use his flip but can't quite get any value out of it. And now Joker and Shianzu are trying to play, but Grumella's Kai barrages have been stuffing any sort of offense.
Yeah, just Grumella just in the right place at the right time, the right cooldowns, just doing a really good job of resource management and positional advantage here. Megaverse trying to, man, even the Monumentalist rune, it sometimes just isn't enough. Yeah, it does. You don't have Cast to Last, you don't have Timeless. Timeless no longer exists. I think that was Rune's probably best awakening, and yeah, the Barrage plus Drew just sending in the top spin. I mean, that is, Grumella had flip for this moment as well. It was going to be nearly unwinnable for Megaverse, but it's just, it's possible that the Rune goalie is, even with all these creation and awakenings, is not enough to deal with something like the speed of Kai and the range on Kazan.
Yeah, and the I guess tough part is there's a lot of multi-hits on the Kazan and the Kai, and those multi-hits can just power through the rune pillars before they form. And I think Dendar mentioned that before he got sent to the Shadow Realm. But that's one of the weaknesses of Rune, especially the Rune goalie, and we're seeing it in full display. I think Bang Bang drafted around it quite well, and a flip miss from Megaverse. That might be a disaster because Grubella and Drew and a power play might be the end of this game.
Yeah, both cooldowns done from Megaverse. Nothing left. Power play activated. Almost dies. Drew has size. I mean, bars and whatnot, but oh yeah, okay. Not even enough bar to evade if Megaverse was going to try that. A great Giga Blast from Grumella. Again, the positional advantage, top side Giga Blast is just going to get that one in there. And two barriers. We can still see the last little frame here. Two barriers still up for the side of Bang Bang. And that was, we'll go ahead and say that's a how you beat X era moment.
Yeah, and just a masterclass of working around the Rune, working around the X era. Grumella, I think, performing very, very notably that game, and we'll have to see if they could do it in the next game, because Bang Bang, they're 1-0 in the season. They would like to make it a 2-0.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, this is it. This is the big one. This is Nassau, Strikers League. I mean, this is where you want to perform. This is where you want your scrims to, reach their fruition. All of your hard work coming in hot. And I really hope that this wasn't I picked Rune angle, or like, I don't know. Of course, I'm not going to say like, oh no, it was just a goalie. But like, I don't know. I don't know. It's like Rune shows up and things get kind of weird. I want Rune to be viable. I have more hours in Rune than I have in any other character. But man, is it hard? Is it hard? And we had a eject button Rune in that one, so I don't know if that was. I saw him eject maybe like twice in like a oh, we have to eject spot now, or like, oh, I'm forward, we can go forward back. But I don't know. It does give you 50% CDR, but it just doesn't feel as powerful as it could be. I don't know.
Well, speaking of Rune, we have a bit of a Rune expert with us, Dendar. What are your thoughts?
Oh, hit it.
And this Megaverse guy, they banish the enemies and they banish me before the game even starts. I mean, I didn't even get to cast that one when my favorite character's on the screen. On your eject button topic, though, I feel that against a team with that many multi-hits, something like a momentum boost could be a little difficult to get stacking up and get into the fray. And then Strike Shot, with it being such a close quarters map, sometimes it can get body blocked by people. So the eject button, I don't think is necessarily a wrong pick. It does give you that little bit of forward presence that you feel like you might need sometimes, especially when your team gets pushed up a lane, you have speed gate control, and all of a sudden there's a Rune in front of your goal, two pillars, what can you do? But there, it just did not seem to work out quite how you wanted it to. But as we go into this next game, I did get to catch a good bit of that game, and I did like what I was seeing. And although the X-Era comp did not quite scale how it needed to, I think there was definitely a lot of potential there, so we might see something like that get picked up again. Do we happen to know what the next map is, or the awakenings for that, or are we figuring that out right now?
Looks like it could be Clarion Test Chamber, Night Market, Atlas Lab. So it actually is going to be the Atlas Lab here. And we have a little bit of Orb Ponder, and again, we have some creation showing up. Monumentalist. Surely we'll see a now ban, because no one trying to deal with Monumentalist now at this point in time. I actually have a Kazan ban first off. Okay, yeah. So there's the now ban, no problem. This is kind of like a So now it's like Monumentalist. I think Monumentalist era is kind of like a big change. Like when you get Monumentalist on era, you like become so strong in a lot of situations. Being able to like, Asher's Path Splitter. I mean that Monumentalist era, that's Path Splitter. I'll tell you for sure. So if they want to try era again, I think it's like a solid spot, and maybe they have their shot. Yeah, you could be right. We could see another X era spot.
It's definitely an interesting era angle, especially with Monumentalist in those pockets. It's already so hard to defend those pockets sometimes, and when you have a massive Maelstrom just coming through, pushing everybody aside, it feels like it's impossible to defend that without potentially dying in the process. However, we do see Mako and X as the first pickups here. That's interesting. They've recognized that Estelle has been picked up for the other team. That midfield slot has already been taken, so they don't have to take the era right away for that X. They can take the Mako, a strong defensive goalie here, especially with Orb Ponderer, a great awakening when you're in the goal box because it just helps you refill those cooldowns so quickly since you're always going to have an Orb available. And then with the Asher and the Juliet picked up, I have to imagine that's an Asher goalie. So you've got Juliet and Estelle trying to fight in those pockets. I think that's going to be really, really good, especially with that presence that Estelle has, where even when the black hole is up, that sort of suffocates where the play can happen, and then Estelle can sort of ignore that and just jump in when she needs to or throw out a piercing shot. I have to imagine the era is the last pick here, and well, there it is. Well, X does have some cooldowns. That Orb Ponder is going to give more X Maximus, which that is a huge tool for scoring KOs, scoring barriers, anything you could really need. So I do like this comp pickup and how they approached this draft here. However, X versus Asher goalie is a matchup we have seen be a bit difficult for X. You can't just force your way through against that barrier beam, that path splitter. And with the CC reduction on that secondary, it can be really difficult to score when you need to sometimes. So we're really going to have to see that midfield come to life here and be another scoring opportunity for their team. But as far as these drafts goes, I like both of these teams. I think the bans are both reasonable. We'll just have to see which team comes out on top here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Drew, definitely a master of the Kazan, as we have already seen a couple different times, and getting that one out of there, getting any now monumental stuff out of there for sure. I think everything that has happened so far, as far as picks and bans, makes perfect sense. Xara being kind of like a jack of all trades. Like they have pretty good core control. It's pretty good. It's not like super great. And they have potential to kill in a lot of different situations, especially with Mako as the goalie to support X and everything he wants to do in life. But then we have like the real core control team here with Estelle and Juliet. And if it's gonna be, I don't know, if I feel like if X gets size, it's gonna be really tough to deal with in this specific situation. But I don't know, they're gonna have to try their best to keep it away from X angle, and like you were also saying, dealing with the black hole, having a lot of ranged abilities like Estelle does, it gets you a lot more control of how the black hole will explode or not. Even just like playing around that in most situations, I think it's a good idea to have Estelle in this spot.
I think the theme of this game is going to be speed. The speed that Grimella can pull out to make the offenses happen, or the speed of how quickly Joker and Shianzu can either score some quick kills or barriers with these dash punches and piercing shots to try to not let this X era scale. We'll just have to see which one comes out on top here. Both nets are open. It's a scary situation.
Yeah, for sure. This was only 30 seconds gone by, and we do have both barriers going down. A lot of offensive pressure coming out. Grimella losing all of their health right now, currently staggered, but not a ton of ways to confirm kills for the side of Showtime here. I mean, Dash Punch is pretty good at it. Just Punch is not going to do it, that's for sure. And unfortunately, the breakthrough and the barrier beam is not going to be enough to save that one. And Drew with the X era this time, so they actually switched teams in that spot, are going to be the ones to take the first goal.
We saw Grimilla get low there, and then like piranhas, they swarmed, blood in the water, but I think that may have gone against them, as it turned out their positioning was not perfect after that moment. It gave them a little bit of confusion about who to go where. But right now this path splitter is going to the bottom side. We'll have to see if with that cooldown gone, how Drew is going to be able to score some goals here. But when you have Shianzu backing you up, it definitely is a little bit safer when you have a player of that caliber helping you on the defense, allowing Megdors here to even walk up a bit, but recognizing the situation, seeing their forward is a bit in danger. They back off, reset the play, and now with this Maelstrom gone, this pocket's going to be a little bit harder to take. But with Budgie Waffles, he does have that flip, and Grimella's working on one of their own. we may see this play come to life now that Joker's back in the fray.
Absolutely, power play is over. Fudgy Waffles has flipped. A little bit low on health. Xianzhu certainly is low on health and going to have to try to get a little bit of regen here as they're all going to send up all of their abilities and dodge. Xianzhu being a little slippery snake here does get caught, unfortunately, eventually with the bell ringer plus a little bit of bass and drum action. And now the Joker is alone with Megaverse here on defense, and not too much coming out here as the bell ringer. Okay, actually, Grimella didn't end up striking there to combine combo here with the bell ringer, and we're gonna have the strike shot, gonna make a lot of pressure again for Megaverse, and it's gonna be an actual pass down to Drew with that flip, and is gonna get that one in there. 2-0 right now for Bang Bang, and they have controlled basically every portion of this series so far.
Good awareness on that black hole. That slight spin that it puts on the core could have messed up that pass, but Fudgy Waffles, having played this map probably a million times, recognizes that that's going to happen and sends it perfectly to Drew there for an excellent goal. However, Xianzhu now in a bit of trouble. The inevitability of this X-era comp is definitely coming to life here, where even with very few awakenings and very little time into this game, it feels like there's so much pressure you have to deal with. Just like Joker putting the pressure on Fudgy with that ult to allow them to score that barrier. But Joker has that flip available, but Xianzhu doesn't have much health. We'll have to see which one goes first.
Yeah, that was really good recognition from the Joker there. Actually had the Bewitching Beam coming at him with no health there. He would have actually died if he didn't flip, but gets the flip, gets the evade, gets the point. The Joker on board right there with that super great flip. And that's the kind of gameplay we're trying to see here from the side of Showtime if they're trying to bring this one back.
Gotta agree. However, with that black hole gone, it's interesting because there's sort of two schools of thought here, right? Where you want that black hole up so that you can suffocate where the play is allowed to be. However, when you have a character like Estelle, having an open field is also quite nice to allow them to maneuver around, get to exactly where they need to be with no threat to their health. Just as they threaten this barrier with Megaverse even being able to walk up here with that flip, scary stuff. But Joker needs to watch out or this X might have something to say about it.
Yeah, it's really all on like Fudgy Waffles and Grimella to kind of defend the ball here. Drew playing also not really third goalie, more like attacking Joker in Fudgy Waffles' goal right there. Didn't exactly work out as the Joker is just a little bit low, not dead, and now unstaggered. So I would say like effort futile, but like still one barrier up for each team. It wasn't really catastrophe. And man, Fudgy Waffles is somehow going to whiff that strike there. Drew looking a little bit low right now, extra low, so low, falling off the map, completely staggered. Ball kind of gifted to Joker there through Fudgy Waffles' perfect pitch. Not exactly where we want to see the ball there, and that's kind of an oops moment. And we're going to have an even 2-2 set right now.
That is definitely a big kill because we are 0.5, and that's 0 Orb Ponderer stacks on the table for Drew with that KO. That's going to be big for denying these cooldowns, but Drew denies the life of the enemy midfield with that quick bull rush into punch, very reminiscent of Juliet's dash punch. But with one barrier gone, we'll have to see if they can take the second one during this power play, but Megaverse is holding it down excellently. I feel that even though that you have that very defensive goalie Asher, you still have to pilot it well, and Megaverse is certainly doing just that. However, Drew is trying to potentially pilot another kill for his team here instead of a power play to maybe get this barrier.
Oh, that was the big dash punch right there, getting right through to Grimella. Fudgy Waffles not. It's like it's an interesting situation, right? Because Fudgy was standing in a spot where if Showtime ended up passing, if Bang ended up passing, he would have been in the right spot for it. But he kind of trusted Grimella there to defend the bottom spot, but I mean, dash punch is hard to beat. You have to evade, even if you're the forward in that situation, because if the ball gets past you, it's curtains, it's goal. So, you know, if Fudgy Waffles maybe had a strike shot there, moving down might have been the better situation, just to make sure that the bottom part is defended in that spot. And a couple of good awakenings going out here. Nothing too remarkable, other than maybe the recovery drone onto Joker is quite good. Keep in mind, Fudgy Waffles now has hot shots, so that makes things a little bit crazy for the side of Showtime as well, as there's just going to be constant pressure. Red ball is not something you want to be dealing with if you're kind of slow Asher.
It's a little difficult, though, because if you're that goalie against an Estelle, you might want that unstoppable. Because even if something like the Juliet doesn't have the dash punch, they just have a punch, that's another thing that you can defend against with that single hit. However, instead, with this hot shot, like you said, that's going to allow them to keep the offensive plays very high tempo for their team, which might be what they need to keep it out of this half, almost like a team player in that respect. But another thing to look out for here is a couple stagger pickups here, one by Drew, one by Xianzu. Xianzu most likely trying to stay alive, but Drew, with that very high base stagger, is going to make a lot out of it, just as they make a lot out of that strike, getting a quick goal for their team. But the energy's looking high on both teams, other than Xianzu here, who just has enough to potentially survive.
Yeah, one evade might be just enough to save your life at this spot, but like you said, yeah, a ton of energy coming out. Drew giving a little bit of pass to Grimella, trying to get a little bit extra energy. Both forwards have flipped, now sending it into the top corner. Gonna spend Mega versus Flip there. Unfortunately, gonna lose the barrier in the process, not the angle we're looking for. Joker, kind of looking low here, quite staggered. 4 stacks of Ponderer. They're looking to try to clear that one out. Drew with the Bull Rush, not going to get Megaverse caught out of position there. Going to try to defend both. Oh, yeah, actually, really great barrier beam to defend the bottom side. The Path Splitter going to come out here and defend the goal here. Joker, and again, no health. Drew also kind of at no health, though. But man is able to grab the orb there. It's a really tough spot here for Joker. He has Flip, doesn't want to spend it in this spot. Going to play a little bit of defensive goalie action here. Xianzu going to take the front lines, but it's not going to be enough to get past Drew and Grimella. And yeah, even that situation is just going to be too tough. Drew is he's not even have size, but he's kind of big. He just looks big. When he scores, he's just big.
He is certainly out there, but it can be a little difficult at times. Like, we're seeing Megaverse do these great defensive plays, but there's just so much inevitability, like we said earlier, to have these things happen. You kind of have to shut down this X. But with that little bit of stagger they have now, it feels very difficult to kill them now. You can't get that retribution that you wanted. So now you have to find another way to deny them the play here. And like you said, they are getting big thanks to the help of that Era and the Mako, where it feels like no matter where they are on the field, they have somebody supporting them. Which, when you're at this level of play, normally that's the case anyways, but this is in a different meaning where instead of having a player support you, you have a buff on you. And Joker almost finds out what that buff feels like as they potentially get knocked out by that dash punch, but they manage to survive here. But the barrier does not.
Yep, one barrier left for the side of Showtime here. Bang Bang looking quite good in this current set. Up 2-0 right now, trying to clean this one up. Grab a couple of really great awakenings here. No stagger characters coming out just yet, though. A little bit of damage displayed onto Joker there. Drew, oh, okay, actually Xianzu is going to be the piercing shot master. Going to keep this set alive for the side of Showtime, getting a nice strike there. Alright, not strike, more like a nice piercing shot onto Fudgy Waffles, onto the core, gets that point, and keeps the set alive.
We mentioned earlier how that unstoppable on the goalie could have been a good pickup for exactly that situation. Xianzu, not a player that you can underestimate in this situation, especially on a character like Estelle, where it's all fundamentals. But right now, this barrier taking seems just fundamental for the team, as they've taken 2 in quick succession.
Yep, Bang once again looking really good for this set. 2 barriers down. A little bit of flip onto Fudgy Waffles could make for a really great passing play. The Joker is actually looking quite low. It's a double power play for the side of Bang, and yes, they clean up that set. 3-1 right there. Let's see who the MVP is to grab an important awakening here. Era, cast to last perhaps. A rapid fire might be catastrophic for the side of Showtime. Neither actually show up, but Quick Strike could be what we're looking for. Also, Orb Dancer. Big, it's a couple of big spots here.
This is definitely an interesting draft. I don't disagree with the Quick Strikes pickup. When you have that speed in the midfield as Era, it's going to give you a lot of potential ways to build up more energy to help your team. But 1-2 punch here as the pickup for X, a good deny onto Juliet, forcing them to just take some stagger and some healing. The aerial deny from Estelle, I agree with, plus that extra speed is going to help X move around the field, get in position where they need to. But leaving prime time for Estelle, that is by no means a bad pickup. That is going to be excellent for them in the midfield and the scoring potential. And with that unstoppable down left and right from various abilities, it's going to allow them more chances to pressure both in the midfield and the goal box. But right now they're pressuring Fudgy Waffles, who almost dies to that dash punch. That could have been catastrophic for the team. But one thing I'm seeing here is Megaverse is being extremely patient on these clears. There's a lot of times where they will just walk with the core and wait to recognize the situation and figure out exactly where they want it to go, and that's helping their team immensely on this defense. But right now we need to defend the life of Xianzu, as it's not the barriers that are the only thing going down, they're trying to take them as well.
Yep, Xianzu looking quite low right now. Again, unless there's really X Maximus, there's not too much kills going on here. Drew runs into the black hole, tries to get Xianzu out of there, but not much. going to happen there. Again, spending a couple of abilities to just make it so Xianzhu never regens any health. But Drew, they actually turn it a little bit on Drew here. Xianzhu gets up. Drew is the one to fall into the goal of Bang Bang. And now we have a power play for the side of Showtime, who's going to be looking quite good. Yeah, Xianzhu piercing shot don't even need to hit the core sometimes. You know, it's just enough hit stun to make it so the goalie is just like, can't do anything. I'm stunned, dude. This is a rough spot. Taking the first point in this set, though, is Showtime.
That is definitely a bit of a tough spot, like you said, because when you have that core flip available, you don't want to burn the core flip if it's not going to hit the core, right? That just feels bad. But in that situation, you have to. And I feel like a lot of that could have been prevented with the Awakening picks, like we said. But this hotshot has definitely been good for them. Like, we can't deny that they have been great at getting this core out and helping their team reset the offense, especially with things like that primary that we just saw, where it's not just damage that they're able to throw out, but Joker is able to damage the enemy team's spirits with a quick kill on that dash punch. Now Xianzhu, Megaverse are up, holding back the out clears while Joker gets in there. The snare drum's not quite able to make it. There's a lot that's been burned here. It should make this one barrier defense on both sides a little bit more difficult.
And yeah, as the things are getting definitely a little bit more difficult. Xianzhu, fortunately, going to find themselves in the grave right now. Is this power play going on for Bang Bang? Man, they're going to try to get this barrier through Megaverse, the Joker, but Joker doing a good job of doing a little bit of Juliet midfield action, but the overtime, it makes things so difficult sometimes. Even if you're like Asher, you have size or whatever, it's like still hard. The ball goes a little bit too fast. Now a great dribble here from Joker, going to try to get this one in here. The Maelstrom's not going to land anything. Neither is the dash punch. Not going to get too much out of that. The hot shot coming out, but the piercing shot's going to be the one that stuns Fudgy Waffles and the ball. But Drew going to use the X Maximus to get a little bit of power. Actually, I don't think that was X Maximus. That was just the drum and bass. Drew gets it in there. 1-2 punch. 1-1 in this set.
That 1-2 punch with the overtime gonna send that core flying into the bottom side. While Asher's good at holding down these pockets, once the net is a bit open, it's a bit reminiscent of Atlas, where, well, even though she does have a dash, she doesn't have that reach that other characters might have, and that's a tale that we're seeing for both of these goalies here. Oh, but Drew with an excellent angle of using that 1-2 punch speed to get it around the goalie. And we'll have to see if they can get it in here. Scary situation.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, it does end up flipping a little late. Kind of was deep in there, but maybe part of the plan, because making it so you can get it around the barrier there, but that huge flip on the Bewitched core is actually just going to be too small to do anything about for poor Megaverse, going to try to just barrier beam instead of flip. Really good shot there by Drew, and if Bang Bang is trying to take it, they could use a couple more of those.
We see it is 1-2 in this set now, down but not out here, as with that quick KO on that dash punch, the flip is burned. However, that's going to be one less ability to have for the scoring attempt. With Xianzhu taking the first barrier, they may not need it, as Megaverse is even walking up here. This is going to be difficult to get out, and they fail to do so, as now the net is open. The black hole is available to put out some damage. With the recovery drone, it's looking a little difficult to kill Joker, even if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah, the double barrier is going to be really rough for the side of Showtime, though. Almost a great save there from Xianzhu, but Drew actually gets in there with the X Maximus once again. Now we have a dribble situation. The path splitter is actually going to end up missing there, and the snare drum is not going to find its target. And it looks like we're going to have Xianzhu grab another point right past Fudgy Waffles there, unfortunately. And again, this is now a big situation where we have 2-2 in this set. And if the side of Bang Bang takes it, that's just another awakening for X to scale. And that's not what you want to be seeing.
Definitely a difficult situation here, but two quick barriers, difficult for the defense. We'll have to see if they can get it through, but Joker is now the one in control here, getting that first barrier, but a player goes down. This is tough.
And as you have said, a player is gone down. One less person to help hit the ball. It's going to be the side of Bang Bang taking it. X era again, X the MVP. Possible size showing up for X. What is it going to be here? A couple of interesting things. You know, you don't really see X's take a dash awakenings, but I don't know. I'm an X dash awakening believer. I'm not gonna lie. Stacks totally acceptable, and nothing too catastrophic here. Maybe Stinger. Maybe Stinger is what changes the game.
It's interesting because you mentioned the dash awakenings. Chrono Boost used to be a tool that X would use because it gave that extra duration on the ultimate. However, they value the speed from stacks on stacks is going to be a little bit more difficult to pile up here. And we've seen with their Orb Ponder getting reset before, that may be a difficult thing to keep up. However, maybe they're just looking to play a bit more defensively here and get that stacked up and really abuse that extra speed that they're going to be able to get here. However, with heavy impact going to Juliet, I feel like that's going to be even more KOs from those dash punches. And just like that, we see Grimella going down here just to an ultimate, not the dash punch, but I believe that with this power play coming to life, that is going to be a demanding lead for this team, unless they can't get this out before the black hole comes up, and so does the teammate.
And exactly, they do not. We actually have a really great defense there from Fudgy Waffles, actually getting in there, trying not to get dash punched into their own goal, but man, they end up getting dash punched into the opponent's goal as they walk just so far forward. The team player from Xianzu, that's another thing to keep in mind here. Xianzu's going to have a couple of nice back passes here, probably with Megaverse, to make team player just unbearable, but Drew kind of solos that top barrier there. Really important for the side of Bang if they're trying to keep this one alive here. We got a dash punch from Joker, but Fudgy Waffles, I mean, he's kind of out of range for it, but still has to hit the ball, and then she still has her strike. It's kind of a tough situation, even if you're, like, evaded or have unstoppable, because you still have to time your strike to hit the ball correctly. So, tough spot there. Good shot by Joker.
I think a big thing to point out here is Drew has gotten that recovery drone out on the first round of this set. They did have to burn a flip to do it. However, it is just the first round. You will have more time to build up that energy. And with another quick KO, not on the one with recovery drone, just a raw kill on Xianzu there. That's going to be a lot of pressure here in this power play. The perfect pitch does not come out. However, Grimella looking to apply some speed, apply some pressure, but it's Megaverse's flip that's getting it done.
Absolutely, the Megaverse's flip extra fast there due to team player actually was too shocking for Fudgy to get there in time, and now we have a huge offensive push, the bigger offensive push than anything. Grabs a power play on the way over. We have the Maelstrom taking out Xianzu once again. Fudgy Waffles trying to help here with a little bit of offensive pressure here. Grimella kind of standing in place, but yeah, they not only don't get the barrier on the power play, but they lose Drew in the process there, and he's going to lose all his stacks of basically everything. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, it's going to be tough for him maybe to stay alive with this stacks on stacks, and I agree. In fact, the fact that he even had like 130 stacks was like alarming to me. I feel like they probably should have thought about that maybe just a little bit more.
I gotta be honest, that team player overtime, that single strike, that jump scared me a bit. I was not ready for it to go that fast, so I can understand how this enemy defense is struggling with it just a little bit. Like you mentioned earlier, that team player core flip into the top barrier was too fast, and right now, even though it's the side with the Era that has the extra speed and the Mako as well, the speed of this game is not going in their favor, but just like that, Drew makes me shut my mouth. Immediate kill with that bell ringer, and now Grimella is looking on a potential flip here as well as Drew, and with Fudgy having one of their own, that's a lot of resources to defend this point.
Yeah, and that's, oh man, Drew struck the ball and then just walked on top of the ball because Fudgy Waffles has 2 dash awakenings with the drum and bass, plus the slicks, of course. So man, that was very difficult spot there for Megaverse. The speed is truly coming out for the side of Bang Bang, and as we can see, whoa, had a actually great hot shot, perfect pitch there, but it's not going to land the point. But Drew once again with a flip kill. It's really the flip kills that Drew is just landing the whole time out. Xianzu with a really great defense there. Sad Boys coming in hot, not even in this set, but boy, they are alive and well. The ball is going to keep going around the Atlas Lab barrier, and it's going to be the power play's over, but one barrier for each team right now, and Drew looking quite healthy. Unfortunately, it flips a little bit too late. Fudgy Waffles going to lose their barrier, and oh, it's going to be a push here for the side of Showtime now.
Definitely a difficult situation. That barrier is looking juicy, but Fudgy with no energy to defend themselves from an Estelle play doesn't need to, because Drew is looking for the kill on Xianzu here. That could be a huge pickup for their team, but right now the net's open and Fudgy's in a dangerous situation.
Yep. Using the drum and bass, the strike plus drum and bass combo to get the ball kind of out of there. It's kind of just a really great combo when it comes to just making the ball really fast here. Now we have overtime. If we're talking about fast balls, all right, Grimella maybe bailing out Fudgy Waffles in that situation. Kind of do a little interesting self pass there with the black hole as well. The perfect, or not the perfect pitch, the rhythm strike's actually going to make the ball red in overtime here, and it's going to be a tough spot, but Megaverse is certainly holding this one down, and now the fact that it is overtime makes it really hard for a character like X to even dribble. In fact, it's kind of like Estelle is going to be the one benefiting mostly from this overtime, having the most mobility on this field right now, and Drew doing some crazy dribbles on the bottom lane. We got a big flip here, but Joker will actually be defended by Fudgy Waffles. Drew once again trying to dribble, 1-2 punch. Overtime's gonna get the barrier, and what's it gonna be, Dendar?
It's hard to say. The core might be slow, but Drew is looking to make a quick play. Oh, but the angle is not quite there, trying to get around that barrier beam, but adjusts a little too much. Oh my goodness, the bell ringer sends it in. That huge X between, I believe that was both the Era beam and potentially the Mako secondary. He was looking big there, and it was a big play that was made as they tied this up 2-2 going into the set. But we have to take a look at Drew's stacks here. They're at 5 Orb Ponder and 150 stacks on stacks. That is a huge boon for them, and it's instantly gone.
Nice one, Dendar. I didn't know that you were playing for the side of Showtime, but now we do, as we're going to have just a little bit of power play for that same side here. Fudgy Waffle's going to try to make it happen here with the flip, with the snare drum. It's not going to work. Drew not fast enough to get there. No barriers left here, and it's actually match point for the side of Bang Bang, but Showtime keeping this one alive here with the Crystal Thorn. Xianzhu sending all those abilities right at Fudgy Waffle's face. I mean, I'll admit, even if you have Evade and Estelle hits the ball at you, sends the Thorns and the primary, you do need another move. You actually need more than just Strike to beat that. So, perfect pitch would work, but Fudgy Waffles just did not have it in time. So, keeping this set alive, Showtime is, they are definitely 0-1 in the set right now. They need this game more than anything, and they're going to land only a deny. I mean, not really great for Asher, just simple deny as their main pick. I mean, they have Catalyst and Rapid Fire for the side of Bang Bang. I mean, Showtime takes the set, but Bang Bang takes the Awakening draft, in my opinion.
It's definitely a tough call because that Catalyst is going to be terrifying on X. It's going to allow them to protect those stacks a little bit more by having more evade. But wait a minute, Fudgy Waffle's protecting the hopes of their team, getting a quick double barrier there, and Drew's looking to make something happen. I can't even get my words out before the threat of a goal comes through.
Yeah, I mean, that was fast. Drew just, that was really great angle, got the double barrier, had a lot of speed. I mean, that's pressure coming out. I mean, again, we see Fudgy Waffles has 2 dash awakenings. It's hard. Asher's really good at defending, but not when it comes to X having speed. X having size maybe, but speed is definitely just something that kind of no goalie is good with dealing with. So it's like once the scaling happens, like we say, we're in game set 5 here. Everyone has max awakenings. Things get tough. I mean, he's big, he's fast. Look at him go right now. I mean, that wasn't even Adrenaline Rush, but it looked like it was.
It's looking like a little bit of Xtavia there, but it's Grimella who goes down. That speed is going to be denied for a few seconds here as we wait for them to come back. This power play is alive. However, Xianzhu has also picked up Chrono Boost. That's going to give them a bit more presence on this field. But right now, Drew is trying to present them with the edge of the screen, as it is just so difficult to stay alive against an X that is moving this fast.
Agreed. X moving super fast. Grimella also just gets the speed as well. And yeah, really great shot. And actually kind of threads the needle a little bit there from Drew. Maybe the 1-2 punch helping out. But yeah, I mean, the speed hits Grimella too. So it's like, is this balanced? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But either way, we are going to have Bang Bang up 2-0 right now in this current set. And they are up 1-0 in the series. And they're looking at, once again, the match point. Showtime. What can you guys do here? Joker with flip. Drew actually going to try to get a double here with their flip. Megaverse not spending their flip, saves the barrier that time. Man, they're going to put everything into this one.
Xianzhu's looking in a tough situation though. No energy, no health. But Joker trying to use that flip to get a kill is now not going to have it for the offensive here. As right now, Xianzhu needs to play a little defensive, just stay alive. X is looking to potentially take your life, but the barrier taken, the net's going to be open. This is potentially the beginning of a turnabout.
Yeah, really great strike there, or strike shot there from Fudgy Waffle. Their man Drew just takes like 11 hits all in a couple of seconds there. Each player sending their flips, sending their attacks right onto Drew. They do end up getting the kill, reset the stacks, reset the orbs, and Joker is going to land that one through the perfect fit first cast. And this is what Showtime needs. Takes the point, takes Drew's life, no stacks, slower, X. But, I mean, this is where it starts, for real.
I believe that primary animation locked them out of that flip. They could have potentially saved that and kept the play alive, but here we're on to the next one where Joker's already looking a little bit low. This isn't a traditional damage comp in the sense of something like Vice Luna. However, when you have that Era X with all of this scaling, That is 1,000,000 damage that you have to be scared of. And with Drew having a flip available, any hit seems like it can convert into a kill, but instead it's converted into a barrier here as the net is wide open.
It is indeed wide open. Grimella approaches with flip. What can they do? Bewitching Beam is not going to land. Fudgy Waffles defending this barrier for their life. Grimella going to make the biggest final play here. Nope, the flip's not going to land through Xianzu. Going to get that strike up, no problem here. Big pressure on the side of Bang Bang, though. They're not actually going to be able to get it out here through Xianzu and the Joker. Grimella helping out as much as they can successfully. Once again, down to Megaverse on the bottom side here. Xianzu looking a little bit low. If they could end up killing Xianzu, 1 health, doesn't get staggered. Still dodging the bell ringer. Kind of a huge moment here. Everyone kind of waiting. Everyone holding the ball, waiting to see if Xianzu's life will be taken here. Not regenning enough. X's health is kind of returning, and it's not going to be the Crystal Thorns here. What's it going to be, dude?
Oh, it could be 1,000,000 things. It's Joker in the lead here, but Drew with no energy. Perhaps Megaverse will be able to hold it down with a little bit of hit stun. Help from Xianzu, perhaps. But right now, this net is still open, and this core is still fast, and Drew is in control.
Oh, absolutely. Drew is indeed in control in the X Maximus, in the drum and bass. Has 1-2 punch. It's overtime. It's Catalyst. It's full stacks. Man, how many times did Drew get and lose the full stacks of stacks? I mean, maybe 4 or 5 times, going from 0 to 150 in 1 point, basically. That was messed up.
If anything, it just shows how aware Drew is that orbs are an objective there, and that you do have to stack those up. You can't just take that awakening and forget about it. You have to keep that up so that you can keep up your pressure, just as they did. And that was a lot of cooldown reductions that they got from those orbs. Even though they were losing the full stacks, they're still getting value out of it as they're healing up from the pressure of things. Like those dash punches, maybe if they don't kill, it's still a lot of damage, especially once we saw like the bulk up and the heavy impact get picked up there. So even if you don't get to keep it fully stacked, you're still making good use of it, which is the important thing there. And the stacks on stacks, I mean, after a first point, we saw them at 80 stacks out of 150. That's about halfway there. And with how they were playing and how much they were hitting people, it's not like they couldn't stack it up, especially once that Catalyst got online. That was definitely a terrifying situation, and those 12 goals show it, you know? That is not a stat line you just happen to come out of a game with. That is intent, and that is brutality, as they do win that game. And honestly, a spectacular performance.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see that we had X Era in our first game, actually for the side of Showtime there, and it didn't actually end up making that one work out. Bang Bang kind of just, I don't know, played better. Maybe the Awakening somehow come into play there, but then we have Bang Bang taking X Era. They get the Mako, though. The other side was X Era Rune, which is interesting. Rune sometimes does stuff, but that's okay. We don't have to talk about Rune, but we can talk about Mako, as Mako directly supports Era and X the whole time, and supports anyone. But I mean, you give X some size and some speed, and that's it. If X has size or we'll just say mobility, that's it. There's not much you can do about it. So, and that's, I don't know. They just played damn good. Got a good Awakening drafts, good decision making there. Got enough kills to make it happen. Like you said, 12-0. Didn't even get an assist on the one little goal Grimella got there. But, I mean, that's a lot of goals. As 7 kills, I mean, it's not like 15 kills, but I mean, I don't know. That's, oh, I can't do the math right now. You're dead for like 14 seconds or something like that. 14 times 7 is, I'm doing the math. I don't know what it is. I'm going to go with like 124 or something like that. Oh, God. Is it 124, guys? It's not even 124. It's probably like 96. I don't know. Just random numbers thrown out there. What do you think, Dendar? You think I'm right?
In my opinion, math is for the defenders. You have to count your cooldowns. I just got to strike the core. And there, we saw a lot of core being struck and a lot of people being struck. However, it'll be a little bit before we get this next game online. But honestly, one thing I'm looking at is in our next series, I believe we have Bun Bun versus Cosmic Calamities. Am I correct?
Let's take a look here. Yeah, you're right. Bun Bun against Cosmic Calamities.
Before we can get into that, we do have to take a quick break. I see I've opened the stream. I see there's a bit of a technical difficulty here. I am still banished. My voice is coming through, but my camera is not. So we will be taking a quick break to deal with some of those technical difficulties and get this next team match online. Stick around. Welcome back to NASL Season 4, where we are getting into our next game, where we are going to have Bun Bun Bonanza versus Cosmic Calamities. Cosmic Calamities getting a bit of an upset last week as far as the seeding is going, having defeated Demons Raw. While it was not the main Demons Raw roster, that team definitely looked good. So it is definitely not a win that you can look down upon, as they are here to potentially take another one against a very well-known team, Bun Bun Bonanza here. Ivy, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Man, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one here. As Cosmic Calamities is relatively, new to Nassau, right? This team is new to Nassau, so it's going to be. But all the players in here, of course, are quite familiar here. Maybe Natty is like the quote unquote least experienced of the side of Cosmic Calamities in the main roster, but has already shown some pretty strong gameplay as well, and we already know that Bun Bun Bonanza has been a Bun Bun Bonanza for a little bit of time here, as Lilibun Liara and Scyther are just a strong team from the beginning and will be until the end. And we're trying to see if we can have a little bit of an upset here, because I have no doubts that we have Bun Bun Bonanza seated a little bit higher here than Cosmic Calamities, as the whole league might go in theory. But yeah, anything can happen. There's some good players in here, honestly. Some good skill showing up here. I'm curious to see what map they end up picking first. What do you think?
From the stream, it appears, if my eyes are working correctly, that will be an Oni Village first pick by Cosmic Calamities. Aquarian Test Chamber being the second, and then should we go to a Game of 3, Atlas Lab will be the third map. With this Oni Village pickup, unfortunately, I do not think that I will be seeing the Forgot Luna. As much of a fan of that as I am, I do not think that's going to be on the table for us today. However, I feel that Oni Village, even though it is Cosmic Calamities picks, I feel like the side of Bun Bun Bonanza has a lot of picks here that are very strong. That Kazan, and we've seen Liara on things like that Estelle, where I have no doubt that they can make excellent use of that wide open space and the speed lanes that they have available to them. However, on the side of Cosmic Calamities, this is their pick, so we have to imagine that they have something in store for us here. We'll just have to see what that is.
Yeah, we will indeed see what that is, as Forgot is going to be midfielding here for the side of Cosmic Calamities. It's kind of a midfield world when it comes to Oni Village. And as much as X-Era is a demon on pretty much most stages, the demon comp for this stage might end up being Estelle Rasmus as the two forwards. Just really good at making the opposing goalie spend cooldowns. You kind of need Unstoppable as early as you can possibly get it. And I think as far as goalies, we have a lot of goalie picks here on Oni Village. I feel like defensive goalies are totally acceptable. In fact, ranged goalies like Amy are, I feel like, seen a little bit less often on a map like Oni Village. So, I don't know, kind of an interesting map here. We might even just see something as simple as, Dubu for Lilibun for sure. And even for Natty picking, I see Natty play Mako a lot. Mako's kind of a jack of all trades, does it all, supports the everything. Kind of a jack of all trades, does it all, guys. I'm gonna highlight that motion. Mako kind of good, but that'll be my guess here.
Just a little bit. The one thing I'm curious about here is when you pick a goalie for this map, you have to consider that you have to have a goalie that can hold down these barriers, or at least one of them, right? A lot of goalies will opt to give up the first barrier or leave it for their midfield to defend, because they recognize that oftentimes when you try to defend both, you end up losing both instead. So we'll have to see something like that Mako pick could be good, because really great at holding that first barrier. But once the net is open, that's when it gets a little tough, because you don't have that mobility, and with the core going so fast and people abusing those speed lanes, and especially if they pick up a comp like you mentioned with that Rasmus Estelle, that's a lot of ways to go around a player. And a lot of ways, even on the barrier, even if you can defend that barrier, these barriers are pretty big on this map at times, it feels. So it can be a pretty good pickup there if they're trying to go around to the goalie. However, one character I didn't hear mentioned was Kai. And that character is a bit notorious on this map. However, I'm not sure who would be picking it up here. Perhaps Forgot picking it up, or should the side of Bun Bun Bonanza try to remove things like that Estelle, perhaps they will be picking it up. We will just have to see how the draft pans out here and what the starting awakenings are. However, it appears we are waiting on Lilibun. We will just have to wait for them to get in here. But I'm sure the players are still figuring out their character picks, bans, what's going on. So no rush to them at all. However, Oni Village, a map that the game itself is not going to be much of a rush, it feels at times, because games can go quite long. Oni Village, #1 proprietor of keeping Omega Strikers alive just by forcing players to play games on it.
Yep. You cannot die while you're currently playing, so yeah, it just kind of keeps everyone alive because you have to keep playing. But you're right. Kai is definitely a fan favorite here as well for the side of just for Oni Village. I mean, even as goalie as well, the eject button Kai goalie kind of makes things happen, or you can even take strike shot. Honestly, I think Oni Village is kind of the map where you'll see the defensive goalies take strike shot a little bit more often. Just gives you a lot more range in general, helps you do a little bit more pressure for because the map is just so big. And the other character I do want to mention is Juno. I think Juno is also quite good on Oni Village. A lot of open space. The slimes are just people. The slimes is people. They have strikes. They can do whatever Juno wants in that spot. So I think those 4 characters are probably like the main ones that we'll be seeing here. Like now is so good on a lot of maps, but I don't think now is what we're looking for Oni Village exactly. But yeah, we'll go ahead and say these 4 characters, Kai, Juno, Estelle, and Rasmus, are like the main picks will probably be seen or banned here. Kazan actually also is maybe the best like brawler on this map. I don't. He's just like can do it all. Kind of has a lot of mobility, really good core. I can't talk about Kazan. Dendar, don't talk to me about Kazan.
All I got out of that is that you're telling me that Juno is made out of Soylent Green because these blobs are people, in your words. That Kazan pick, something that Scyther12, very notorious on, and makes look very good. So that might be one that we just have to see banned. We've seen Kotone on it as well. However, that's something where maybe you're just scared of, okay, if we take out the Kazan and maybe we can pick up something like that Rasmus, maybe that's something where we can kind of chokehold Scyther's picks. They're known for that Kazan and that Rasmus, both very good forwards in their hands. We'll just have to see what the picks come about to. However, like I said, there's just a lot of characters we have to look out for. I don't think we'll be seeing the now here. You know, maybe if it's something like a Monumentalist start and you just feel like the singularity has arrived, we must take action. But now wants those kind of suffocating maps where she can really bully you with those secondaries and with those drones. So I don't think we'll be seeing too much of that. However, you never know. These players can pick up pretty much any character into their hands and make it look like one of the greatest things ever played. So when we're at this tier of event, it's just, you got to be careful. However, I think we see the starting awakenings here looking like Orb Ponderer Monumentalist. We did mention that Monumentalist now. Whether or not it comes out is a bit of a different story. Or whether or not that Orb Ponderer is perhaps a layover from the previous draft, we'll just have to see. But it is indeed Catalyst and Extra Special that are the picks here. Okay. Those are the actual draft picks here that we have going on. We're waiting for these bans here. Catalyst Extra Special, you mentioned no Aimi on this map, or at least less of it, but with Extra Special, that is a great awakening for that character, but it's also great for things like Dubu, another character that you mentioned being very good at holding it down here. But Catalyst on the table, that's a lot of energy, and especially if something like a Kai does come out, you have to consider, am I picking Kai and potentially feeding them a ton of energy, or am I picking it and just going the Catalyst, accepting they're going to have energy, and just bullying them with the fact that I'm playing Kai on Oni Village?
Yeah, definitely an interesting spot. Catalyst definitely really good against Kai for sure. I think we're going to probably be seeing... it's tough, right? Because normally on paper you probably see a lot of Extra Specials show up, but Catalyst is so good. It's so good at everything. It gives you energy when you do stuff too, and it gives energy when you get hit. And so you don't expect people to really be like hitting that much on this map. It's kind of big. This is like really the core control map. So I feel like, I don't know, if someone plays Kazan, of course they're going to take Catalyst, and probably both forwards will be taking Catalyst no matter what. I'm going to probably go with both forwards are going to take Catalyst, and everyone else is going to take Extra Special. Don't at me. That's it.
Are you trying to tell me Kazan doesn't want Extra Special? I mean, that cooldown reduction on the ultimate is so huge, am I right?
I mean, you can consider it.
But I don't disagree with your thought of the forwards taking Catalyst, because there's going to be a lot of times where either they're getting bullied, or even something like a strike shot hitting them is like, all right, sweet. But we do see some picks and bans come out here. Mako, Estelle bans, both reasonable. Both characters we mentioned earlier on, so that's not unreasonable. The Kai getting picked up here is nice. Rasmus Asher. I have to imagine that's Asher goalie, and that's going to be a huge hold it down goalie. And that Juno you mentioned actually does get picked up here. We see a lot of picks that got mentioned earlier on between the two of us, but that Juno pickup here at the end, that one was all you. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. Catalyst and Extra Special is a little tough though, because I feel like when you have something like that Juno ult, every time they step on a blob, getting more energy sounds pretty nice, but just having more ults to suffocate that open space could be very good as well. It can be difficult to defend when there's like 3 blobs on your gold net and you have to either eat all of them or get through all of them. But that's something that they're going to have to pick here as we just wait for these teams. Between Kazan, Kai, and Dubu, and Rasmus, Juno, Asher, I'm not sure which team I favor here as far as the draft picks, but I think both have a lot of potential. I think this Juno is going to be a big proponent in how this game goes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we basically mentioned kind of almost every character on the screen as fan favorites here for the side. I keep saying this, the side of Oni Village. You know, my fan, this Oni Village. But yeah, gonna have Lilybun certainly onto Dubu as we expected there. Looks like they probably banned away the Mako, Natty's main goalie, as far as I know. I'm just kind of good with that character. But yeah, Juno, honestly, coming out here, I'm interested to see how much we can get here from Forgot playing Juno. I mean, Forgot's pretty good. Okay, we have all Catalysts except for Lilybun. I was very wrong. Man, was I wrong. I was quite wrong. But either way, Catalyst is going to be giving a ton of energy to each player. And well, I mean, what could you say? Flip is busted, dude. Flip is insane. So it's like, take Catalyst, it's kind of busted. And we'll see how the game plays out from here. Katone on the main deck. Rasmus, like you had mentioned a little bit earlier, Katone's Rasmus is so good. I want to see it some more.
Definitely a powerful pick here, but the defense has been powerful for both sides as the first barrier does finally go down. However, Forgot on this Juno, a character that I haven't seen them play too much. However, Natty seems to be playing the lives of the enemy team, getting a quick kill there, allowing Katone to push up here. You mentioned Natty on that Mako. It's normally Natty on the Asher that I feel like I see. At least maybe that's more of a rank thing, but right now they're trying to get their ranks up in this game. As the players have come back from the dead, we have to see if they can make a scoring opportunity here.
Yeah, this back passing here between Natty and Forgot, getting a bunch of extra energy and experience, of course. Really good job. Just min-maxing here on Oni Village. Scyther can't seem to get the crooked leverage to break the oppression there, and Forgot does have Flip, spending a couple of abilities, not able to get the ball here. Got the speed boost though. Tone gets ball, but actually Giga Blast going to remove that from the situation here. A split from Lilybun's not going to do all that much. Kind of on defense, missed the strike shot. Scyther, crooked leverage is not going to make it happen. Katone super kind of stuffed. You know, Dubu kind of Dubu's ult just does whatever it does. So sometimes you get stuffed, and sometimes Dubu gets stuffed. So good. We'll just say, you know, Cosmic Calamity's taking the first point. Good job, guys.
A large hitbox there going into the Death Touch is going to lead to a quick point. However, I'm seeing one bit of a mirror match here on this bottom side where every time Forgot is throwing a primary, so is Liari. It seems like they're just mirroring each other on that offense-defense duo. So, while Barrage is a bit of a winner in that situation, if they could potentially use that to force Forgot to use a primary is reaction, I feel like that's more of a beneficial trade for them. However, as long as that trade is going on, this bottom side is going to be a bit of a tough mirror match here. But right now, Scyther is looking to mirror the enemy goalie with that primary, trying to be opposite side of them, get that hit stun, get this barrier, but Natty holding it down excellently with the help of Forgot. But Lilybun is up here. When you have Lilybun coming up like that, you got to be ready to help defend, but the net's open for both sides.
Yeah, really great help there from Lilybun, getting it on in there to the top side of the corner, but man, Katone gonna find a way to get a great angle past both Liari and Lilybun. Gonna make it 2-0 right now for Calamities, but oh shoot, I wanted to say something, but I forget. Oh well, doesn't matter. Moving on to the next point here, we're gonna have Natty start off here with a nice barrier beam, trying to get the top barrier. Not gonna make it work out here. Grabbing the bottom barrier. Bun Bonanza is Liari. Does have Flip for this spot here, but they are down 2 points, so this is not going to end the set if Liari flips and gets this barrier or this point. Scyther trying to get the ball, waiting patiently, and as patient as you should be. Yeah, the top spin is actually going to stun Natty for that flip to land, so that's Nassel teamwork right there. I'll tell you what. I tell you what, that is some good Nassel teamwork.
Absolutely. However, this team is going to need to work together to get it past Natty, but it actually just slips past through with that strike, the extra range and the extra power on it, giving the core a little bit more speed. Perhaps Natty wasn't quite prepared for that. This does give them a point into this set where they were previously down 0-2. Now they're starting to even it back up. And here, once again, we see that primary fight, but it's the barrage that gets beaten out here. They have to use the ultimate there. But with the flip, Forgot's able to help take that top barrier, and Kotone's able to help take the second bottom one. This open net in face of a flip is a little scary.
Yes, sir, but the Kotone going to spend the flip futilely and not going to get anything out of it here. We're going to Forgot use the secondary to jump forward, but Scyther's got a big stick and is actually going to end up winning the strike, or either way, Natty losing the point. Kotone, pendulum swing, sending Lilybun to their death, figuratively, as the barriers go down, and the point is scored. Cosmic Calamity is looking kind of good. The Juno, who mentioned Juno before? I don't know. Some genius guy might have mentioned Juno, and the 1-2 punch might be making it happen for the side of Cosmic Calamities. Maybe Chrono Boost, actually. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Erected it in time. We're good.
So this is actually an interesting spot where normally you would think the 1-2 punch to get that core speed onto the Juno. However, the recognized Chrono Boost is really good on Kai, and it wouldn't be making it to the Rasmus anyways. So by taking the Chrono Boost, they kind of lock down the Kai's options, making them go among Titans. That's going to be a little bit of extra speed and give Scyther a bit of extra size, a stat that is by no means weak on Kazan. However, Siege Machine going to make that extra special a little bit more scary from Lilybun. We'll have to see how on the offense that's going to help them, as well as on the defense, as yeah, they shut down that entire top side, forcing Natty to fight through bottom. Kotone is going to be stacking up those orbs. We saw last game just how powerful those orbs can be as long as they can stay alive. And with Scyther taking 1-2 punch, perhaps this opens up damage as a potential option, but also is going to make those closed primary dribbles a little bit scarier. We'll just have to see if the closed form is scarier than the damage itself.
Yeah, for sure. Kazan is, as you were saying, has started off with quite a good build right now. Catalyst opener, of course, and the 1-2 punch making Kazan's strike just that much more intolerable. And a little bit of stun action coming in from Forgot. It's going to help sink that one in there. Cosmic Calamity is looking quite good right now. And what's it going to be here from Bun Bun Bonanza? I mean, Larry has this among Titans. They're trying to make good use of it here. Scyther maybe just needs, I don't know, maybe one more awakening here, maybe a little bit of size to make things just, I don't know, a little bit more tolerable. As, man, look at this, look at the teamwork. Straight over to Kotone. Yeah, no pendulum swing time just there. And the Lob's making things so much more difficult. Actually, you know, Forgot could have taken extra special, and I wouldn't have bat an eye there, but still also has Catalyst. Kind of busted. What are you gonna do?
Definitely difficult. Forgot looking to make a jump in play there with that extra distance from the Chrono Boost, but didn't quite work out. However, the attempt was indeed good. But with two flips available and Lilybun working on theirs, there's going to be an attempt on this barrier. Both Kotone, quick dribble, not able to keep control. Lilybun is able to get that out. Forgot, low on energy and standing near the edge could be scary. Scyther has the flip available. Kotone working on one, almost there, one orb away, maybe a couple strikes, especially with that Catalyst online. Starting Awakening. There's a lot of energy here, but Forgot able to stuff out that flip with the secondary. A great use of the blob, but we'll have to see if they can make great use of this offense as they try to get it down, but it just seems like the defense on both sides are fantastic.
Absolutely. Lilybun certainly on a rather comfort pick. Seeing on the Dubu quite a bit here. Barrier Beam going to stuff outside there's attempt, and yeah, a little flip action here coming out from Kotone. Going to sink that one in the bottom lane. Dubu spending the ultimate, but it does not matter. We have extra special. And that is kind of all you can do if you're Dubu there, though. You know, you see the flip, you can ult in one direction and maybe log in one or roll in the other direction or something, but yeah, these things take time to cast. So getting that flip there in the right angle is going to pretty much sink that no matter what. And they're going to get one barrier here. Cosmic Calamities actually losing two barriers here for the side of Cosmic Calamities here. Liari pushing in the top side with the flip. Man, they still don't seem to have a point, though. This set is looking kind of grim here. Cosmic Calamity's feeling pretty good, and there's their first point as Natty does not get the correct angle on the strike shot. And here we go. Lily, Bun Bonanza showing up to play the game. 1-2.
An interesting thing I want to point out here is the way these teams are playing. You know, on something like Night Market, you might see a situation where the mid goaler covers one lane, the goaler covers the other, and they allow the forward to fight over the speed gate off the rip. However, they're doing something very similar here. Very different map, but very similar concept, where they let the forward fight through the middle, allowing them to collapse on whatever side they need to. And on the side of Natty, we've seen a couple barrier beams that have led to a lot of pressure, but it's their net that opens up. With the flip available, they can defend it and a barrier taken, but we'll have to see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, K20 not in the right spot there. Forgot kind of just gives the ball directly on over, and that didn't seem to work out that time. Bun Bonanza, 2 points right now. This could be the turnaround here. These Awakenings haven't... I mean, maybe the 1-2 punch is certainly making things hard for Natty, as, I mean, Kazan already has a pretty strong strike with press the point. That's the passive, by the way, everybody. It's press the point. And 1-2 punch, making things just even more difficult there. Katone getting their face right into the goalie, grabbing one of these barriers here. But this is just what you see on Oni Village. You just see one barrier usually go down pretty easily, and the other one just stays up until overtime. And unless they combo, you know, that's how you usually get the last barrier on this stage, is you just combo 2 abilities together with the midfielder, and it just kind of checkmates the goalie unless they have like a perfect evade or some sort of Dubu ultimate, or maybe even pass splitter ultimate. But yeah, that's kind of why I don't like playing on this stage. It feels like the way you lose is something you could not prevent, but that's just me being a loser.
These players definitely can set up those checkmate situations. We've seen them time and time again. But another thing with these long rounds is because of this catalyst start, that's so much energy that just goes to the wayside at times, where you really have to be on your A game, where you mentioned those perfect evades, which we've seen these players do before. Let's not get it twisted. But when you have flip available all the time, sometimes it feels like you don't need to be perfect, you just have to be in range.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, like you said, Catalyst is something that's certainly going to be making that happen. I mean, look at this Path Splitter. You might actually just want to run your face into that Path Splitter, just give you a whole bunch of energy. Man, really good hit there from Kotone. Is actually going to land that barrier. And yeah, overtime shows up. Both barriers go down, and now the game might have already begun. Scyther has flip. Scyther, no flip. Kotone approaching with flip. And Forgot's job is just to get it on over there to Kotone. And man, the opposing team is trying to do the exact opposite here. And man, it's going to be a crooked leverage strike reset. Actually, doesn't even need the strike reset, but good. You could have strike reset if you wanted to. From Scyther, gonna land that one in the 1-2 punch overtime, making things just too fast for Natty. Points for the side of Lily Bun. Bun Bonanza. I keep saying Lily Bun instead of Bun Bonanza. It's hard. It's hard, everybody. Scyther, what's it gonna be, man? What's your first pick?
You mentioned pressing the point. Scyther getting that point for their team, leading them into this draft. And that's a big draft to win, because I feel like you were down a bit earlier on in this set, and that comeback is going to put you in a great spot. Where now, that extra speed from stacks on stacks, like we mentioned earlier, this is a map where there's a lot of speed. And so having more of it is always good. However, that has left open the hot shot for Forgot, and even the rapid fire for Natty. Those are 2 huge pickups for these characters. Where something like stacks on stacks, if you can keep it up, it's good, and if you're a player like Scyther, it's even better. But in the face of 2 awakenings like that, it's definitely scary. Katone getting the specialized training, not nearly as scary, but Lilybun now has Orb Dancer available. Dubu's going to be on ice here, as they're going to be able to fly around once they get those stacks up. However, it's their offense that's flying into the enemy net.
Yeah, Liari picking up a little bit of speed, and now the Unstoppable, all right, kind of just being unstoppable is kind of just mostly solos the barriers there. Scyther does end up getting the goal for sure. And yeah, Lilybun getting the Orb Dancer is pretty good on this map. Anything to help with a little bit of extra speed is kind of what you're looking for, especially as a relatively slow goalie. But man, Kotone makes it happen. Both barriers there with the Whiplash and the Pendulum Swing. No evade coming out from Liari, though. It's going to be a tough spot, but they're actually going to find a kill onto Scyther. And they have open goal, power play here, and flip is, yeah, oh man, unfortunately, the power play does not come to fruition there, as Bun Bonanza is going to sink that one in there. Scyther loses all his stacks, though, if he had any to begin with, so not the worst situation in the world.
It was a beautiful flip angle to get around the defense. Kotone was ready for, if the play got to them, to set up a score with that flip. However, because they were in position for that, they weren't able to cover that top side, which led to that flip being possible. A great shot by Liari, as right now 2 barriers have gone down, but it's 1 for each side. Scyther is trying to make that change, but with the help of Forgot, that's going to be a little difficult, and Liari covering that top spot, making it so difficult to clear anywhere that they would want to. They have to keep shoving it in there and giving Scyther more energy as they are about to approach this flip here. And Kotone burns theirs to try to make something happen, But with this ultimate coming up from Dubu, that's going to be one resource down. And in the face of these players, you got to be careful when you're burning resources like that, as the net is now open.
Yep, indeed. Natty spending their flip, going to block just simple Liari's barrage, and not too much. Okay, actually going to be a barrier going down here. Lilybun going to have to flip. Katone playing kind of fast. Scyther just gets in there. Not necessary just yet, but ensures that even if Natty could have gotten there, it would have been a tough spot to deal with big ol' Kazan once again. Lilybun being the MVP for the side here, possibly getting like team player, pretty strong for this map here. Both Sides Awakening, actually all 3 Sides Awakenings have shown up, so you can't seem to deny Rasmus, you can't seem to deny Kazan here. So they're getting size either way. I mean, even if you wanted size on Natty, you could grab it, but obviously team player is quite good. In fact, I'd like to see, man, so we have Lilybun taking peak performance. That's an interesting one. Maybe aerials like on for God here. Okay, they have enough. Really heavy impact. That's interesting for me. I mean, don't you get to? I really don't play Juno. Don't you get to pick where you jump with Juno? It's not always the same distance, yeah?
You do. However, sometimes with that double dash awakening, it can lead you to some awkward spots, especially there Scyther was looking for it with the primary, but does not get the KO there. It can be a little difficult to stay alive when you put yourself at death's door. So the other thing is, because they have that chrono boost, maybe they've just recognized, I don't really care for the projectile distance here. I want to make sure they're at a distance I am comfortable with and can make sure that they're in the perfect spot every time. So that may be why the aerials was not picked up here. And perhaps Liari didn't want aerials, even though that is a pretty good Kai Awakening. Perhaps they recognized that Forgot was not looking for it in that draft. And this first round's looking good for them. They're making quick points, but Kotone has this recovery drone available, so they can play a little loose here and get a little wild close to the edge, make sure they get all that speed gate value. So we'll just have to see if either that unstoppable from Liari keeping them alive is going to be enough on this defense, or whether they're going to have to burn some flips here.
Yes, indeed. We had actually Cosmic Calamities taking the first set pretty quickly, pretty handily, and now we have Bun Bun Bonanza getting their footing here, taking the next 2 in succession here, and even having another point onto this next set. Lilybun evading possibly nothing there, maybe expecting a pendulum swing or something here. For Kotone flipping a little bit too close to the goalie to react. I mean, maybe you could react with that with strike there if you backed all the way up, but I mean, flip is quite fast, and even the sound cues don't really do it for you every time. Kotone getting flipped, getting right in front of the goal. I mean, that's exactly what we want to be doing there, just getting in there, getting hit. Catalyst changes the game, let me tell you.
Yep. Another thing that's changing this game is the offense of Kotone. They are playing so beautifully, winning very important strike wars, and slow playing when they need to, recognizing I have to get a resource out here. I have to worry about, if I take this strike, it'll set up a strike war for me. How do I win that strike war? And they're doing so well on that offense, sneaking barriers left and right, getting goals when they need to. But Scyther is doing very similarly, as they recognize how to do this offense, as they've done time and time again in Nassau. Excellent player here. We'll have to see whether or not this offense from both sides, which forward can make the most out of the value that they have. Right now, Kotone is looking to make a splash in that enemy net as it goes back. The core's in the middle of the field. Who's going to win these interactions?
It's a really good thing that Liar had Unstoppable there, kind of dealing with the devil there. With the pendulum swing and the Giga Blast is, I guess, oh man, did Lilybun like kind of miss a strike there? Let it got past, but it wasn't going to go in, and then the Giga Blast. Something a little strange happened there, unfortunately, a little bit of an own goal, but I don't think that's going to break Bun Bun Bonanza's momentum just yet, as they feel like they kind of have it right now. Scyther just is at 5 stacks of Rampage right now. I mean, you like kind of can't win a strike war against him, because you could simply wait until you strike. I mean, he has full board control is what I'm talking about, and this is the last set for them. I mean, he's not losing these stacks. He's not losing these stacks unless you take this set. So, I mean, I'm going to... Bun Bun Bonanza looking quite good in this exact moment there. Even Lilybun just kind of getting in there, sending over the tofu. I mean, tough spot here. Cosmic Calamity's have to make something happen.
No, Scyther making me reminisce on my childhood of the slip and slide. You know, if you recognize what that is, good to you. But with the way they just slip around and get these points, whether it's the point, the barrier, but it's their life that's in a bit of danger here, as Kotone is looking to kill with that flip burn. That's a flip for a life, but that's also going to be some stacks taken to the wayside, so that's a good exchange there. Even though you're down a barrier, this gives you time with this power play to make something happen. Natty staying a little further back, recognizing the core can go pretty fast here. You want to be available to catch it on that defense and trusting that their power play works out in the 2v2. However, Kotone looking to make something happen here, but Dubu is just such a defensive threat to have to go around and go through. Even with this great offensive play by the side of Cosmic Calamities, Lilybun is holding it down excellently.
Absolutely. The extra cooldown coming out from extra special. I mean, the extra speed coming out from the Orb Dancer, but a Pendulum Swing is going to land it, and man, a really quick blip into redirect. I mean, they did end up killing Scyther. That was their main goal, and that was the only way they take it, and they did. So that was kind of like nice goal-oriented gameplay coming out from the side of Cosmic Calamities, making that strategy work out. And now they have, well, no size left, but they certainly have quick strikes, which is like maybe catastrophe for Bun Bun Bonanza here, as it doesn't really look like. I mean, yeah, Reptile Remedy on Kazan is not really going to be the I've already won moment. Ooh, Twin Drive. Twin Drive on the Chrono Boost Juno, though. That feels like the best awakening in this draft right now. I mean, Primetime Kyle's quite good, but I think I feel like Jump or Dash Awakening Juno Twin Drive is dummy good, and I'll see it happen here.
This is a terrifying draft. That quick strikes with the Catalyst, like you mentioned, is going to be a ton of energy and allow Kotone, who's already playing these offenses very well, dribbling to get out resources, dribbling to do whatever they need to. Oh my goodness, this defense is going to have to hold on to their hats as that Particle Collider is there. But that terrifying situation aside, we have to look at some other things there. That Twin Drive, like you mentioned, on Forgot, that is going to be excellent for their offense and their defense, making up for that heavy impact pick they had to take earlier. The Monumentalist on Natty, I'm not sure how I feel about that one, but it's not a bad pickup on Asher, especially with those ultimates. We saw that Path Splitter earlier against the Dubu ult. But what they're looking at here is Siege Machine with Missile Propulsion. That could lead to a situation where it leaves gaps in the Tofu Fortress, and that's something to be scared of if you are the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. But Lilybun, very aware of that, is able to make sure that that is not a major threat to their team's defense. So I'm sure that with that in mind, we'll have to see which team, if they can get this last barrier here, or if this net open, Forgot's going to be able to make a play with those jumps.
Yep, Liari's tenacity actually ends up finally getting the tip of that barrier there. Now we have a lot of awakenings have been exchanged onto the board. The red ball is certainly going to show up during overtime. And like you mentioned, yeah, the gaps in the Tofu Fortress definitely come into play a lot. Even with just Siege Machine, I would have been pretty happy with that kind of range. I don't think Missile Prop is exactly what you're looking for exactly Oni Village, but see if Lilybun can actually make that one work out here. Kotone's going to approach with a big dribble moment here. Lilybun having Liari on the back to defend here. Forgot using the secondary to get in there, and Kotone once again, Pendulum Swing onto Lilybun now with no energy to even have a chance to evade that. But I speak about energy, and we have Forgot with a full flip. Kotone going to have flip in about 2 seconds with Catalyst Quick Strike, and Natty got also a solid amount of energy here, and they might turn this game around.
Turn it around they might, but with their net open, it's going to be a little difficult here. Those flips are coming up. Liari has one already, however, and that's what's scary about this. Kotone working on one, but isn't quite there yet. Pendulum Swing not connecting, but Scyther connecting into the goal here with a quick point, evening up 1-1 set 5. This is a hard game to play, especially with how long it has gone. You need your endurance to be up, but these plays are by no means looking any weaker. If anything, I'd say the teamwork is looking better as this match goes on. We saw it with that quick goal where Forgot jumped in and Kotone had the primary, but Scyther able to do so much with the help of Liari. Liari, an excellent midfielder, someone who you would always want to have at your side if you were in this kind of a situation here, but Scyther able to make so much happen on this offense.
That was such a good flip angle there from Scyther. Oh my gosh, they actually didn't get the barrier. Kotone in shambles as it was a pixelation off right there. That was just so close, but yeah, amazing flip angle from Scyther there to actually get that last barrier. That was dummy good. Liari definitely doing a super good job of getting Scyther the ball in almost every situation, even winning strike wars with among Titans out, and a really good patience there from Forgot's actually going to end up landing that one. Okay, Scyther doesn't get the exact angle they need for open goal flip center stage. I mean, what else is there to say about that? Lilybun does end up keeping their flip there. I mean, that's all you could do, right, is not accidentally, or not flip and miss. So it's at least one more resource they can hold on for this last point, as Cosmic Calamities is on match point.
Oh, that was such a tough goal to save up your Lilibun. Perfectly in front of the net with a flip against a Dubu. You just have to guess. But right now, Scyther is making us double guess how long these rounds are going to last. Taking that quick goal on the offensive there. We are last point on this match 5 for game 1. This is a huge point to win. Winner takes all here in this last event, and with an ultimate coming up from Lily, but haven't seen that yet on the offense, but it's 2 barriers down, the net is open. How will this play out?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough moment here. Lilybun and Scyther both have flipped. Lilybun backing up enough to not need the flip in that situation, but man, the specialized, right? He got specialized training, making that red so fast. That was kind of imperative that the specialized training helped the core. Wow, past both of the flips there, they didn't even really have a chance. Liari was the closest to the ball, but among Titans is not going to make it. And Katone making like a dummy good play. That was kind of crazy. That was kind of the double barrier into the, man, kind of a heartbreaker if you're a Bun Bun Bonanza fanatic, though. That was, oh, okay, Katone like making everybody just like choke on their drink there. That was crazy.
Katone making an absolute fool of me. I said earlier on I didn't know how important that specialized training is going to be. There they showed just how powerful it was, making perfect use of it, perfectly spaced every single time to make the most out of it. I mentioned earlier I wasn't sure how the Juno was going to work out, but it looked good. It looked like they got the awakenings they needed. They had a couple drops where they got something that, you know, you kind of shrug your shoulders at, but when they got that twin drive, they got that extra dash range, they made the most of it. So we'll have to see if that's a pick that comes back later, or perhaps was that just a secret weapon for this map, for this first round. Perhaps when the pressure's not as on, they say, okay, we'll pick up this character and just see what we can do with it. And what they made was excellent. So we'll just have to see going into this next game what the pickups are. But man, there were so many excellent plays that game, both offensively and defensively. Katone and Scyther on this offense, it's so scary to defend against them. It seems like they always have something available. They have such great awareness. But Lilybun made some saves, especially with the help of Liari, that seemed impossible. And they just make it look like it's light work, you know? So it's so tough to get through these players, both offensively and defensively. These players are just immaculate.
Yeah, it's just a lot of teamwork. The scrims really showing up. I mean, in most situations, you can see, like, if Liari is kind of like center stage and the ball, like we'll say on Oni Village, if the ball is coming in from the bottom side, we're going to see Lilybun actually move up and kind of take the forward spot for that spot. And Liari is going to be the one to take the goal spot because you kind of have to hit the ball before it gets into the goal arc usually. So it's kind of like this, they do a lot of role swapping in that situation. And that's the kind of stuff that separates the good teams from the great. Some important role swapping, even like having Lilybun show up in the forward spot with a flip, or if they have like the ult, the Tofu Fortress there in that spot to, you know, make it work, get that barrier. I think that's kind of the thing that separates some of these teams in this skill. But again, that was kind of I'm talking so much about how like Bun Bun Bonanza's going in, but yeah, like Cosmic Calamity is kind of clutching it out there right in the end. I did like the Juno as well. You know, it's like when Juno strikes the ball at you and sends a primary, that's like 3 hits. I will say, you know, Kai does have Barrage. It can beat that, but you need Barrage every single time for Juno's primary because you can't, I mean, the ball's coming at you, you need a strike. The primary is coming at you, that's another one. And then the blob is sitting there, that's the third. And so it's like, you either have to pass or you have Barrage. It kind of just puts you in a difficult situation, making Juno just like kind of infuriating to play against sometimes.
Definitely. You know, sometimes if they throw the blob out on round start every time, you can recognize, all right, I'll just wait for the core to come to me, maybe pass it to my goalie, pass it to my other forward, make something happen. But one thing I saw there was Liari was using that barrage proactively. At first, they were seeing the blob happen and then using the barrage to keep possession, and then it sort of turned into a scuffle there. Once they started using that barrage proactively, it was just stuffing out the Juno primary, even the extra strikes that it gives, and they got a couple quick barriers that way. So that was excellent adaptation by them. But Juno, definitely an infuriating character to play against. I mean, they just turn invincible. They jump halfway across the screen. By the end of that game, forgot was jumping from one goal box to the other. Like, it's just so difficult to pin that character down. And the midfield interactions are tough as well, just like you mentioned. But we're going to go to Clarion Test Chamber. This is a little bit of a different map because there are some variants that are wide open, similar to Oni Village. So you might think, okay, well, we'll see plays similar to that on those. However, there's also some very suffocating maps. Things like that Atlas Lab Orb or the Project Maelstrom. It can be very difficult to get that core where you want it to go sometimes. And that's where we see things like the X Maximus come through and just get kills left and right. So you got to be careful when you're picking your draft for this game, because sometimes you might pick a team that excels on these closed variants, get something like the Bounce House or Project Obscura over and over, and feel like you're not getting to play your team to the full value. But with Adrenaline Rush and Aerials being our picks here, perhaps something like that Estelle might come back, or even the Juno might come back here with that aerial start, giving them a lot of presence. But with Adrenaline Rush, you always have to be scared of a potential KO comp coming through and ruining your day.
Yeah, for sure. Especially on this map where it's like the sides are a little closer than they seem on about half of the maps. They do have closed lanes. It's kind of like you could pick actual damage like Vice and just like deal damage to health, or characters like Juliet have a solid time shining on this map and they just push you right off in some of these lanes, or make it so you actually cannot go into that lane because Juliet is threatening that spot. I'm going to say, okay, yeah, I was going to try to make my way into saying, oh, they're going to pick Estelle, blah, blah, blah. But they do end up banning Estelle. Kind of a good pick here for both of these teams. Banning out Natty. Again, I'm telling you, Natty's character is this Mako or something. But yeah, I think I want to see Juliet show up here. But of course, X Era is just always looming, making the game just a one-player game when it comes to drafting. So I don't know. I think this is a good map for if someone wants to play Juliet, she can have her chance.
Well, here we do see that Kai pickup. We saw previously it was Bun Bun Bonanza with the forgive me, Liari on the Kai there. But now it looks like Cosmic Calamities has picked that up. And they're going to have to fight against Rasmus now. Now very good at suffocating on those closed variants. And should they go the route of Adrenaline Rush on the enemy team, it'll give you some very needed healing to stay alive and keep yourself in the play. And we do see Kazan Vice come out. That's a lot of damage, but with those Kazan changes changing his abilities to light hits, it's not as scary as it once was, but it's definitely still on the table. Aimee last pickup here. That is a lot of core control for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. That's a lot that you're going to have to deal with, and a lot of good users of aerials. So that is going to be a very hard team to fight in the midfield. But should they get a kill with this Vice Kazan pickup, maybe like a stray Giga Blast off the side, side streets object permanence check, if you get something like that, maybe you can make something happen in this midfield. But this looks like it's something that's going to be quite difficult to deal with, especially in that midfield on those very open variants. But once we get to those closed ones, maybe we'll see the other team shine a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're going to have Kazan Vice really trying to get this Adrenaline Rush going here. Kai going to grab a little bit of aerials here. Man, Adrenaline Rush does make things a little awkward. You don't see the Juliet that I was sort of hoping to see here. Or no X. Actually, no X, no Era, no Juliet. Everything I said was trash, in fact, in general. But we do have Now. We talked a little bit about how Now on Oni Village is not really the ticket, but now it really is the ticket. Now, as mentioned, like I say now 1,000 times here, but yeah, okay, a lot of aerials being picked up. In fact, only Kotone is the one with Adrenaline Rush here, getting only 1 second off the cooldowns. And now they're starting out the match here on Project Obscura, which it is an open map, but it also kind of suffocates player movement as well. It kind of suffocates the sides in instead of having like a place to die. In fact, you cannot die off those sides. So it does sort of an inverse, but it makes the map kind of interesting. And man, Scyther keeping position right in front of the goal, gets the whiplash for a double barrier there. Natty actually able to save the goal with the Supernova. Lilybun has a chance to defend it here. Liari losing all their health in one of the goo slimes here. Scyther can't seem to get it past all of this garbage, and Lilybun is the best player for this moment. That was good.
There were a lot of things that happened that round. Scyther was able to invert that down that they were at and turn it into a lead with that double barrier. That was great by them. Kotone not quite able to get the dribbles that they wanted in that round. The core was just in a little bit of awkward position sometimes and forgot we either couldn't get it to them or just the opportunity was not there to abuse that ranged goalie, because eject button gives you a lot of presence in that midfield, but once you have somebody in your face, it's a little difficult. But that said, that round did not look bad for either side by any means. it just looked like the round was a bit of a turnabout there, as Liari almost dies to that Giga Blast. That could have been big. But Katone potentially looking to get a double barrier of their own here. We'll just have to see if they can get the second one, as this Bounce House leads to some very wacky plays.
Yeah, for sure. I would say a character like Amy is a little bit disadvantaged on the Bouncy House map. And I mean, not that Vice does too much better. More like defensive goalies would be a little bit more happy here. But you can kind of make things happen with offensive goalies, and both of these players are getting on in there. Natty makes it happen, just threatening the Thunderstrike. And it's going to be a point here for the side of Cosmic Calamities, even in this one up. Kind of, yeah, it's both of these goalies are trying to pretty much do the same thing. Natty kind of has a little bit more damage, but these comps are relatively similar when it comes down to it.
One thing I'm curious about here, Natty is not a player that I know for playing the Vice. I know them for those bunker goalies. Seeing them on the Vice is interesting here. That double barrier, a great pickup. And they get a quick point there, leading them potentially to a quick draft here. 3-1 could be on the table. However, against Bun Bun Bonanza, you don't just get free points and free rounds. You've got to work for them. So we'll have to see how they work around the fact that another thing here in this side street variant, the Lily Bun can kind of sit in the shadows there and wait for an eject button play. And you just don't know when it's coming because you don't necessarily see as much of the windup. You don't see the cat get ready to pounce. You just have to see the hitbox coming out. But right now, we'll have to see if Forgot can get this out of their half and get a barrier here, as they are down one barrier, but they are up a point. We'll just have to see if this team can make this offense come to life, or whether or not Katone, having a little bit of pressure on them, has to back up and make something happen for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. As you actually say, like, hiding in the shadows there, I was noticing that, like, Lilybun was sitting in there, and I was like, man, where's Lilybun? Man, she could just kind of jump out of there, and then it's just like, oh, yeah, true. And then, boom, we actually have Bun Bun Bonanza taking the next point here, keeping this pretty damn even as it could be in this spot. 2-2. Not too much. I mean, we have Katone getting a couple of double barriers for the side of Cosmic Calamities here. In great position, kind of in the center of the map, grabbing these doubles with the crooked leverage. That's something that we're going to have a Bun Bun Bonanza certainly watch out for. Again, crooked leverage coming in there. The flip's going to come out. Make sure that that's not going to happen there. Supernova, Atlas helping out here for any side, making things a little difficult, suffocating the map as well. One barrier down for the side of Cosmic Calamities. I feel like they're trying to push in here with Liari, but it's not going to happen just yet. Natty waiting with the flip for the top side. Yeah, actually gets it, decides to stay, bound to Katone. And the opening barrier side is actually going to kind of block them a little bit there. So they're trying to help get it in there with Lilybun. Not going to happen anymore. Kind of a reset situation. And they're going to try to push bottom side now.
Yeah, Forgot went back on his goalie arc there for a little bit, but it's in the goalie arc still, as even though they can't get it out, the net is now open. Katone looks for a point, but Lilybun able to stop that, and that reach on Vice just not quite able to get there. You don't have any speed to catch up to the core once it gets past you, so if you don't hit those primaries or don't have a secondary available, it can be a little tough on the defensive side. Forgot was just not in range to help out there, unfortunately. However, with this draft coming to life, we see a couple big options here. We see that 1-2 punch that could turn into kills for Katone, but it's the Deadeye pickup here. We see that could be good on that dash, the glitch pop, even on the turret if it gets far enough range. Rampage here, very scary for Kazan, because that size, if you can keep stacking that up, that's a lot bigger hitboxes and a lot more pressure on the field. Hotshot's great. Monumentalist now, though, no one to deny. That is scary.
Yeah, this certainly is one of the awakenings that could be a game changer. Instantly grabs a barrier through the entirety of Cosmic Calamities here, and Liari's probably having such a great time now. In fact, they even find a kill onto Forgot there, and now it's going to be a power play here. See if we can make anything happen there. Actually, it misses the cyber swipe there. Gonna grab the barrier, no problem here. Down to Liari here. Gonna make the Monumentalist such a problem, though. Crooked Leverage is going to make quick work of Liari, or Lilybun, and it's gonna be actually a point for Cosmic Calamities, as Forgot died instantly. Power play happened. They actually end up taking the point. It's gonna be sort of, though, in the intention for Bun Bun Bonanza to find a kill on Katone, at least either win the set too fast enough that Katone cannot stack up any of this rampage, or kill him. That's kind of the ultimatum here, because once Kazan gets too much size at 2 stacks already, that's kind of it. It's just a set taker. He just is unstoppable.
Yep, unstoppable indeed. But right now, This offense seems unstoppable as they can't get out of their half, but an unfortunate dribble leads to an own barrier, but 2 flips available to hold this defense. So far, they're deciding they don't need to use it. One does come out, but that primary, excellent by Kotone, forces out both flips. This defensive side, we already saw Kotone doing good work in the brawler versus ranged goalie matchup. We'll have to see if with the help of their team they can make even more happen. But Forgot is on their way to a flip, and Kotone is trying to get their team on the way to the next draft with a 2-0 lead. These top spins and pop-ups have been excellent, and this offense from both sides, well, they've both been good. Kotone is the one leading this draft after this draft, making this look excellent for their team.
Yeah, that last point was definitely really sad for Bun Bun Bonanza. We actually had Lily Bun's glitch pop stop Liari from getting the opposing barrier, and then ends up own barriering, and then they both spent the flip, and then they lost the point, which was a cataclysm, like really terrible. And then, man, and now they're actually going to end up losing that point here to Cosmic Calamities. A true calamity, if I do say so myself. They are making things a little bit difficult here. The Rampage only at 4, and they win the set here. I mean, it's going to get a little bit more than 4 eventually, so Kotone is going to become a huge threat. Bulk up, making it so the health is in the pool onto Kotone. Not trying to die here, but actually Lilybun's going to go for full damage here. Got a ton of range on aerials. Deadeye with Stinger. Going to try to go a bunch of damage. Twin Drive with the Monumentalist. I mean, Kai gets his Chrono Boost. Extra special for Natty. Again, kind of a big pick. And then, man, Siders gets all the way down to Rasmus. This is a strong Awakening draft for both teams.
It's a difficult one for sure, because when you see Kotone with that Rampage, you almost think take that Might of the Colossus, get even more size and even more power, but they recognize, like you mentioned, they're taking the health out of the Awakening pool and getting some power in turn, especially with Kazan being a lower base health character, means that extra health is going to help keep them alive as well. However, they can't seem to keep these barriers alive as the net is open for both sides. The offense is coming to life here.
That was a really great barrage from Forgot. In fact, so great that it ends up scoring onto Lilybun in that sequence. That was just like the barrier of kings, or the barrage of kings, actually. So Forgot really on point there. Good job on Bouncy House. Now we're on Project Maelstrom. We'll see if anybody tries to knock that, knock the center out of the ring here and just get a huge buff. Liari approaching with flip though. Liari approaching without flip now. Scyther tries to get the ball here. Kotone and Scyther just kind of duking it out here. Kotone way bigger, actually, just bigger in general, bigger strike range, stronger as well. I mean, you don't really want to engage in strike wars with Kazan because you really can't do anything about it, but sometimes you just don't have that option.
Forgot is going a little fast here, it seems like. Like you said, they can't do much about it, but Forgot is trying to do something in this instance as, oh, this Firewall Sentry is going to be catastrophic. But they managed to survive here. Kotone still has that flip available, but Forgot's a little low on energy and a little low on size. That among Titans, it's making them faster, making Kotone bigger, and now Kotone is huge. But unfortunately, the offense by Scyther is a little bit bigger as they manage to get it past. Natty has that flip. It is not used, but that is a flip available for this next round. Scyther 12 still has that recovery drone available. If you were looking for damage, I feel like that's something that you have to get out here, unless you're going to incredibly just focus down that low health now.
Yeah, now is definitely going to be staying alive for a little bit here, as the Supernova is going to do like 2,000 damage to the enemy team. Lilybun looking kind of weak. Kotone switching their eyes to on the Lilybun, see if they can make something happen with a kill here. Actually going to teleport in, flip, get the barrier. Now at no health, Scyther's going to have to take the reins as goalie. Lilybun going to try to stun, oh my gosh, Natty helping out with the power cord. Lilybun running for their literal life right now and ends up getting out of stagger, and Kotone's efforts very not worth it here as they lose both barriers for their side. Scyther spending their flip to try to clear this ball. Okay, actually really love that proximity drone here by Liari, and Barrage Forgot on point here, really just in the right position to make it happen. And we can see that Kotone is like, oh my god, Forgot, I love you, you're so good, dude. You know what I mean?
The barrage is, once again, the barrage is excellent here. Forgot making this Kai shine. Now, while this midfield is definitely difficult because of the amount of ways that the enemy team has to control the core, Natty is making good use of the offense here as they're even jumping acted as a forward. Kotone had to back up there for a second. They recognize, wait a minute, this is an opportunity for us. Jumps right in and makes something happen. These ultimates, though, I feel like are not quite where they need to be. However, Forgot is in the sidelines where the enemy team needs him to be, as this power play is going to take the barrier and potentially the goal as well. With flip available, it's tough.
Yeah, and we actually have Scyther taking the life of Natty, Kotone that time, and Forgot was dead, as I was trying to say, but actually completely even though all this is happening, they do end up finding a kill on Kotone. This set is even, you know, 1 set each, 2 points on this one here. Man, I'm telling you, this Monumentalist might end up being like one of the game changers here. It's just causing too much problem for Natty when trying to defend the goal in a whole bunch of situations. I mean, now's pretty good in general, but Monumentalist changes her into a super character, to be honest. Scyther, really great defense there. The Whiplash going to keep it in there. Okay, now Lilybun's trying to knock Forgot out, and yeah, gets the glitch pop hit strike there. Actually, just really great job to make sure that she gets the stun there, get the flip right on past. It's going to be Bun Bonanza getting it.
Beautiful play there to score that point. However, this draft is looking good too, as Catalyst is on the table here, both Orb Awakenings, but it is the Reverberation that's going to be picked up here, a little bit more survivability. We see the Catalyst get picked up. Imi leaving the draft open for just a moment, thinking about their options, taking the Orb Ponderer. The Prime Time is now going to come out. That's going to be good to both offensively and defensively. We've said the word unstoppable quite a bit this game, and here it finally gets picked up by Liari. And we see Kotone, who took that bulk up earlier, now get paid back a little bit as they take the Reptile Remedy, another Stagger Awakening. As much as it doesn't really look like one at face value, it does have that stagger on it, so it is value. However, Forgot's getting great value out of these ultimates, getting that barrier here. The net is open, and the Project Atlas Orb is about to come back. We will have to see if they can score a point. Kotone just running through this defense. This player is on a tear.
Yep. A little bit of size here. It only was it's got 5% size for the Rampage, maybe making a little bit of a difference there, but actually didn't get any assists on those barriers there, or end up dying, and I missed it somehow. But 0 stacks right now. Rampage, honestly, Bun Bonanza is in a pretty good position here. Kotone coming on in there. I mean, doesn't make the strike any smaller though. Kazan is still Kazan, and either way, I'm not a hater. But Kotone approaching here with the crooked leverage, not gonna be able to get it past Lilybun there. Great defense once again. Monumentalist approach here from Liari. Actually, Forgot is the one who has the ball control right now. Liari, okay, making it happen. Monumentalist just makes it so you don't have to position anywhere near as good, or, you know, covers so much more space. It's like, I'm really curious to see if that was maybe like a drafting blunder, or if they were just like, you know what, we'll just deal with it. I mean, Bun Bonanza's kind of in control right now, and maybe it's because of that.
But the control passes inside of Cosmic Calamities as they do open up this net, as Lilybun, looking for that offensive play, has to be careful. The Thunderstruck comes down, but Natty's not in position to use that flip along with the core. The core just has to make it up there. Forgot is going a little fast once more. We see Kotone going for a play, but nothing comes of it. As right now, this offense is coming to life here. One thing I'm curious about, though, Kotone is supposed to flip. Forgot has a flip. Natty has a flip. Scyther has no energy. Lilybun is low on energy. Liari is only about halfway there. So this defense is going to have to deal with so many things that they just don't have the energy to.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm seeing Liari doing a great job of giving Scyther the ball in most situations here, but the defense by Natty was actually just too great. And in fact, the offense by Natty being a little bit too great with aerials, actually giving them so much more range, just jumps into the opposing goalie's goal, gets it on in there with the Thunderstruck, and it's going to be a point there for Cosmic Calamities. And they're going to try to make this set even. They need one more point to even up this last set here, grab a couple of Awakenings, and try to make this Monumentalist less disastrous.
Oh, and we see once again eject button into the enemy goal and a flip. However, the previous round, we saw Natty get the point. We see a point, however, I see potentially signs of anxiety there, as they had that goal, I believe, even without the flip, and Natty jumped in and had to burn theirs, which led them to this situation where they have no energy and no way to defend that. As right now, they need to defend this net on the side of Bun Bonanza, as one player is down. The Vice Ultimate is coming out. This is a ton of damage. The Firewall Sentry is going to help on the defense, but Kotone just not quite able to get the angle, and now with the third person being back, this mosh pit is going to be so difficult to get through, but they get through it anyways.
Yeah, Scyther's positioning in that spot was a little questionable to me. I feel like one of them should have moved a little bit closer to the corner, making it easier to get the ball out instead of stacking strikes on top of each other. But I mean, we'll go ahead and do the thing where it's like, well, I'm not in winners finals of this tournament or whatever. So, you know, I'll just say they're the best players either way. But man, Liari's the best player, as the sentry drone is going to kind of just dink the ball in there. No, not all that strong, but it certainly is a hitbox. So Liari taking that one, trying to make it so there is no set 5 here, and it would quite be in their best interest because they are. I mean, Cosmic Calamities took the first game in this series, so they kind of have to win this one.
It is 0.5 here. 2 flips burned, 1 for survival, 1 for offense. Lilybun has a bit of energy they're working on. However, Natty has a flip to defend. Forgot is trying to defend their life as they are very low and trapped by that firewall sentry. They finally get out. However, Scyther's looking to make a play with all of this extra size and power they've gotten from the Project Maelstrom orb. Forgot's going to have to be a little careful because you want to get in there to use that flip, but without the health to do so, you're just becoming a liability for your team. And there we see the flip from midfield not amount to anything, but that means they're going to have energy gain once more to be able to use 4 evades rather than feeling like they're going to waste their flip. Katone looking to build a flip of their own, taking that orb, fighting over it with the firewall sentry and fighting over this barrier, but tries to dribble it to themselves with that flip, but the enemy team collapses just too fast. And with Scyther having this orb, this offense is about to get real.
It's about to get real dead, as unfortunately the size gained from the Project Maelstrom is going to cause their own death, as the maddening descent from Katone is going to send them right off the map here. A big push, the power play is going to be tough, especially for an Amy to try to defend it, and Kazan 6 stacks right now, a little extra power from the bulk up, and gonna sink that one in there. Not too hard with the power play. We got Natty being the one to pick their first awakening. Lots of interesting picks here. In fact, this board is full of Vice Biss, rapid fire cooldown, heavy impact for just more damage, specialized, quick strike, missile prop. I mean, there's a lot of power on this board right now.
This first pick, I think, will be a major point of contention because you see Vice has that extra special, but does not take the specialized training, recognizes that heavy impact is a huge awakening on now, especially once you have that size on the secondary. So that is both a deny and a big pickup for them, as well as some cooldowns back them. It has less cooldown Grief Unto now, however, it is still very good for Vice. It's even her own signature icon. However, we see the stacks on stacks picked up from Katone. They already are making great use of the size that they have. If you give them speed too, that's going to be real difficult to keep out on the offense. However, Katone is keeping up in this side street, trying to keep this offense alive. But that's where we've seen players die before, so you got to be a little careful against that Data Eye Lilybun. However, we see quick strikes picked up by Lilybun, and that's going to be a lot more energy going to them. And with the cooldowns they're already getting refunded with Orb Ponderer, that's going to be a little difficult to get past. We'll have to see how the offense beats that out.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, as we mentioned a little bit, actually a bunch of times, the Monumentalist now, you know, being such a threat, being so insane, you know, all this, it's actually, you know, even sets here, Cosmic Calamities keeping up with this Monumentalist now. Hey guys, maybe it's not as broken as it seems, so stop banning it when I play now. But we're going to have the Firewall Sentry actually going to block a little bit more of that pressure here. Katone almost in control, actually now has a pretty good shot here. No cooldowns, it looks like. The ball just kind of flies directly into Lilybun's face, defends it easily, again ejects away. Scyther quite strong here with the 1-2 punch overtime now. It's going to make ball a little bit red, tough. Natty gets on in there, can't seem to use the flip, gonna have to spend it now. Yeah, defensively, of course, with a weird bounce. Another flip, another flip, another flip. 4 flips in the 3 seconds showing up here. Natty sending the Supernova, losing all of their health to something, and maybe that was a Firewall Sentry again. But Katone with one final strike, it kind of just was in position for 1 second and made it happen, pressing the point into the face of Bun Bun Bonanza, and they're trying to end this one with a 2-0.
I mean, my God, we said it earlier today, I'll say it again, is the core slow or what? Huge plays both offensively and defensively there in the face of that speed. A lot of times it can be easy to collapse under that pressure, just that the game is throwing at you just by making the core so fast, but they all hold their composure and make things happen. But right now, you have to hold your composure. You're up 1-0. You don't want to get overexcited and try to extend your lead too fast and end up throwing it away in the process. It seems like they're doing just the opposite as they managed to take both beautifully. No signs of pressure here by them. It seems like they're on their way to potentially make this a 2-0 lead if they keep this up. Forgot has this flip available, and Natty is on one soon, but Scyther has something to say about it.
And indeed, Scyther definitely makes it happen there, blocking the entire lane. Liari is, I mean, Monumentalist now secondary, of course, is great, but it also increases the size of the Sentry Drone as well, which makes it easy to block any of these lanes, and also increasing its power, of course. Katone finding the Maelstrom buff, going to be just bigger than life, larger than life, and I mean, my goodness, that strike, that was just unfair. Like, I'll say it aloud, I'll be brave. All right, I'll be brave. That was unfair, guys, for real. Katone, probably just used to it, used to being Giant Kazan all the time, making that size come to perfect use.
Katone was larger than life there, and life certainly isn't fair, so I gotta agree that sometimes these things that feel unfair can come to face you. But right now, it's in the face of that adversity that we can see this Bun Bun Bananas team come to life here as they have taken both barriers. Scyther is looking to make something happen here. Billy Bun and Liari got to get it out of their half first. However, we just have to see what's going on.
Oh, okay. Scyther gets a little bit of a schmixerizer in there and gets the Death's Touch, which will cause the death of Natty and Forgot. They're trying to defend. Squeezes it right on through there, threading the needle, of course. And now we actually have truly Bun Bun Bonanza maybe coming alive now, and boy, if you were going to come alive now is certainly the time, as we have our almost 2-0-2 comfort zone showing up. Liari and Scyther on the prowl here, and yeah, they're both in just great position to get a double barrier for each of them. Okay, now the Firewall Sentry is going to knock them away. The Death's Touch, actually the close combat Death's Touch is actually going to be enough to get it through, and Scyther flies on in there with the help of Liari and the glitch pop. And this is it. This is what you guys wanted here. Game 5, set 5, last stock, last hit. And we're on a Bouncy House, which might... the goalies are probably pretty unhappy about this, I'm not going to lie.
Pressure is mounting, and when you're on this variant of the map, like you said, the anxiety is high. It's hard to predict where things can go sometimes, and keep yourself composed. Right now, we'll have to see if these teams can do just that, but Scyther is composing a symphony here on the offense, getting both barriers, trying to use this flip potentially to score the last point here. But Natty just trying to keep it alive, but Forgot unable to strike it at the last moment. Liari sends it through off of the bounce, and that is going to be the game for Bun Bun Bonanza in a set 5.5.
Absolutely well said. That's indeed what has happened here. We got a nice 1-1 series so far. Bun Bun Bonanza, you know, whew, we'll wipe that sweat from the brow there, taking a little bit of a sigh of relief to be able to bring this to a Game 3 here in this series. And I believe they're going to go, what was the last map all the way on the right there? It was just going to be Atlas Lab, right? So going to be an Atlas Lab game, pretty normal. I'm not sure if you guys at home have seen Atlas Lab before. It's the one with the black hole in the middle. I mean, people don't really pick it that often. It's got like 4 circles as like the barriers. It's pretty rare. You guys don't see it very often, I know. So I'll just describe it for you really quick. Anyway, really great play there from Bun Bun Bonanza, actually making that one happen. You know, I think Clarion's a really cool map, and we saw a lot of impressive gameplay on there. Natty playing the Vice, that, you know, again, not a pick I see from Natty very often.
You mentioned earlier the Cosmic Calamities was a new team into NASL. However, they are keeping it close with seasoned veterans. So we'll just have to see in this Game 3 how that works out. However, you're against seasoned veterans on one of the most played maps in the game. They know how to play this map. They know how to play together on this map. They know how to play against people on this map. Your team, who is newer to the scene, hasn't had that much time to figure that out on this huge stage, whereas they have. So that is going to be very scary for them to have to figure it out. However, last time we saw Atlas Lab, we saw Forgot pull out the Luna. That might be coming back here. That could be a game changer, but we'll just have to see what the picks are or whether or not damage is out the window. We saw the Kazan and Vice pickup last game, but the damage just wasn't quite there. I think there was a little bit of uncomfortability on that Vice. Long word, hard for me. Where we didn't see as many plays that I feel like we would have liked to from that offensive damage goalie and as many kills as we would have liked. So we'll just have to see if something like that comes back and they do go for damage once more, or if they decide to bunker down, say, you know what, Natty's going to pick something like the Asher or the Mako that we saw earlier, where they can really just hold it down and show their talent on the defense and leave the offense to the 2 forwards to really make the most out of their gameplay together. We'll just have to see what comes up in this last draft as we wait for it. However, Atlas Lab, like you mentioned, yeah, we've definitely never seen this one before. Are there any picks you're potentially interested in seeing from either of these teams?
I think we're gonna have a Kazan ban. I think both of these teams are done playing against Kazan. You know, I'm done playing against Kazan too. I get it. They might just ban Natty out once again with the Mako. I mean, we've seen Natty play a couple different goalies now, though. Asher, of course, and now the Vice. So showing a little bit of range there, being able to play an offensive goalie and defensive goalie indeed. And Atlas Lab kind of brings all of everything together in like a jack of all trades. Again, I hate to keep using that term, but a jack of all trades map where it's like, all right, I mean, it is core control map, but I mean, there's this big thing in the middle that just deals half of your health if you get hit by it. So it's like, oh, the opponent seems to have walked into the black hole. It's time to play damage. It's just now it is time to play damage. So you can kind of base your comp around that. And that's kind of where, like, if you were to play Vice on this map, you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, we're fishing for kills. We're trying to deal a little extra damage when we can get it. But we do see the Awakenings as a hot shot here. We're going to probably see, I said a Kazan ban. A Stell ban, too. It's going to be probably oh, hold on. Juno? Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go with the Stell ban. Oh,
But
okay,
it's
we got
the
Mako.
Mako that's out and the Estelle taken with it. However, hot shot start. This is difficult to pick around because you see Among Titans, either everybody takes Among Titans, everybody gets a little bit of speed, they kind of go about their day, or you're trying to really maximize that hot shot. And we've seen Forgot on the Juno. That could be a pickup for that hot shot. That might be something that's on the table here. However, that is speed that you are losing. And potentially, if you have, let's say, a brawler and then two characters that don't really care about size, you could even have like sort of a kaiju setup where you give them a ton of size, you two just take speed and go about it. But with this Rasmus pickup here by Bun Bun Bonanza, that's going to be Scyther on a pick they are very comfortable on. So we'll just have to see how the enemy team plays around that in these picks with this 2-3. We mentioned X Era before, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing it here.
Yeah, I mean, X Era definitely feels like it could be a strong pick here. I mean, of course, people don't normally say like, oh yeah, X Hotshot. Absolutely. I've seen it do some crazy stuff. I've seen some X Hotshot go in. Now, I don't know. Now it feels like it could be an X Era moment. And boy, I ate my words as far as I could as it's Kai Luna. Luna is, boy, that is a relatively interesting pick. Who plays Luna? We have
I'm so
Natty.
down.
Natty might play Luna. Forgot. I know Forgot plays Luna, but is this it? Is this Luna gameplay, guys? Is this what you wanted?
I have never been more down in my life. I believe this is Natty on the Kai and Forgot on the Luna. However, we see now Dubu picked up here a good defensive duo and a comp that we've seen multiple times. But with Kazan being the last pickup, you mentioned it might have been banned, but it's actually here on Katone. So we'll have to see if we can make the most out of this Luna Kai and make the offense really just feel like no matter where you are, there's somebody running up to hit the core. Or whether or not this bunker down defense of the Dubu with those now mines, the now drones, and Scyther waiting in the wings with that hook to potentially make something happen. We'll have to see which side comes out on top here. But I think this is potentially looking like a 6 Among Titans game. Or we could see them maybe stack on Katone, try to make Katone big and really make the most out of those Kazan hitboxes. We'll just have to see what comes through here. But either way, I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, I'll do a little hard read action here, and I'll say that we're going to have both teams super buff Rasmus and Kazan, and everyone else is going to take hot shot. Because it's like, if you're the goalie and you lose 15% size, it's like, whatever. For something about losing 15% size is like, it's fine. Especially if you're Dubu, you're a big guy. But losing 30% size, is probably where I would draw the line. So, and plus Rasmus and Kazan are like dummy good with size, either way. So, and then, I mean, your midfielder gets speed, your goalie gets speed. It's not that bad. So, I think that's probably what we'll be seeing here. I mean, that's what I certainly would be thinking about in this team. I mean, man, Bun Bun Bonanza actually has such a comfort. I guess both teams are just like pretty damn happy with these picks. I mean, Scyther Rasmus, absolutely. Liari now, I mean, absolutely. Lily Bundubu, these are like their mains-ish. And then, I mean, I forgot on Luna. So wait, hold on. We said Natty is Kai. That might be the weirdest one.
I've seen Natty before on the Kai. I think that is a pick that they looked quite good on last time I saw them. However, I do think, like you said, there's a lot of comfort picks here. So this is going to be a game where I feel like the skills of these players are truly going to shine. It's not going to feel like, oh, well, this is a pick that they didn't look quite comfortable on, so there were a couple mistakes here and there. No, these are characters that these players know and are raring to play. So we'll just have to see what the awakenings are here. It is a 6 among Titans game. They have not decided to take that hot shot. We could have seen it like you mentioned, but they have decided that keeping everybody in line and keeping everybody fast is where we want to be here on this map. Atlas Lab going into point 1, pressing the point on this top barrier. Kotone makes a quick play, and with the black hole gone, this offense, they're going to try to make something happen here where Liari can't really abuse that chokehold to make the mines come to life. But one barrier each side. The barriers are going fast here.
Absolutely. Bun Bun Bonanza looks, again, really comfortable in what they're doing. Like, this is kind of just, they're in a scrim, they're in practice. Like, they do this all the time. Like, they feel like they're going to be comfortable, but I'm not going to, Calamity's out yet. I mean, Kotone on the Rasmus, or on the Kazan, kind of insane. Forgot. I mean, I've seen a lot of Forgot Luna in a interesting way, because Luna is certainly maybe the, I guess maybe not actually the least amount picked in tournament character, but, like, really feels like Luna is a very specific situation for most people. So it's kind of really cool to see Luna come out either way, but Bun Bun Bonanza kind of making it happen right now. Fortunately, getting a ton of pressure there. Cosmic Calamities is falling behind just a little bit here. Natty trying to make it happen here with the eject button, not working out too much. Forgot kind of walks right into Liari, but then again, Liari falls into the black hole, takes a bunch of damage, but now keeping herself alive. That is her job. Office worker that heals. That's just how it goes. And yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no.
What's going on here? Oh, where's Scyther, dude? Where's he at?
All right. It looks like Scyther is back. They're going to play it out as much as they can and take a technical break on the next point, I believe. Oh, but Forgot is taking a break on the bottom side of the map. That dash did not quite connect. So, I believe a good way to describe this Luna character is polarizing, right? Either she feels like the worst thing to happen to your day, or feels like they don't do anything at all. And when it's Forgot, I feel like that polarizing magnet goes one side more so than the other. However, Kotone looking a little low here. The barrier is available, but Scyther is not. So unfortunately, you have this 2v3. But knowing these players, I wouldn't count them out yet, even in this situation that feels like a Sisyphean task.
Yeah, this is definitely tough. But what's interesting is that even in a 2v3 like we have here, when your goal is to not actually score, I think it's a lot easier to just simply stall. And they're doing a pretty great job of stalling. My gosh, they are trying to stall so hard, and respectfully so. Scyther might return in time, but man, just could not return in time. And yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of an asterisk point there from Cosmic Calamity. Scyther kind of in the void right now, in the internet, in the wires, really just asking himself, why? And yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for Scyther to come back, as this is going to probably be a overtime point. Yeah, these things happen sometimes. I don't know.
They certainly do. Scyther's looking like me earlier this cast when Megaverse banished me. They have been banished from this game. They will be back soon, though, hopefully, as 1-1 right now. And it's a little scary because if the 1 point you got was because a person disconnected, you really got to get on your A game here and keep these matches alive. However, we will just have to see what happens when Scyther comes back. However, overtime point, like you mentioned, definitely in the favor of Kotone here, because with that pressing the point in overtime, the core is gonna be moving, and so is Natty with this eject button. However, Lilybun has been holding it down excellently, and Liari has definitely been in all the right spots, using all the right utility. So, like we said, we just have to see how this game comes back once these players come back. Right now, Natty staring into the void, praying that it does not stare back into them, as that's a lot of damage that you would kind of just be taking for fun. But right now, let's look at some things right now. We've got Kotone, high energy, potentially a flip available. Natty and Forgot on the way. Liari, very low energy, perhaps a kill target. And Lilybun just doing their best, keep the defense alive. They got half a bar energy. They're doing their job. So with Scyther returning, we'll give them a brief moment. We'll have to see how this kickoff plays out, but there's a lot of orbs available. Thank God it was not an orb ponderer start, and we're getting back into it. All barriers available, but we are in overtime. You got to be careful here. Lilybun, a character that is a bit slow, and against these overtime cores that are going to be going fast, you got to be in the right spots at the right time, otherwise it's just going to slip past you, much like the opportunity of this round.
Absolutely, the round is certainly slipping away as Bun Bonanza, the disconnected team here, is actually making it happen, taking both barriers on first. The black hole shows up once again, making clears a little bit more awkward for the side of anyone who pretty much has possession there, though. Lilybun winning a nice strike war against Katone there. Actually still holding on to both of these barriers there, but they do end up having to get past Natty, who has Flip for defensive use here, sends out the barrage. Lilybun kind of greeds an orb there, ends up losing a top barrier in return. Katone striking directly through Lilybun, winning that situation, but not going to be too much. Natty, unfortunately, does a little bit of a read there, goes to the bottom side and tries to flip. And does not seem to work out. Spending the flip, losing the point. That's not what you want to be seeing here if you're Cosmic Calamities. But it is 1-1 in this series. So, again, not going to count them out.
One thing we are seeing here is with Luna, you have to be very committal with that dash at times. So if you're ever just slightly out of range, you aren't able to help defend without burning a very key resource. And right there, they burned it on the offense. Only got one barrier, even though the core was in a very tight spot. That just shows how good the defense is by these teams as they're able to get it out and back into the hands of Katone here. But Forgot stacking up some damage. One thing, if I remember correctly, Now's healing is a percentage, but it's based off of her stagger, if I remember right, not the person being healed. So it's a little difficult to keep your team alive in the face of all this damage at times. However, I could be wrong about that. But now, Scyther's on the move here. The net is open, however, and the Tofu Fortress has been burned.
Yeah, not too many resources there. I think for Now's ultimate, I thought it was based on the opponent's missing stagger, but could be wrong about that as well. There's a lot of abilities in the game to take a look at, but again, we have a little bit of a match to check out here as we're going to get the Giga Blast. They're not going to make too much happen, though. Cosmic Calamity's trying to get this last point here, or it's going to be Lilybun taking... I keep saying Lilybun specifically, but Bun Bonanza taking the first set here, grabbing Awakenings, and they do kind of keep it together. Cosmic Calamities coming alive at exactly the time they need to. Again, a little bit of... actually, a lot of energy on the side of Cosmic Calamities. A little bit of an advantage there. We'll see what happens. Oh, Liliari actually with a little bit of a schmix up there. I kind of like that idea. Scyther beating Forgot in that situation. Going to grab the bottom barrier for their side. It's going to be Liari. Going to cover top side here with Lilybun. Man, Katone with a nice strike. Actually gets it right through Lilybun there. Going to grab the last barrier. Scyther can't seem to make it happen there. Actually, the Sentry Drone is going to make it happen. And both barriers down for both teams. Natty's going to try to approach with Flip, make it happen. Okay, Lilybun negating all that pressure with the Tofu Fortress there. Okay, nice. Not losing to the drone. Okay, I was stun locked there for a second. Go ahead.
No, this point is coming to life here as both nets are open. It's looking tough. Flips have been burned. The energy is low, but Forgot's potentially looking to make something happen with this flip of their own.
Yeah, I think that Flip was a little ambiguous, or not ambiguous, ambitious, actually. They wanted to kind of keep the pressure. But hey, I mean, they scored. Maybe that was an imperative moment to scoring that point. The ball did kind of get past us. It spends the flip just to keep control of the ball. So, I don't know. Fair. That's fair, I suppose. We're going to have Kazan being the first to pick their poison here. It's going to be Catalyst or Rampage. Kind of two popular picks for our brawlers forward here. Yep, Catalyst going to simply just run into the enemies now and just get a ton of extra energy. And that's kind of what saves the game, is getting a little bit extra flips. We actually see Stinger taking for Forgot. That could be a kind of a game changer. A little bit of stagger taken here for Scyther. Keep in mind, yeah, honestly, it's the Stinger that's the thing to watch out for, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think with double speed picked up by Bun Bonanza, if Lilybun can stay alive, which, I mean, I haven't seen them fall yet, they can keep those stacks up and keep the speed coming to life, which will help them since they took pauldrons earlier. Oh my goodness, and they take a life just like that. Katone goes down. But like we were saying, with the Orb Dancer, this is going to give them the speed they need to make up for the fact that they took those pauldrons to stay alive. And those pauldrons are going to help keep them alive, so that's a good combination there. And Liari, with those stacks on stacks, is going to start stacking them up about a third of the way there now. But Scyther is trying to get a third of the way into the enemy net, but it's just so tough to get past these three players, especially with one like Forgot, who has so much Nassau goalie experience. They know how to help on these defenses.
For sure. We actually have seen that happen in a bunch of different NASA and Nassau games where we have the goalie switching roles to like a midfield or something like that, and it's just like, yeah, they just have 3 goalies on their team, realistically, and it's like, oh, okay, this is actually making so much sense, where they're really good at defense in general. Liari also being now, I mean, she's just, her ability's having low cooldown. She just hits a lot of people. She stacks a little bit faster than most characters. Kotone with a really great crooked leverage there. Lilybun with a really great evade strike there. Actually, just good gameplay coming out here. Scyther going to try to hold the line. Doesn't seem to hit the drone just there. Liari at just about no health. They have to score now or die, and they do score now. No die. It's Lilybun. Bun Bonanza. I keep saying that on Lilybun. Bun Bonanza taking it here. Liari almost max stacks. Lilybun almost max stacks as well.
Yep. One thing to be scared of, though, is Liari's taking a lot of damage, but that means that Kotone, should Liari get staggered, Kotone is going to have a lot of ways to go for kills there, as Kazan has so many kill confirms to take out a staggered opponent, or even a slightly weakened one, that it can feel so tough to stay alive with that low base stagger. But this Tofu Fortress keeping the core locked in, making it so difficult to get it out there. They do get a barrier for their troubles. However, Scyther is down a flip, but the side of Cosmic Calamities is down both barriers.
Absolutely. We saw Lilybun actually try to get their butt in there with that somersault. Didn't actually work out, though, but I see the vision, saw the vision completely. The Kazan pass actually blocked, but the Black Hole, the crooked leverage, just gonna sit there and linger there, even on miss. No problem there. Liari taking a bunch of damage really quickly there. Going to heal up to full, though. Actually, I guess if you have such a low bar of stagger, it's pretty easily healed. So that's kind of a double-edged sword in that regard. They're going to flip it right on over to Scyther. Kotone can take a ton of damage from the center. Has flipped, though. They could think about getting a kill onto Kotone there. And yeah, we do see Scyther probably looking for the Death's Touch in a way. Not sure if it is currently up, though. The flip, actually really great time from Kotone, though. Now the last push here from Liari, and Scyther is going to run into the proximity, or the sentry drone. And actually going to get a score there. Bun Bonanza bringing the setback.
Forgot trying to cut off a play with that dash, but Natty unfortunately walking just barely into that growing sentry drone, causing them to take a little bit of knockback and not allow them to defend that point. However, we saw some good defense there, and we do see Forgot with high energy here trying to get it out of this pocket and into the hands of Kotone. But you're down a barrier and you don't really have a ton of resources. You want to save them for the offense. There goes a missile, but Luna, I don't feel like I've seen a ultimate recently, so there might be one cooking up there. They're just trying to get it out of this pocket so that they can make these offensive plays, but just haven't been allowed, and there it is. The ult comes out, but to no avail. Forgot has the flip, though, and is looking to make something happen, but Kotone feels like they've been able to solo this offense quite a lot. Well, Forgot helps on the defense. Unfortunately, though, they can't help but miss the core there as they are just out of range with that flip. It's one barrier both sides, and Kotone is looking to make something happen with this flip.
Yeah, that was about to be a super scary situation for Lilybun as Forgot approaches with the boost, but they end up not really getting the angle they're looking for there, and the ball does get cleared. Now Lilybun, again, defending such a great, she's doing such a good job of defending this point, in and out, kind of resource management, doing such a great job here. Liari also making, Liari making quick work of Scyther, fortunately, as the center is going to go down and no healing is going to be coming out there. Again, Lilybun still holding it down here. The 2v3, as we saw last time, it's actually now still holding this barrier down. Lilybun continues to hold it down. The pressure is just not mounting where it needs to be by Cosmic Calamities. I mean, Natty has eject button and this flip, but he uses it defensively, misses with eject button there. Unfortunately, doesn't get the pressure they're looking for. And this could be a problem. I feel like Cosmic Calamities has the tools to mount basically an unstoppable push, but it just does not seem to be happening right now. Maybe, it could be the midfielder. It could be the midfield, like Liari doing such a good job of breaking up the pressure.
Oh, but the pressure leads Lilybun to making a use of the Summer Assault that leads them to losing the barrier here, as both nets are now open. Forgot has a flip for this defense, but Kotone has to stay alive to make something happen here before this black hole takes their life.
Yes, that was a really great evade to dodge the drone once again. Liari was sniping it out there. Okay, it's actually going to be a good flip there to Kotone, but Lilybun does win the situation. The proximity drone is going to find... Sentry drone. Sentry drone is going to find its way to get that goal there, and it's let me defend. Everyone start passing and defending. Bun Bonanza with Liari as their MVP. This point, Quick Strikes showing up, and that is a good awakening, some people might say, but also we have Forgot taking Stinger, and Deadeye and Missile Prop are both on board, and that could be that could be the thing that turns this game around, because Kotone, being Kazan, is so good at securing kills, especially if, well, I guess Primetime is taken now. Kazan's gonna have to grab Explosive Entrance or something, but yeah, that could be the damage that they're looking for right now. Forgot trying to kill.
That's a hard draft for Bun Bun Bonanza because there's 3 of Forgot's Bis in that draft. The Missile Propulsion, the Specialized Training, and the Deadeye that they picked up, and just like that, the Deadeye strikes and a player goes down. But that means that Forgot is going to have less value in future drafts. So if you can survive this onslaught, Lilybun is trying to make the offense happen themselves to do so. The emote comes out.
I saw that.
But at the same time, if you could survive this, well, Forgot has got all of their awakenings that they're probably going to get for this game. You can make so much happen in the next few rounds that as long as you don't lose 2 more sets in a row here, it's looking good for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza as far as the draft for that player. However, Kotone taking Explosive Entrance, I believe, was their pick there. Is a bit interesting. That Dash Awakening, previously, you wouldn't really take Dash Awakenings on Kazan because you didn't really get anything from it, right? But the extra impact is huge for the damage of this team. But I wonder if it's worth taking over that Specialized Training and just getting the damage on the board to capitalize off of this Luna, who's already doing a ton of damage. The Black Hole is doing damage for you. It's just securing those kills. But right now, they're trying to secure this gold. Natty is in the fray as well.
Absolutely. I really do want to see Natty get in the fray a little bit more often. We have eject button Kai. I mean, that's kind of your job. Forgot. Oh, man. If they had realized, I think they had their flip at that exact moment, they might have been able to sink that score in there. The Black Hole's going to make things a little bit awkward for Lilybun. Not going to get the angle we're looking for. Again, the Black Hole kind of coming into effect. They're making things difficult. Scyther, determination, just gets it on through. Finds that barrier once again with possession and going to kind of destroy the enemy team there with that well-timed strike, not letting up on the pressure. And Bun Bun Bonanza takes the first part in this. I mean, that was only 1 point, but it felt like Bun Bun Bonanza was just stomping onto Cosmic Calamities, even though that was clearly not what happening. And of course, Forgot getting all the experience of 2 of their own barriers. Oh my goodness.
What a collapse of a round. And you see, that is one of those things that can sometimes happen with that Luna just creating so much chaos on the field. But I think what you're getting at with Natty here is that it feels like sometimes when you have eject button, you can fall into this trap of feeling like you only get to push up when you have the eject button, because you have that safety net of falling back. You don't have to worry about, oh, well, if this play doesn't go right, we could lose so much. Whereas Natty right now, with that eject button, has moved up with that flip, trying to make something happen, but now they're playing so much more defensively. Perhaps it's also that experience on the hold it down goalies, things like Asher and Mako, where you don't have as much time running up all of the time, abusing that high base speed that Kai has. So we'll just have to see whether or not they come up on this offense like they do right now, or whether or not that eject button will be their downfall as we see the boys angle come out here. 1 barrier each side. A little bit of damage going out, but I don't know how fast this round is going to go when the defenses are playing this well.
Oh boy. You hit the defense is playing really well, and of course the Tofu Fortress is deciding pretty much whatever it wants. The Tofu Fortress takes no prisoners, and it does kind of whatever it wants. Yes, great down by Lilybun. She was about to be kind of annihilated on the top side there, but Forgot kind of getting there kind of quickly, finds that top side of the goal box there, and is going to sink that one in as necessary as it needed to be, as Bun Bun Bonanza is two up in this current set here. And man, I tell you, this Stinger, I don't know how much the Stinger is doing, but this Deadeye is doing it. This Deadeye is collecting lives, collecting souls, and it's just becoming such a big problem right now, trying to combo onto Scyther there. Not going to make that one happen. In fact, too close to even, I think, make the Deadeye work there. Scyther just gets 2 nice hits on there. I mean, that he does have Unstoppable, but again, you still do have to time your strike for the pendulum swing. It sometimes gets a little awkward, but I'm yapping away, and Scyther just kind of gets on in there, and Whiplash slices the goal in half, and it's going to be a Bun Bun Bonanza for this one. Scyther, what's it going to be? Might of the Colossus? Heavy impact? What's the pick here?
I feel like, unfortunately, against a Luna, you might have to be looking at this extra special, because if they get that with the Deadeye, that could be the end of the game. But it's the hot shot instead. This core is going to be moving. But Orb Ponderer here, pick up with that Orb Dancer, is going to be a lot of utility that they gain access to. And this draft for Kazan leads them to Might of the Colossus. But we now see Chrono Boost on the Kai. With that eject button, they're already getting into the mix. This is going to give them so much more of a frightening presence once they do get on the move. But they have to get on the move to make that happen. And right now the enemy team is moving into their net, taking both of these barriers if it keeps up like this.
Absolutely. Whoa, crazy accurate Tofu Fortress technician there from Lilybun. Actually somehow saves that behind the back barrier there. Forgot almost getting the boost in there to make it happen, but Scyther keeping the pressure up once again with a little bit of extra speed and the slick kicks, making it tough for Natty. I mean, Scyther winning a ton of different situations there. Kotone a step behind in that situation. Scyther just, oof, I kind of just did it. Scyther solo dolo right there.
Scyther making big plays all throughout this series and all throughout the games that they have really ever played. This player, you know, at first I didn't know who they were, but now that I've seen them play so many times, I mean, they are unforgettable. Their offense is so fantastic. Their teamwork is amazing. They know exactly where to be at any given moment. Right there, Forgot finds where he needs to be and scores that barrier, opening up the net for their team.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. Great boost and also really great back pass there. About to be checkmated directly in front, but the back pass is going to open up a world of opportunity as they get it on right past both of the forwards here. Kotone, a little bit of control here. Kind of a strange dribble at that moment, but okay, Natty's got a little bit of defense here, and okay, Slayer is actually going to flip it past the Crater Maker, and it's going to end up getting both of those barriers. Natty going to try to keep this flip, maybe use it offensively with this eject button. Going to go on the top side, not going to work out there. Ejects immediately. Forgot. Waits and actually gets a little bit of help there from Kotone, and that was exactly what they needed for that situation. They have to win this set because the Bun Bun Bonanza is close to match point.
The patience there working out for them. As we've seen the last few flips by Kotone, they were a little fast and got denied by Lilybun. However, Forgot there, recognizing that Kotone can just get into a spot to make it impossible to defend. Great awareness by them, but you need to be aware that your net is open, but you don't strike because you're scared of the pendulum swing. That is not a point you want to give up, as now you are down 1-2 against a team that is about to take this series. Should they get one more point, you got to bring this back together if you want another shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Maddie I think might have actually been on strike cooldown there, but again, a really tough spot. A tough spot again. Scyther just, it looks like Scyther is the one with quick strikes, but I mean, Leari is the one with quick strikes. Scyther just putting on a clinic forward, and Lilybun just roll swapping just for a moment, making it happen. Scyther never left the goal box, and just, man, in the right spot at the right time every time. Scyther, MVP, probably most likely the MVP for this one, and yeah, it's going to go to Bun Bun Bonanza 2-1 here over Cosmic Calamities, and that was some high-intensity gameplay from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lilybun move up there at the very end, a dominating performance, saying, hey, I'm here, get out of my way, my team is taking this game and this series. So, a beautiful play by them. However, that kind of goes to show what we were talking about earlier, where we were talking about that eject button issue, where Lilybun was on pauldrons and just walked up and said, you know what, I am here, get out of my way. And so for that, they have won this series. However, great play by both sides. We got to see the Luna, but it didn't come out to be as much as we thought. However, they did rack up some KOs once they got that Deadeye on the line, but I think that those remaining drafts kind of fell to the wayside once all of those Great Awakenings were out of the way for them. But we've seen both Kotone and Scyther on that Kazan, both making that character look very unfair, as you mentioned earlier. But that's how life is, and these guys are larger than life in this league.
Yeah, both two really great teams. I expect great things from Cosmic Calamities, even though they're going to not be the winners of this week. But this is a good team, honestly. They are definitely going to take a couple of wins in the next coming series, as we will see later in the next coming tournaments. But man, that was hype. And we still have another really hype match coming up just in a little bit here. But hey, that's going to be it for you and I, Dendar, for now. And is there anything else that you'd like to say to the people here?
Nope, just to look forward to the great games coming soon. We won't be here to cast them, but they will certainly be happening. Stick around.
Absolutely.
Hey, Strikers!
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 4, and we're here with a bit of a historic matchup. It's the Bozo Bunch versus Era's Kitten Club, and Bozo have never lost these. 100% win rate or something like that, so... And they're not looking to change that now, but things have changed a little bit. Obscure Breads is here, Katsuna is gone, no longer with us, so we have Josh instead, so it's different.
It's definitely different. I believe Bozo is like 5-0 against EKC, which is insane. But here we're going to see another historic matchup go back to back, and it looks like we're going to Night Market, Atlas Lab, and Taiko Temple, which is a couple of a good pair of the big three, and then Taiko Temple Jump Scare. And oh my God, we've got some characters on the board, and now Zentaro Mako coming out from Bozo, which sounds like the Dropletto Zentaro is being unleashed to the masses. And then Rasmus Vice Kai for EKC.
Sorry, doing a little bit of hot potatoing with the lobby leader here, but we're getting it started here. And yeah, I think with the way that the draft went, I think EKC piloted it pretty well, taking away that potential Rasmus pick from the Bozo Bunch, which Dropletto would have maybe considered picking here on Night Market, and basically just compressing the pool all the way down to that Zentaro there. So I'm just mostly interested on what Josh will be looking at in this game, because that's the main difference maker in this matchup.
Right, EKC fielding Josh coming out. Katsuna is no longer with us. I don't know where he is, but he's not currently with us, so gonna see how they're able to fare with that sub in instead. Might be on the Kai. I believe it. Soren would never pick Kai. He thinks his character is bad, and so hey, would you look at that? Josh on the Kai, bang, and Soren on the Vice. Big fan of that pick. Both he and I'm saying I'm a big fan of the pick. As we see, the only person who took primetime is Josh, so pretty interesting there. Happy star for everyone else.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting, right? Because there are a lot of characters in this game that do benefit a lot from that prime time, but the extra special instead is definitely a decision, especially on characters like the Zentaro.
Yeah, definitely. You might want to just take the prime time because, hey, that's 2 primaries. I guess Dropletto here valuing the ult over the prime time there, which is fair. It makes sense. And pretty good, but I don't know. It's a lot of value being missed out on, especially because Josh taking prime time means it can't show back up in rotation in later sets. So it's just gone forever. Pack it up, go home. Could still get rapid fire, but hey, it's sometimes you want to be able to primary twice in a row.
Yeah, and speaking of Josh, that first point was all Josh, and the second point, unfortunately, that barrage upwards might have been a little counterproductive, as NX now has possession of the core, wins a strike war versus Obscure Breads, who still has Flip to work with Dropletto, trying to get up there, and NX just slips it right below the secondary of Obscure Breads, right out of reach of the midfielder and the goalie of the Bozo Bunch. 2-0 is the lead for Era's Kitten Club, and maybe things will be different this time.
Yeah, looking to win, they take a win over Bozo, and very interestingly, they're not really playing damage as they're known for. I mean, they are. Let's be clear. Soren is on Vice. That is a damage character. And obviously Rasmus can put out a good amount of damage too, but definitely not as much as characters like Kazan, Zentaro, X, who was banned by EKC, but you know, interesting that they have that going on instead of a more conventional damage pick. But oh, Soren putting the Vice to work as a straight power chord reads Obscure Bread's soul to the moon and back and puts it in. Oh my god.
Yeah, and now we're staring down a bit of a scary draft here. The data available to Catalyst, also something to be noted, along with the Quick Strike, the Energy Awakenings on the table here, along with the Orb Ponder as well. So many power picks, and Quick Strike will be the one picked up to denied away from Muncher, whose favorite awakening is that Quick Strikes after all. But actually, with the way that the draft is panning out, those damage awakenings falling by the wayside here.
Yeah, really. And 6th pick Zentaro will be getting 1-2 punch. I think big things here are the Catalyst going to I here. You know, obviously really good. I can't really tell if Quick Strike or Catalyst is better, because obviously one's better for energy, Quick Strike is just better. Like, you can't sneeze at 20% CD off your Strike CD, but it's really hard to tell. It's still both insane, you know, top tier Gigabits Awakenings on every character, so big pickups. I think Dropletto, I have not seen much of Zentaro at all, but 1-2 punch being one of his best Awakenings. If he can make something happen with that, would be really interesting, really cool to see. So that's what I'm looking out for here.
Yeah, and one thing that we aren't looking at is a strike shot from Scarebreds going to Pauldrons instead, and we already saw a few instances of the Mako reach not being quite enough earlier on, so that might be something that might be a problem, and so will that KO. A power play now being started by Aris Kitten Club. NXZD getting the death touch, but getting taken out by Dropletto's primary into flip, but Josh trying to win the strike interaction, wins the mind game with Obscurebreds as well. That's a 1-0 in this set for Aris Kitten Club, and that's a mental breaker right there.
Yeah, that is an earth-shattering deny of the core flip there. Gotta feel terrible. Oh no,
and it's in shambles.
It's in shambles. They're running away with it. Both barriers down after the biggest call-out known to man. The biggest call-out you can make in this game, reading that core flip, and there's another one coming out. Still defended off, but like, wow. It's gotta feel bad to be Bozo Bunch right now.
Yeah, and importantly, Josh winning a lot of strike wars, getting damaged here, but Dropletto takes damage in the process and gets taken out. Another power play for Aris Kitten Club. Muncher interrupting for just a moment, but Soren pushes forward with NXZD, getting in there with Josh to the bottom side, and a Giga Blast almost gets an NXZD with the follow-up. And that was really close. EKC with the perfect chain of abilities to keep the core under control and to maintain their lead here.
Yeah, they were just like permanently pushed in that entire point after they got barriers, and Bozo Bunch, you know, Breads and I were just kind of like at the goal line trying to fight back and get it out, but just didn't have any good clearances. There were 3 forwards harassing them the entire time. But now a little bit more of an even point. 1-1 for both barriers. And EKC's really just been dominating this game, which is, I think, what we've come to know them for, but definitely not in this team matchup. So I wonder if they can keep it up throughout the rest of the game and the series.
Yeah, and now Josh in with the barrage. And that's the barrier found. Obscurebreds being pushed away. Josh to the top side, and Obscurebreds flip is burned. But while that's happening, that's NXZD going down. The Dropletto flip doesn't even need it on the goal line. Dropletto just stands still, knowing it's going in. Flashes the Bozo Bunch emote. And Bozo Bunch, I mean, there's a reason they haven't lost to EKC ever.
Right, coming back a little bit in this set. I'm very surprised Dropletto didn't core flip at all. And there were like 5 different times that it looked good. Instead, core flipping there, which is unfortunate, but hey, Muncher, Gret, and the man of many names, dropping a core flip right there, getting the barrier, and looking good. Bozo Bunch has a barrier up, and things are looking nice for them, and they might be able to reclaim the set.
Yeah, Muncher on the bottom side, pass up to Dropletto, and the special as well to lock the core down despite the supernova from Soren, perfectly played by Dropletto. And from a 0-2, it's a 2-2. The reverse sweep might be coming and the game might be completely even here. All they need is one more goal, and the offense from EKC hasn't gotten started the last 2 points.
Yeah, low key on the lowest of keys. That might have been some incredible extra special value coming out from Dropletto. Being able to drop an ult right there. Maybe he was saving it and it didn't use it, but hey, I don't know. That all being said, both barriers down for the Bozo Bunch. And things are looking a little dangerous as NXCD is encroaching on the space right there.
Yeah, almost threatening a goal there, but now it's Dropletto and Muncher's turn to play. The special comes out, forcing out the supernova from Soren, but Soren still has the flip available, still defending the barrier, but the flip's gone. It's a vanishing act, as the health bar of Josh is also gone. NXCD trying to go in for the scoring play, but it's the Bozo Bunch who are in control at the moment. They seem to find a passing play forward. but Dropletto with the passive strike, getting a dribble, top side, trying to get it past Soren, but it just slips away, but a good pass, a good stop with the primary is not enough. They can't get the barrier, and they need to get it quickly before the KO comes through, and now it's a power play. Now it's a tough spot for Obscure Breads, who is taken out, and the core drifting in. Dropletto will save it barely, but can't do much against a barrage angled like that. Well played from Josh, and EKC maintained their lead.
Yeah, a much more even set than the first one, but EKC still pulling through in the end, running away to another draft, and Dropletto being second pick here is pretty big. Adrenaline rush on the board, heavy impact, bulk up maybe even. A lot of good things to pick up. The Monumentalists deny. I will not be picking that up, not having that. And now Dropletto opting for the recovery drone, getting a little size, letting I pick up heavy impact instead, which is really, really strong. But Hotshot going to Soren, I think, is incredibly scary. The Vice has already been doing an incredible amount of work, an incredible amount of damage too. So now just getting tons of CDs off of that is a little scary. It's going to be a pretty big game changer here. Not unless the Supernova doesn't hit, though. I don't know. Still hope for Boza Bunch.
Yeah, and seconding your thought about the hotshot, but not just the cooldown refund, but the core speed as well. Obscure Breads picking the team player, right, which is great on the goalie, but what Obscure Breads needs right now is some speed or some kind of way to extend the reach, because he's kind of getting hit around at the moment with the Pauldron's Mako, and that team player isn't going to solve that problem, as Dropletto is just getting hit. No around necessary. Obscure Breads with the passive strike will send the core rocketing forwards, buy a lot of time for the Bozo Bunch, but Soren on the other side, the hot shot on the primary with the cooldown refund, so much uptime, so many ways to send the core to the other side of the map.
Yeah, really, and a beautiful pass with that core flip going straight to NXCD, jamming him up, letting him get the barrier, and now Breads and I are trying to defend against the onslaught, able to get it out, but there's that core speed coming through, and Core's just moving so fast. Obscure Breads has team player to try and respond to it, but like you said, they're just able to hit around him, and if they're able to go that fast, doesn't matter, because a great dimer coming out from I to Dropletto will be putting it in there, and just hit around Soren, he couldn't do much about it.
Yeah.
And it's punch Boza Bunch.
The uptime might be high, but the uptime isn't infinite here, at least not yet, especially with the heavy impact being taken away by Muncher. Now Dropletto and Muncher trying to find a play. A double barrier so early. I think Soren expected Josh to catch that, but Josh was covering the bottom side, so the central was wide open. Another passing play up to Dropletto, trying to mind game Soren a little bit there, and with plenty of resources to use, but not using them quite yet as Muncher goes to heal up. Dropletto building up a flip of his own as well. And on the bottom side, a flip, trying to get it past Soren. The Supernova, though, will deflect it away, but another attempt here. And Dropletto this time will be the one to strike War a core flip on the goal.
Yeah, bang. Just denying that completely, and now Bozo are up 2-0 in this game. Down 2-0 in sets, but looking to reclaim one and start the reverse sweep. Oh my god, and they're looking incredible this set. You know, they're getting the barriers, getting a lot of double barriers, sneaking it in. These ults from Dropletto are absolutely beautiful. Just always confirming something. And that'll be taking them into set 4 with maybe a Stagger Awakening or two and Rapid Fire on the board. Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary draft here. A lot of BIS, a lot of good awakenings to the point where Chrono Boost, yeah, going to be taken away by Muncher. Doesn't want to fall into the Kai, but the Orb Dance is still there. The speed is still there, and maybe a peak performance. Yeah, you need to get any sort of speed on Obscure Breads to try and increase that defensive prowess, but the Unstoppable on Soren might prove to be a bit of an obstacle for the Bozo Bunch scoring.
Right, might be tough to get through. If Dropletto is able to strip it away with an early hit of Zentara primary or ult, maybe even the passive, you know, Zentara has a lot of options to get rid of Unstoppable, but if he doesn't, it does become a problem. Just another thing to play around here. That being said, Dropletto is doing a small amount of damage to the Kai with 0 Stagger Awakenings. Josh, though, picking up both Orb Awakenings, losing all the stacks of them right there, but you know, still has both of them and is going to be able to stack them back up once he comes back But Bozo Bunch here are just... they've got so much coverage in the net. They're putting up so much pressure. And they were able to hold until Josh came back, EKC. But now Soren is dying. Dropletto is killing him. Someone save this guy.
And there's no healer on their team. Dropletto with the flip. Bottom side pulled away by NXED. What a save by the forward of EKC here. But they still have a lot more to do. Defense from Obscure Breads is solid. It gets past Josh. Dropletto on the top side locks up the core. And it gets past yet again. Soren, the supernova doesn't matter because Muncher gets the second hit of it. And that's 1-0 for the Bozo Bunch, and that is a grueling point that you hate to lose if you're EKC, and I think this is how a lot of the Bozo Bunch wins over EKC have gone. First, EKC is up to a solid lead, and you're like, oh, maybe this time it'll be different, but Bozo Bunch, they just keep hanging on no matter what.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch, really the cockroaches of Mega Strikers, just can never quite get rid of them, and really just, they were able to... wait until set 3 and just start surging. It's just a ton of damage coming out from Dropletto. Is looking a little low. You would think that if either of these comps would scale, it would be the Vice on EKC far more than anything from Bozo Bunch, but Dropletto has really been a difference maker that past set and this set. And I think the recovery drone with the extra size helped a lot, bringing him a little bit closer to the X hitboxes that he's familiar with. And the 1-2 punch especially is just really helping a lot, as now Josh is dead, and that's a power play, and that's a goal for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and Obscure Breads has been holding quite well too, giving Muncher and Dropletto so much time to make their plays. Another goal comes through, and the meter's built up as well, looking very good for the Bozo Bunch if they can hold this. One barrier goes down though, and now Josh is hunting, but Dropletto pushes forward. That's one barrier traded, and they're looking for more. Josh's barrage, that's a cooldown used very importantly. And once again, Obscure Breads actually can't quite reach it. A huge opportunity for EKC, but Soren doesn't hit the primary. The power cord goes a little bit wide, and NXCD does have flip, would like to not use it here, and uses it. It's deflected away. The worst possible outcome when their barrier is the one that goes down, and Bozo Bunch now pushing forward, trying to get it past. They're all clumped up in the goal, but still managing to save it as NXCD with the pendulum swing, but it's not quite enough. And Bozo Bunch get it out for a moment. Another flip right directly forward. Dropletto looking for a redirect. The follow-up from Muncher, not quite enough quite yet, but again, EKC now, they're the ones on the defense this time. Obscure Breads with a team player passing it forward. NXCD looking for a play. The pendulum swing deflected by the primary of Obscure Breads. And once again, it's getting really cluttered in the midfield, but with flips available, the Bozo Bunch find the KO. Dropletto with a dash flip. And the core sails to the other side of the map. Dropletto strike wars the hook. Soren's not ready. And it's set 5.
It's set 5. I mean, I'm shocked. Another banger Dropletto ult coming in, and then the strike war on the hook, preventing it from going. I'm shocked. I'm flabbergasted. And anyway, welcome to set 5. Bozo Bunch's reward for making it this far, a little bit of an explosive entrance. That being said, that's Stacks. Stacks right there. And I think that Stacks is just one of the best awakenings in the game. Falling to Obscure Breads, that's the little bit of speed you were talking about earlier that he needs to cover more of the goal box, and that's really scary for EKC because that guy's pauldrons. It's going to be tough to kill him, and so he's just going to be really fast in his own net and covering everything, which he's already been doing the past 2 points or sets.
Yeah, and it feels bad, but it kind of feels like NXCD should have been taking that Stacks, because now Obscure Breads has no weaknesses to speak of. In the earlier sets, that guy was mortal, but no longer with the Stacks on Stacks, as long as he doesn't randomly die. Like Dropletto and NXCD trading their midfielders right there to specialized training, proving to be some value. Basically Juliet if you can get on the other side of someone. But not much happening, really. Not enough core control to mount a real scoring offense, and the midfielders do come back. Obscure Bread still saving it away. Good Giga Blast attempt from Josh, but it won't score just yet, and this is a much more even set, but Dropletto always so much of a threat, especially with the explosive entrance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dropletto's getting a little beat up here, but look at how much damage he's putting out. He was able to just smite Josh earlier in the point, took NXCD all the way to staggered, getting a little bit of healing from the orb and from the now. looks to be back unstaggered despite the visual and hunting down NXCD like a shark in the water. Look at Josh's health bar, it's just ticking down. I don't even know from what. Stinger from now. Just the damage coming out from Bozo Bunch, and I never thought I'd say this, it is just too much for EKC to handle. And they're able to just control the entire game with it.
Bozo Bunch, once known as the One Tricks that were the most killable team in the history of Omega Strikers. Now they're the killers. Now they're the ones getting KOs. And of course with the now pickup, they're not dying nearly as much. A changed Bozo and a changed EKC, but one thing remains certain, and it's that Bozo Bunch are looking good in this matchup. There's still a lot of Omega Strikers left to be played, but right now, Dropletto, pretty low, but that guy's been surviving for quite a while. Picks up the mid speed, goes in for damage on NXZD, but NX dodges it away, and big opportunity for Josh to try and find some scoring pressure. Both barriers down, and EKC might be finding something here.
Yeah, definitely. NXZD having a good opportunity, and a great core flip from Dropletto. Don't usually expect your brawler to be making the insane defensive core flip saves, but on the line, able to get it. Recovery drum burned off of Dropletto as the goal goes in. And that's kind of what EKC wants to see. You know, getting a resource off of Dropletto and a goal to kind of even out the game. And it's I'm pretty sure the last set was a 3-0, so first goal in a while, able to come back.
Do you see that damage?
Yeah, scary hook, devious hook. Pulling Muncher halfway across the stage and doing half their health bar too. This guy has specialized training. That's terrifying.
All right, well, Muncher now the target of a lot of offense here. The now stagger looking a little low, but now Dropletto's in there looking for two barriers. Will only get one, and a good strike war by Obscure Breads against the Giga Blast, and two barriers taken. The Bozo Bunch looking to advance the match point, but NXCD has something to say about it. A flip bottom side, Muncher will cover to make sure that the mistake doesn't go punished. And now Obscure Bread's pushing up, but the Ensnare Drums misses. Bottom side, directly to Dropletto, but Josh wins the critical strike war. Obscure Bread's now trying to find a team player pass. And Muncher has flipped, trying to find the dribbles forward. A KO found on the NXZD. The power play might be everything for the Bozo Bunch if they could find a pass to Dropletto's flip. Dropletto goes in, trying to threaten Soren a little bit, but Josh is just holding so well in the midfield. A flip, top side, doesn't go for the fake out to the bottom, and Bozo Bunch just one goal away.
Yeah, hey. So to all of you doubters who thought that Dropletto was just an X1 trick, I'd like to direct you to this game right here, where he is playing out of his mind on the Zentaro. You know, something that I don't think a lot of people would ever expect, but here he is. I'm incredibly impressed with his gameplay. And like, obviously Muncher and Breads are also playing incredibly well, and I think that's something that we've come to expect of them. But Dropletto on a character that's not X, has perished, has unfortunately passed on. But that's a double barrier from I. Out of nowhere, saved by Soren.
The Thunderstruck,
oh my god,
saved the entire game there. That could have been everything. But now the respawn came in, the barriers are taken, and that stall was perfect. The Bozo Bunch suddenly in a lead when they were at the deficit. And now Dropletto's killing NXCD. Do they even need the kill is the question, because NX has no meter. And will get confirmed by Muncher. Now one passing play is all it takes. Dropletto posted up in the center, trying to threaten Soren here. A scary primary from Obscure Breads, but a great Giga Blast from Josh. We'll turn it around. Now it's a flip, but burn from Josh. Wasted flip. Soren trying to find the primary here, but Dropletto looking for the angle, looking for the ult, looking for the shot, but not quite. Bottom side. Dropletto to the top side, saved away by Josh for the moment, and a flip from Obscure Breads is available. Soren now with the pass, but interrupted by Muncher. Dropletto trying to cover all the angles, but not quite yet. Josh and NXZD blocking the midfield, and Muncher trying to send it forward, but not just yet for the Bozo Bunch. They need one more play, one more opening, but EKC is holding on the defense. Muncher with the flip, looking top side, blocked away by NXZD. There's no halt to the action as once again NXZD pushes forward, but the Death Touch goes a little bit wide. The flip misses from Dropletto. The Bozo Bunch lose their opportunity, but are still keeping the core in the corner, and Dropletto will finally win the strike war. It took a while, but Bozo Bunch will take the first game.
Yeah, EKC really locked it down that last point, which is not letting anything go in, but all walls eventually crack, and despite all of that, every single save, Dropletto was able to get through with the help of Muncher in the back. And I don't know. I'll be honest. I was a doubter. I was a hater. I thought EKC was just going to kill them and win. And, a ton of damage coming out from especially NXCD, almost getting second most in the game. A disturbing amount of damage for Rasmus, but really, I think the star of the show is Dropletto on Zentaro with all of these insane confirms. So many kills, 7 of them, and I don't know, I'm impressed. I'm impressed, and I'd like to formally apologize to Bozo Bunch. I was not familiar with your game. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, I was familiar with their game. I expected nothing different. As Bozo Bunch's second ever coach, this isn't what I taught them because the game was very different back then, but I mean, they're winning versus EKC. It's happened so many times, but things could be different. That game was incredibly close, and especially Josh. When Josh was playing well, Josh was playing well, so that's definitely something to take note of, something to be scared of. But with how Muncher is playing the corner, that's the Bozo Bunch corner offense, I don't think there's too much to be scared about, especially when you're 1-0 up. You have, at the very least, a game to play with.
Yeah, definitely. Bozo Bunch looking pretty comfortable here. And EKC is going to have to make some adjustments, figure out what they want to do to respond to the performance that Bozo just put up. And I do want to highlight what you said about Josh playing exceptionally well. When he wasn't absolutely getting farmed by 1-2 Punch Zentaro, which unfortunately is just the reality of the world. When 1-2 Punch Zentaro is out there on the field and you're Kai with 100 or 1125 max dagger, big. Really, really big, putting up the numbers. It's tough, but when he was alive, when he's doing well, picking up orbs, he was just winning so many important strike wars, covering so much space. There was a point in that game where Bozo Bunch had a power play, but Josh was just holding down the midfield so well that it didn't amount to anything because it never got past him. And so, really well played by that guy. Might be a sub, but still putting on an NASL level performance. And again, gonna need some adjustments if they want to win the next game, go to a game 3, and vie for the series. But I think they have the flexibility to do so.
Yep. Next game is on Atlas's Lab, and this is more of EKC's style, I think, definitely. And with actually both teams preferring opposite sides in the side select, Bozo preferring blue and EKC preferring red, they both get their preferred sides every single map. So the map picks are even more powerful in a sense, where usually they're kind of reduced in power by you being on the side that you don't want. So this is EKC's pick, Atlas Lab. If there's a time for them to go full KO mode, it is now. And maybe even Banda now while you're at it. But who knows?
Yeah, do not let now go through. Was doing great work preventing the KOs that last game. And yeah, like you said, both teams getting their preferred side is really nice because Atlab, I think, is a map that favors EKC a lot. They weren't running super traditional damage comp that last game, and I think it really hurt them. Not quite their play style. I think I would like to see a lot more come out, and I'd like to see NXCD on a character that puts out a little bit more damage because he was doing a ton on Rasmus and looked really good on it, but obviously favors more of a Zentaro, or I believe has been learning Kazan recently. Those are options that just seem a lot nicer for KO comps and could be big for their win condition. EKC, KO them, etc. It kind of sucks being reduced to that, but if it wins and you're good at it, no reason to do anything different.
Yeah. And as we get into the picks and bans, we see an IME ban from Bozo Bunch, already expecting the IME coming out from Soren most likely. And now there's a big ban from EKC. This will tell us a lot about what they're planning to play here. What will they ban is the question. It is the X again. And yes, it's a good ban. Dropletto's X hits a little different, but you kind of got a feel for what could have been, especially since the Vice is now picked away. Muncher will take it away from Soren.
Yeah, actually really well executed by Bozo. I initially thought like, oh, Amy ban just kind of means that they're okay with the Vice. You know, they did well into it last game. They're saying like we can work around this. Even on 1-2 punch start, which is vicious. At lab 1-2 punch start is scary. But instead, they hijacked the good kill options and said, we're running the show this time. We're gonna play the damage, and you're gonna have to respond to this. So I'm actually really curious to see what goalie is going to come out from EKC, because like the 2 premier damage goalies are off the table, banned and picked away.
But you mentioned NXZD on a more damage-focused character, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. The Zentaro picked for NXZD now that the second round of picks isn't being used for that purpose. And here, Josh probably getting put on the Kai Comfort again, but that's a little awkward, because that does mean that Bozo are mostly unpunished for picking midfielder first round and have the pick of the litter in terms of brawler options and goalie options. And the Now, this is crazy, the Now is actually on the side of EKC. What a change. Polar opposites even, it feels like.
Yeah, wow. How the tables have turned. We're going to be seeing Julie and Rasmus come out. It's going to be Dropletto Julie and Obscure Breads Rasmus. I love seeing Breads on the Rasmus. You know, a lot of different opinions coming out about the pick. I don't care about any of them. This guy's a beast on it. Always a pleasure to see. I'm really, really deeply and intimately curious to see where this Now is going to fall, because this either means that Soren is locking in Kai, character that he has been crusading against in the goalie position for a long time, or he's playing Now goalie, which is like fine. I wouldn't say that it's awful, but I wouldn't say that it's good or better than like any other goalie pick that I can imagine. But hey, I don't know. We will see in just a moment. Until then, I'm a big fan of the Bozo comp. Can't say I'm a huge fan of Julia on AtLab. I think she's much better on maps like obviously Night Market, Amy Zap, even Clarion. And that's kind of it. But hey, I'm ready to see Dropletto put it to work. If there's anything he's done today, it's proved me wrong. Here I am ready for it. And that is Soren on the Kai. Wow.
Yep. And we'll have to see how this game goes. Starting Awakenings, we're 1-2 punch and recovery drone, and that 1-2 punch is going to be put to good work by the brawlers here. And it is Soren on the Kai for the first time in what seems like forever. This guy is playing the character that he built his career on.
Yeah, character that he's known for. Played it almost exclusively in beta. And I didn't see who got KO'd, but they're coming out. They're coming out in full force. 1-2 punch start, and especially Julie on 1-2 punch start is not something to ignore, not something to shrug off, as this damage is coming out in full force, deviously. It is hitting different, and Bozo Bunch is able to get both barriers, get a couple KOs, and really capitalize off of it. Take that first point.
Yeah, and this is what a crazy start actually for the side of the Bozo Bunch, because Obscure Breads, right, getting size on the Rasmus goalie, exactly what you want to see as well. So their composition looks very well suited to this particular starting Awakenings, despite the map, and Dropletto's in there with the flip, but it'll be deflected away by the full force of Era's Kitten Club. They maintain the barrier, but their health bars are looking a little dangerously low as NXZD pushes forward, tries to put some pressure on these barriers, but needs to watch out because the pendulum swing might be coming from Obscure Breads, who uses the Death Touch to get it out of there to beat Josh in the one-on-one. And now Dropletto's in a little bit of trouble in the stagger department. Needs to be careful, but gets saved, I think, a little bit by the barrage of Soren.
Yeah, Soren holding down this one barrier. Also took recovery drone, which I think 1-2 punch on Kai is incredibly underrated. Or maybe just rated. Maybe people know it's good, but obviously Soren opting for recovery drone here. Gonna get that extra size, which is really nice for winning these strike wars, but I don't know, the 1-2 punch on Barrage for damage, or Barrage into Giga Blast, or like, that's really all he has. Like core speed on dribbles. Like, it's just so nice. It feels so nice to play, and especially when you want to KO them with your Centauro, that could be pretty good.
Yeah, and right here, a bit of a tough spot for both teams as Muncher sends it up to the top side, but a good flip built up. But no! Whoa. The center might have almost drew through the point for Bozo Bunch there, but they managed to get it out of there right in on time. But Josh credited with that goal. Weird bounces in the center, and an attempt on NXD's life is unsuccessful, as that was one of the wildest points I've seen in a while, and EKC come out on top.
Yeah, a real goofy point coming out there. I think the Chain Lightning gave the core a little love tap at the end. I don't know if it made a difference, but it's still just kind of hard to deal with for Bozo Bunch there. Not really much you can do. And now both barriers down for them. Things looking a little rough, and EKC, despite losing the first point, are just getting a lot of damage out on Dropletto. It is working. Kind of highlighting the weaknesses of Julie, that she can't really move. Being said, Obscure Breads is making some crazy saves here.
Yeah, Obscure Breads locking the empty goal down, but needs to do a little bit more here as the flip's available, and the hook just slightly misangled, contacts the back of the goal and stops, but the timing was good. You saw the mission, but EKC will take that point and will be one goal away from the first draft, and a very scary draft too, because they have two characters that scale insanely well, especially the threat of the Monumentalist always on the table. And Obscure Breads and Dropletto, a bit of miscommunication. Josh is pushed out of the Flame Flurry and doesn't get KO, just heals back up to full, and now this might be a bit of a problem for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, that's both barriers down for them. Really well played. Oni's Blade coming out from NXCD. And an insane save coming out from Breads there. A little bit of Whiplash keeping it out. But that's NXCD. Not with the flip. Just kidding. Never mind. Didn't even get to finish that. And Dropletto not with flip either, as he used it to execute that man. Still though, Soren is holding down both these barriers really well. Not going out, and Dropletto is just not able to confirm these through the Kai.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder why Soren doesn't pick Kai anymore, because he is still very, very solid on that pick. As NXDD now pressuring the bottom side, but I with a great dribble. But Josh trying to find a dribble of their own. One more time to the top side with the 1-2 punch, but not quite yet, as Obscure Breads finds the clear away. The pendulum swing, though, won't find the core, and that will be a goal for EKC, as they will get advantage in this draft. But Soren first pick, and depending on the draft order, this could be really scary for both sides. And with the 2-3 pick actually being from Bozo Bunch, this might be a bit of a disaster for EKC if things go wrong here.
Yeah, a very contentious draft, as is the case with most damage starts. The specialized training being taken away, not being allowed to go through, but I will just be picking up Deadeye instead, which is still really good, still a ton of damage. Adrenaline Rush being picked up on Dropletto,
guys,
could be huge.
I think Bozo Bunch might be a little happy with this draft.
And they made off like bandits. You know, Daylight Robbery, Quick Strike on Breads, Adrenaline Rush on Dropletto, and Deadeye on I. NXCD and Josh did both pick up Stagger Awakenings. The thing is not irrelevant. You know, trying to fight back against the damage, and you know, it's a really good way to do it. But I think the damage coming out from EKC is a... or I mean Bozo, sorry, a Force of Habit is still a little much. That being said, Dropletto did just get executed in the public square, but Bozo Bunch still holding on in this open net. Sorry, just kidding.
Immediate caster curse into conversion, and yeah, NXT's been loving that top corner, well, bottom corner from his point of view, but same difference. And Yeah, despite it all, the additional stagger definitely helping them. But if Dropletto can get one knockback KO, that could snowball an entire point on his back. But Dropletto's getting killed before he gets the opportunity to do it, and kind of seeing a little bit of the power of the now here. And Soren's specialized Giga Blast is also pretty good as well. But that's a lot of damage on NXZD. That's the Flame Flurry. That's the Dash Punch. But it actually hits Josh instead, and the damage is split. And that's not what the Bozo Bunch want, especially not after that Thunderstruck stops Ai's attempt at the barrier.
Yeah, well-placed Power Chord will be taking it, though. Now, one barrier each. I looking a little low. A little dangerous. That barrier going down. I staggered. Crazy Power Chord. I taken down. And EKC is really running the show here. That the KOs are just not coming out from Bozo Bunch yet. And this was kind of, hey, what last game looked like. And then, never guess what happened after that. The KOs started coming out. Oh, there it is! The Adrenaline Rush proc! And, a core flip from Soren at the top corner will be taking it and shutting down all opportunity for a comeback. But if Dropletto can do that again next point, would be big.
Yeah, if Muncher can do the thing where where they say just Dropletto go kill, and that's what happens, you know. #1 shot caller, but forget about that. Maybe Bozo Bunch are going down 2 sets here because EKC offense is coming in full force. Josh gets the strike on the core on the top side, passes it forward, and that's a lot of pressure on Obscure Breads, who is winning the strike war so far. But Soren has a barrage saved away by Muncher, and they're holding, but Soren wins a critical strike war in the midfield to keep it away. But a good pull by Obscure Breads keeps the point alive, and with the flip available, they can stall for a lot longer here with a good pendulum swing as well. And Obscure Breads will stall until the respawn, most likely here, as the respawn comes in. A slight angle from Josh with that secondary, with the proximity drone. And EKC are once again 2 sets up.
Yeah, such a good secondary coming out from Josh there, poking it away. And NXT rewarded with Catalyst, which I think... I actually don't know if he would pick Catalyst over Stinger, but he better. Okay, bing, bing, bang, boom. Best character with Catalyst in the game, Zintaro. Man with 50 hits. Gonna be putting those out. That being said, Might of Colossus on Breads is what you want to see. That is going to be so much power coming out. He's at 125 right now, and we're going to see that shoot up to the moon. Peak performance being picked up by Dropletto, also really big. A little bit of survivability. Bread suddenly at 170 power. Small buff with his awakening. And missile prop on I think, is also game-changing. This is another good Bozo Bunch draft. And, you know, Soren picked up Primetime, is going to be holding a lot better with it. And Josh picked up Stinger, which could help, you know, the kill Dropletto mission. But if Dropletto is able to survive with this peak performance, I think Bozo Bunch will just do way more damage with this Vice and be able to win off of it. Not if Muncher gets KO'd, though.
Yeah, and I think the player I'm focusing on is actually Obscure Breads, who has 3 million size and a weird back pass. Actually takes the own barrier there, and Obscure Breads tries to go on the offense, but might be ill-advised, but they do still manage to save it away. NXZD gets pushed away by the Supernova as well, as Obscure Breads is still holding, and this offense from EKC is slowing down a little bit as Obscure Breads wins the strike interactions, but NXZD has the patience necessary. Take it right there, and with an open net, it's now a tough spot for the Bozo Bunch. A lot of weight on Obscure Breads' shoulders here, as Dropletto and Muncher are taking turns getting knocked off the map, taking so much damage, but the barrier goes down. A big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch. Dropletto with the dribble is trying to find an opening, and the pendulum swing sends the core so quickly as well as the Whiplash. And Obscure Breads now with a weird hook, but does have a flip, does have an opportunity, especially with the pendulum swing, stalling out so much time. Top side, Soren with the barrage will keep it away, but Muncher has respawned, a little bit more help on the defense, and as the respawns come in, the Bozo Bunch now have a good shot at it. Muncher to the top side, Dropletto looking for an opportunity for a passing play, for a dash punch, and a stun from Muncher. The Thunderstruck clips the edge of the core, and that's just enough for a Bozo Bunch point. Well fought, even in the reverse power play, and if you're EKC, now you're starting to get a little bit nervous because this is how last game started.
Right, some more flashbacks coming in, and I think this is starting to see some weaknesses of the Bozo team comp coming out here, because there's a lot of, there's, like you said, a lot of responsibility on Breads to just hold it down here, because Muncher on the Vice really just wants to run around and put out damage, but Dropletto on Juliet needs a lot of help getting the ball so that he can, you know, do things that are relevant, like do score and do kill. And it's really hard if you're not consistently getting the ball from your midfielder, which is not really what Vice wants to do. So, Dropletto is just kind of sitting there, but hey, he's doing his job. He put it in. You know, as long as the ball gets to him, he will be doing something right. It's just a matter of getting that done, and Bozo Bunch, again, like you said, shades of last game, are getting it done in this third set.
Yeah, and if the Bozo Bunch do manage to win, it'll be despite their comp mismatch, not because of it, you know? But Dropletto with the adrenaline rush, and that might be exactly what they need, because Drop now has cooldowns, and Soren with a panic clear, loses both barriers here, and Dropletto has the dash, has a way into the top side, so much speed from the adrenaline rush, and the Bozo Bunch are on their way to another reverse sweep, this time just an attempt, but with the draft coming their way, with Vice being first pick, I mean, you cannot write it any better as rapid fires on the board. Or extra special, but it has to be rapid fire.
They're both really good. Rapid fire definitely sounds like the play. Got that missile prop. It's just going to be firing off power chords. There's so many of them doing so well. Obscure Bread's able to deny the Monumentalist from Josh when it gets down there. The extra special going to Dropletto is going to be really nice to just Fiery Flurry, confirm so many barriers, KOs, goals, you know, you name it. That guy will be dropping them. And that's, again, just time after time after time. Good drafts for Bozo Bunch. And meanwhile, Soren picked up Reptile Remedy, which is like, it's nice, but I would much rather see that on a forward, or, you know, someone who's a big target of getting annihilated by Vice Julie. NXCD picked up a Dash Awakening, which is pretty stock standard, you know, good. And Josh picked up Among Titans. Give a little bit of speed and size to the team, but none of that's outstanding. None of that is
rapid fire on Vice.
Rapid fire on Vice. And I don't know, Bozo again and again and again. They've drafted the damage characters and can't lose draft because of it. They just always have good options. Anyway, Muncher's dead.
Muncher's dead, but Obscure Breads has been doing a little bit of holding here in this game and will continue to do so, but that's not quite enough. The barrier does go down, and Obscure Bread's pushing up, trying to find an opportunity to even up the barrier count, as Muncher actually doing a lot of damage, but NXZD not quite being hit enough there, and a good flip, perfectly timed, and Obscure Breads can't react. Oh no, that's not a point you want to lose if you're the Bozo Bunch. An unforced error there, as NXZD gave the Bozos plenty of time to read that play.
Yeah, really lined up that dash, charged it up, and was able to pay off as, yeah, it just went in. You know, super unfortunate for Bozo Bunch, who's right now down tremendously once again, fighting to climb back up on the reverse sweep mountain, and you know, not out yet, still doing well, but struggling to find anything this point so far, except a ton of damage on Muncher. It's going to hurt a lot, and no evade on Dropletto, which is kind of scary, because if these forwards decide to try and kill him, he could just disappear.
Yeah, but Muncher survived the barrage from Soren and is still being a bit of a pain in the EKC goal box. Finally taken out, but that's a lot of cooldowns used by NXED, and with no adrenaline rush to speak of, no resets on those. A flip available, but used from so far away, easily defended by Obscure Breads, and Dropletto and Breads are holding quite well here. The passing plays from EKC are not quite enough, and even the Strike War does not get the barrier to Sad Boy's angle just a little bit, and now Soren is in trouble. The adrenaline rush, Dropletto's coming in hot and trying to find an opening here, but incredibly low. Needs to be very careful here, as Muncher finds the angle all the way around the world, but so does NXZD, and who will score first is a bit of an arms race, as the Pure Breads uses the hook, but it's the wrong way. A great shot by NXZD, and they're one goal away from tying the series.
Yeah, game point here. A very important adrenaline rush proc almost brought Bozo Bunch to a point in this set, but EKC looking really strong, and I think I'm really surprised with how well they've been able to get through Obscure Breads here, because this guy is the size of Mount Everest with Pauldrons, Might of Colossus, and Recovery Drone, and has 170 power. It's not easy to get through. And he's putting on a ton of damage too. But these KOs on Dropletto are really just breaking the game wide open. As without the Julie to go out there and do score, it's hard for them to get any objectives done. They're just kind of stuck there trying to defend, and eventually they will get broken through if that's the game plan. Sword rushing up, able to strike war Breads and confirm with the barrage. Has that prime time, rips 2 out there, and is able to get the goal and bring us to a game 3 in a pretty dominant EKC performance.
Yeah, that's what happens when EKC doesn't let Bozo get that momentum back to try and reverse sweep. Well played by all 3 members of EKC there. I think Soren looking very good on the Kai as well. The barrage shutting down a lot of the types of offense that Bozo Bunch like to play, and we kind of saw the flaws of the attempted damage composition here, especially when you pick Juliet with it. But with the ban coming out with the Zentaro picked, the brawler pool is getting very, very compressed here for Dropletto, so we'll have to see something else in this 3rd game if we're going to see a Bozo Bunch victory.
Right. We're almost definitely going to see another X ban come out from EKC. It's been serving them. I was going to say serving them well, but obviously game 1, I think they were taken aback by Dropletto Zentaro. And they decided not to ban the Now 2nd game, pick it instead actually, so it seems like they are pretty committed to this X ban. And it makes sense. Definitely not a bad thing, but I think now it's EKC was able to adapt that last game on their map pick, so adapt is kind of a strong word, but able to win and claim a victory that last game, and it's going to take a pretty good performance from Bozo Bunch to respond to that, as we're going to Taiko Temple for game 3, so things are going to get wacky, they're going to get silly, and I don't think I've seen either of these teams on this map in a long time, so I'm really curious to see how they approach it, or what they want to do. And I think the team that's able to approach this map and what it has to offer better will come out on top.
But I think EKC have identified the win condition. They have picked blue side, a departure from the past games, and this changes things up quite significantly. EKC now have the ability to both ban and pick away a brawler from Dropletto, with Bozo having no real out to prevent that.
Yeah, EKC going to blue side is a big change from the past 2 games. I do know that Dropletto is familiar with the Asher pick on Taiko Temple, which could be pretty big. It's a pick that he usually looks pretty good on, and I think is serviceable on Taiko Temple. Dare I even say good? But yeah, it's EKC going first pick obviously means that they have a plan. And I think you're right. I think they are just going to ban X and then pick probably Zentaro. Just get a lot of Dropletto's really good brawler picks out of there and force them onto something like Asher, which, into a Zentaro doesn't sound as good as Zentaro.
That was poetry right there. I mean, you would rather have the Zentaro. As EKC, wait a second, this is a different ban than I expected. The X is left open by EKC. Or they might be the ones picking it here. Might be a bit of a gambit.
Whoa, finally letting the Now ban rip. On the Might of Colossus Chrono Boost start, guys, I wonder if a team is going to try and get Mako, Era, and or X. It could be the time. Bozo Bunch left with their ban. I'm very curious to see what they're going to pick. It's going to be the Amy, as per usual, not letting that go through. But that's X first pick. And there it is. And now it's up to Bozo Bunch to deny this Mako Era X comp. Otherwise, that's Mako Era X on Might of Colossus start, which is really good. It's really, really good. What if X had a ton of size and 2 characters that made him bigger? What happens then? you know?
Oh, but we're going back. We're going back to Octavia. But wait a second. Are you sure? Are you sure, Bozo Bunch? Are you sure?
Bozo Bunch, are you sure about that?
Are you sure about this, Bozo Bunch?
I think they're down. They're saying, yeah, we can take Mako Era X. It is time to unchain Muncher.
But Octavia on Tycho though, like isn't it too close? Like you're giving Mako Era X on Might of the Colossus Chrono Boost start.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Let's just. I think there's a very good chance that the Bozo Bunch win rate versus EKC is not 100% after this.
I think I'm inclined to agree. I also think that Muncher on the Octavion Chrono Boost start. I do agree. I think it stinks on this map. Where are you gonna hit the ball? Like right back into both forwards? Good luck. But I don't know. We've re-entered the the Octavia game where you have to do everything in your power to prevent the Octavia from getting anything to keep herself alive, to get anything to go faster and avoid damage. It's a very specific way you have to play, and I think Bo's a bunch of saying like, yep, you have Mako Era X, but you're going to have to stick that X onto Octavia if you want to win the game. Otherwise, you're just going to get run over by Octavia Asher. And I'm down. I think Mako Era X is a really strong comp and will probably win. But I like where Bozo Bunch is going and what they're trying. I think it could work.
Yeah, especially because Bozo Bunch is known for that corner offense, and Octavia zooming at 3 million miles per hour with Asher also there to be a little unstoppable with 1 million hitboxes might just be the solution to just scoring. They might just do the whole scoring thing. And of course, this Octavia is what the Bozo Bunch were most notable for a period of time back when Octavia was still relatively new and Muncher was kind of terrorizing a lot of tournaments with it. So we'll just have to see how it goes here. It's no longer a ban prio, but maybe Muncher will show us why it should be.
Yeah, way back in the olden days of like October, I don't know. Octavia was considered bad, and the only person that played it was Joker. And then Muncher swagged up to the stage and said, "Let me show you how it's done." And then everyone said, "Wait, the Octavia character's looking pretty good, looking a bit like a winner." And hey, I'm ready to see that come back. We see 3 Chrono Boosts come out on Soren, Josh, and Muncher here. Might have Colossus for everyone else. And I think this will be a very exciting game as Josh has been deleted immediately. Dropletto just booping him off, and that's both barriers. The Octavia is going crazy right now.
This is the win condition. If they can take first set, if they can scale right off the bat, if they can prevent Mako Era X from getting that first set as well, and most importantly, if Muncher is the one that gets MVP, this game could get out of hand. A little bit of quick strikes, a little bit of stagger, maybe even a reptile remedy for Muncher, and this game could spiral out of control, especially when Obscure Breads is playing up to midfield using the reach of the Rasmus.
Yeah, I think the Bozo Bunch comp on paper, it sounds awful, but a little bit of Muncher magic coming out on the Octavia, and a little bit of Tycho magic coming out on the drum, also from Muncher. We'll be doing a little bit of work, but Breads dropping his life for the cause, able to defend against that. Oh, but a good pass from NXCD down to Josh. We'll be putting it in right there.
Well, it's looking a little bit like we're going to see a very back and forth game, because I think EKC have gotten their bearings. They've got their head in their game again. They've got their head in the game again. Wow, that was unnecessarily hard. And XZD's getting a little bit comboed, almost taken off the map, but not quite KO thanks to the drum saving that guy. And now the Bozo Bunch need to navigate the midfield versus Josh, but the Octavia special will be enough, but the flip will whiff. The second barrier needs to be taken here, but Dropletto, as much as he knows how to win Strike Wars against 2 people might be a little bit difficult, but the KO onto NXZD might just be enough as Dropletto goes in, the barrier falls, a pass up, a pass down, and the flow state's still being maintained.
Yeah, definitely. Muncher just looking for an opportunity to try and squeeze it through. Dropletto kind of brawling it out with Soren there. You know, dropping the path splitter, trying to get something to happen, not able to so far, and Bozo Bunch has the open net. Trying to get something there, but he's going to have to work for it. And going to have to get the ball to Dropletto to get that done, as NXCD is going on a tear in the enemy net right now.
And Muncher now with the flow state, top side, down to Obscure Breads, trying to find an angle past NXED, and Soren and Dropletto will get the hit stun necessary on Soren for the shot to slip right through. Bozo Bunch just 1 goal away, and with Muncher being the one that got both goals so far, they're looking good for that Octavia first pick win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. Is almost level 4. Is level 4, my bad. You know, playing exceptionally well this game. And I don't know, on Might of Colossus start, I actually really like Asher. Unlike X, Asher can't, you know, get size, but has 125 base power. You know, and so can't make yourself bigger, but you're just large and have a ton of base power already, which is kind of why X is so good on the start.
Oh, and a great flip by Obscure Breads from the midfield, times against the spin from NXED perfectly. And that will be the set win. That will be the Octavia first pick. That is I right there. And now there's a bit of a choice to be had, right? There are a lot of different options here that you could go for. Bulk up maybe? No, the twin drive instead wants that speed. And there's just so many good awakenings here. Of course, bulk up, I think a priority pick. Keeping yourself alive as well as the extra power will do a lot of good here. The orbs traded as well, and unfortunately Josh kind of left with a bit of a disappointing pickup at the very end.
Yeah, Siege Machine not Era's best awakening. Yeah, NATO doing more damage is kind of cool, I guess, but not really what you're looking for. Soren forced to deny the Rampage from Dropletto, prevent any sort of, you know, Godzilla Asher coming out and doing 1,000,000 damage. Bulk up though, putting Dropletto at 167 power. Guy's looking a little strong. Might be able to cheese some KOs out here pretty well. Both barriers down for Bozo though. Gonna be a little tough as I is taking a lot of damage, having to scrap with NXCD here. Trying to avoid all the moves, but gets denied the orb, and NXCD goes for the score right there. Really well played by him. And really, this game just comes down to which team is able to, you know, abuse their win condition first. Is EKC gonna do 1,000,000 damage with their X, or is the Octavia gonna go crazy, pull off some disgusting shenanigans, and get the points with Asher?
Yeah, and that's the trouble you run into, right? If you go for the bull rush against the Octavia that's charging up the special. If the Octavia decides to elusive, then you're just dead. You just get reversaled on a little bit. And now with NXCD back though, the barriers are even, and Obscure Breads is finding a little bit of trouble from Josh and NXCD. Of course, Soren holding so well here. Dropletto does have flip though if the Bozo Bunch want to accelerate the play, but with Josh in the midfield continuing to press the core up, it's really tough on the defense, especially when Muncher is incredibly low, has to go back to pick up an orb, trying to build up the flow state. Does have the flip, but the flow state runs out. Trying to push forward, does block with the primary, but NXZD will block the flip, and Obscure Breads to the top side again, trying to send it to Dropletto, but there's so much traffic. The flip finally used to get the barrier, and that could open it up, but the barrier opened up on the other side of the map as well, and now Dropletto will actually catch Soren out with a slight mistake, rare mistake from Soren there. Wait, was that the Taiko drum?
Was that the Taiko drum? devious, illegal bounce from the Taiko drum. If so, I could swear that was Dropletto, but I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the X win condition. EKC and Bozo Bunch are just going back and forth, trading points. And EKC getting the first point, looking a little favored if this is going to be the trend. But Muncher, with that twin drive, is able to just come out the gate with the flow state and is working the CD back right now while flow state is up, as opposed to how it usually works, not having the CD up at all until it's over. Abusing that twin drive. Let it rip again, and despite the insane, disturbing start of that point, Bozo Bunch was able to come back, get the barriers, and accomplish their win condition a little bit faster.
Yeah, we're seeing a Bozo Bunch that's playing to their comfort here, and they're looking quite good. And once again, NXDV falls to the Octavia again, right? A lot of these KOs shouldn't be happening for EKC, and now they're in a really tough spot because of it. Josh is low as well, being chipped out by the flip, staggered. And with both barriers open, Bozo Bunch need one play to score the goal. Top side with the drum, Dropletto to the bottom. And Josh isn't there to cover, knocked away while being staggered. It's 3-1. It's the Bozo Bunch. And it's another MVP for Muncher. Best case scenario.
Yeah, not a whole lot of exceptional Octavia Awakenings on here. No stagger, no speed. Might just be a primetime angle to work on keeping flow state up, but very curious to see. Yep, it will be primetime coming out there. And wow, the past two games, EKC has gone up 2 points, and then that's where Bozo Bunch started to surge. This game, they're just on top against Mako Era X.
Yeah, but you gotta be scared of that 1-2 punch, though. That 1-2 punch on X is a little bit scary. That's a fearful emote if I've ever seen one on NXDD.
It is a fearful emote. That guy is just able to do so much damage so often. And Muncher getting chunked to half, but evading and ulting to just try and get away from the X here, not deal with that, and just kind of sitting back, able to keep flow state up, glowing like a Christmas tree here, working as both barriers are getting taken down. And I don't know, the Bozo Gambit is really paying off here. An insane save by Soren and Josh though. Whoa. And
no!
Despite all that,
he'll
still be going in.
That was a misclear. That was a misclear from EKC that sent the core right in, I think. That's not what you want to see on the potential last set of the series here. And also, I gotta say, last draft, Obscure Breads picked up a Secret Rasmus goalie base, Hot Shot. It is so good on that character, on goalie specifically. And we're going to be seeing a lot more agency from Obscure Breads if the pendulum swings do land. Unfortunately, it kind of a bit of a weird bounce there. We'll take that barrier, but the Bozo Bunch still have one to play with. NXDD pushing forward, EKC trying to find some sort of presence here, and they will get the barrier. No, not quite yet, and Muncher gets it out of there with the flip. The barrier still stays up, and the Bozo Bunch have a lot of room to play with. Dropletto pushing it forward up to Muncher. Dropletto getting murdered here, but still staying alive just barely. And the X Maximus times out as Muncher is 1v2ing in the top side. Dropletto pushes it forward, but NXDD, your time to shine, trying to find an opportunity here. We'll get the barrier, and the flow state will time out. Josh with the flip backwards. Dropletto and Muncher looking incredibly low, and even the hook isn't enough because the Monunado will be the one scoring from Josh. Incredibly well played there. It's 1-1.
Yeah, a little bit of a Moses moment coming out from Josh, just parting all the players on Bozo Bunch and letting the core go right through. And oh, an insane primary coming out from Muncher is going to be copping a double barrier, and Bozo Bunch is responding so well. Almost put it in right there, but now I is incredibly low. It's staggered even. Looking a little scary, but they still have the open net and a core flip. In fact, core flips all around.
Yeah, and the barrier still maintained for the Bozo Bunch. A KO found on the NXZD, the critical member, the X gone from the comp that bears his name. And it's 2-1 now. 1 goal away for the Bozo Bunch. Another combination play, the corner offense that they're known for. Just 1 goal away.
Yeah, these KOs on NXCD are huge for Bozo Bunch because they're running EKC's running the kit and comp, but what happens when that guy goes away? Hey, when that guy's there, he takes 2 barriers and gets ready to score. But Bozo Bunch looking to put it in right there. And Muncher is still going crazy, keeping the flow state up.
Oh.
And Drop Letter's just gonna put it in. It slides right between Soren and Josh. And that's gonna be a Bozo Bunch 3-0 victory in this game 3.
What an exceptional performance from the Bozo Bunch. After that game, too, we were both doubters, right? I was leading the doubter charge, especially after seeing the draft, but they piloted it so well. Muncher did not look like they spent a single day off the Octavia, despite the patches and the previous patches not being too kind to the character, especially when compared with the Kai that we've seen so many games, but they looked incredibly good. They, Obscurebreds as well, on the Rasmus goalie pick, just performed, shook off the nerves, did not get shaken up at all from the Game 2 loss, just running it back and taking the victory.
Yeah, I'm at a loss of words. It's like I said earlier, on paper, terrible, no good comp coming out from Bozo Bunch, and it's like into Mako Era X, that looked like an easy EKC win, but as Bozo Bunch, I don't know, seasons of playing against Damage, years in my heart, deep down. You can get called the most KOable team only for so long until you learn how to play against it. And kind of going back to their roots of just, hey, put Muncher on Octavia, the creature will be going fast and smoking the barriers and then just living it out. And that's what they did. It worked. And the Bozo Bunch Classic, they've upheld the win rate against EKC.
Yep, and well, the Yoshi 64, that was definitely a series. And anything you want to say before we head to a short break before the post show, hosted by Vaughn, by the way? Don't miss that one. But anything you want to say before that?
I'm really impressed with Bozo Bunch. I thought that they were. A lot of people are saying like, oh, it's a new season, new goalie. Things are changing up. This is a new Bozo Bunch, and I was sitting there and it's like, I don't know. It's kind of looking like the same Bozo Bunch, but with a new goalie, who's kind of like their last goalie. But I was wrong. I could never be more wrong. They showed me things that I could not imagine coming from them today. And again, I'd like to formally apologize to Bozo Bunch for being unfamiliar with your game. I get it now. I see. And yeah, Bozo Bunch is looking exceptional. And I think that's everything I have. It just shouts out. That team is going crazy right now.
All right. Well, we'll be going to the post show in just a second, so don't go anywhere, especially after I hit you with the 3-minute ad break. See you then.
Woo!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NASL. My name is not K-Bot, and I am hosting the post-show for Week 2 of NASL Season 4. And today, I'm joined with a very special guest. A lot of times, we have players on this post-show interview desk, but we never have the true heroes of the Omega Strikers teams, the coaches. And with me today is the man who coached me to the player I am today, knower should know, and the star coach of the second most winningest team in North American Omega Strikers history. I have with me today Coach Kava. Kava, how are you doing on this lovely Saturday?
Hello, my friend. I'm doing well. I have to say though, I think you did really well. You're like a little birdie. I let you go, and your wings grew, and you flew to great places. So just want to say that.
Thank you. That means a lot over here on Coach's Corner. This is the name of the segment, which of course I remember to say. Coach's Corner with Kava, guest number 1, potentially a future star guest in the future if the people demand it. So Kava, a lot's changed in the last year since you and I have done our glorious stream together where you taught me the ways of Somalia and the ways of the hamster, which of course I'm repping today. Don't forget to pick up your merch at shop.BestieInSlot.com to go to the upcoming Omega Strikers land. T-shirts, hats, and coasters. Thank you, Filth, the artist that made these wonderful, wonderful pieces of art. Don't forget, shop.BestieInSlot.com, July 13th, 14th. You will see me there. Now, plug aside. Kava, let's talk, okay? It's been a long time since you've been on air, and the people are wondering, what has it been like? Walk me through how it is to coach a team like Demons Raw, the bad boys of the league, if you will. How is it managing that team? And really, if it's to be believed, the source of all of their success. Talk to me.
Yeah, at first it was a challenge. Everybody was noob back in the day. I had to do lots of work, but
That's fair.
recently I've been kind of coasting. These guys, they know what they're doing at this point. They put a lot of effort in. Sometimes they even give me advice. I know it's kind of crazy, but sometimes they do. So it's not been too hard recently. I would say first 2, 3 months though, these guys really need to get put into shape.
Yeah. I mean, they were awful. Am I right? They were just terrible. God, they needed that help, Kava. That's what I'm saying too. So, talk to me also. It's been a bit of a rocky start for Demons Raw. 1-1 this postseason. So I'm curious, what has been like working with the team with your 2-star players benched? Snake, regarded and voted as the #1 brawler last season, and Kainu, 2-time back-to-back MVP, arguably the best North American player that the game has ever seen. We managed to squeak out a win here in Week 2 with Gumi coming back into the lineup, but what has been your approach working with these new subs like Fiery and also Zay Forever in the midfield? How's that been going?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. Working with these guys a long time. You do a lot of work with these guys, then you lose them for a little bit, and then you have to put all this effort into background guys. But these background guys, I still give them just as much of the work. Still make them do all their trainings, eat all their noodles. I make them do all that. So they ready, and I think I'm fine with the 1-1 record. I'm okay with that. We still keep a lot of stuff secret. So when we get
Yeah.
in desperate needs, we are going to pull out a strat that you probably never seen in your life before. And these two guys, I'm telling you, they're pretty good at it.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm a little nervous hearing that myself. I don't want to be on the other end of that. Maybe in Week 9, you'll have to pull that out against Sad Boys. So, last thing before we get into some of our coaching specific, Kava, what is some wise advice? Back when you coached me, I was, but as you say, a caterpillar, if you will, waiting to sprout my wings. I had yet to win my second S tier, so I was still getting the goalie role under wraps, and you really showed me the light. So, I can't say enough how much you helped me evolve into the player I am today. What is the advice you give up and coming NASA, NAST, solo queue players that are trying to make it to the big leagues to NASL? What is, like, if you could say one thing to those hungry competitors out there as maybe the greatest coach ever in an OS? What kind of advice would you say to those people listening now?
Yeah, the back in the day, people didn't like me too much. I know that's kind of crazy. They didn't like me too much
Insane.
because I spoke about Dubu. People didn't like say, Dubu's well, yes, S tier character. He had a lot of glitches back in the day. Thank you for patching him. But if you like a character, you think he's good, and you want to play him, you can bring him to the utmost potential. I still think people can do this with Rune. I know there's one Rune player, I forgot his name. I know he's doing this thing, but there's potential to be unlocked. People still only at like 50% potential right now.
50%. I agree. And as I would always say, composition never matters, Kava. I'm glad we're on the same page. I truly have embodied your spirit. So today on Coaching Corner, everyone, we're going to review some of our clips for today. We're going to get a first-hand inside look at what it is to truly unlock the secret of succeeding in NASL. So we're going to bring up that first clip here. It's going to be the first point of Showtime versus Bang Bang. Now, Kava, we've been talking about new up-and-coming players and what teams are better than Showtime and Bang Bang, full of fresh-faced, bushy-tailed, bright-eyed little noobs to NASL, completely new teams, lots of hype this season going into the regular season. These teams are Bang Bang was even rated as the #1 team. Or no, excuse me, that was Showtime. And Bang Bang has a bit of a chip on their shoulder with some underdogs, some C-tier players. Some of your team would agree on that one. Maybe. We'll leave it up to chance. So let's watch this point together with chat, and we're going to hear a little bit about what Kava has to say about it. I'm going to go through the clip from my peon perspective, and then we'll go over it together. So let's roll the clip, production, and let's see how this first point went in Showtime versus Bang Bang. Right now. Any second now. Saya. Well, guys, I just want you to imagine the clip playing. It could just be a movie. It's such a good clip that we have to wait to see it. Oh, and here it goes. And our production's mouse died. Let's take a peek here. We've got a little strike shot from Fudgy playing the Kitten comp with Mako as well. Really challenging comp to play. I think people that play this Kitten comp are really skilled. Oh, and 2 barriers in 12 seconds on Atlas Lab on an Asher, no less. Maybe something there to talk about. Not double barrier on the other side. Oh, both barriers drop in 20 seconds. I mean, this is not the defense that is the Kava way, but let's see how the rest of this point plays out real quick. Yeah, some back and forth. Not really sure how this one's going to end up. The Kitten comp is looking to keep up that offense. NATO's going to be charged. Nice evade from Megaverse, of course. Huh. Curious. The top teams of the North American Strikers League, and that was the first point of the set. Kava, we might need to rewind it a little bit if you need, but I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the defense of today's NBA? Excuse me, NASL. And I'm wondering, could these kids keep up in the 90s? How is this defense? What would you have to say about these teams if they're trying to improve their effort on both ends of the court?
Yes, that was is not good. Is really not good. One, you can tell not studying on geometry. You need a little bit of geometry lessons for these
Let's
guys.
have
Gotta
production roll
remind
the
them.
clip again as he talks. Keep going, Kava. So geometry, of course, need to study up on the textbooks.
Yeah, so the blue team actually does good here. They give the first 2 pylons, but this is a really a high level strat actually. I think is you give it first 2, but you get better position. You get better position. You see they got the little explosive in the middle, but you see they're good position right now. See that they're split on their triangle, so
Yeah.
they're in good position, and then these are free. They're free because they're playing better macro. So these not
Yes,
too bad.
yes.
But right here, this is where things get rough. They forget what they're doing. Geometry's not there. You can tell goalies don't know where to stand. They're confused. They're in a little stinky line. That's not good.
Yes, and clearly. And then, what are your thoughts here as this conversion from Drew comes through? Like, could he have played any better, or is this like peak X gameplay?
I don't think X is really a skill champ. You kind of just mash buttons and kind of press stuff. So is a it just it's like auto clicker. You're playing cookie clicker. It does for you. So I'm not gonna.
Oh,
He's just you pick character. It's like it is what it is.
Okay, yeah. You know, Kava, I tend to agree. This X character are a bit fraudulent. So, note to self: if you're one of those goalies that is struggling on the defensive end, especially on these melee characters, make sure please hit up your local math teacher and practice up on that geometry a little bit more, so you don't have this kind of point happen to you. Can we get the next clip, please? Now, Kava, we can talk all about how good or bad these teams are, but I'd like to actually focus a bit on your team because, as you say, coaching makes or breaks a team. So obviously this is not Demons Raw's starting roster, but I think we can take a maybe self-reflect a little bit. This is Oni Village, you know, the map that you taught me on. So I always expect any Kava disciples to play well on. So let's roll this clip and see what on earth is happening in this Demons Raw game today. So let's see it. So the flip is coming out. Doesn't really do anything. Can't really tell what's happening either. Oh, there's another core flip. Oh, the barrage. Now Mystic's going to bring up the ball. Interesting play. Now Gumi is the goalie for your team, but yet he's flying without his eject button. Curious decision. Now he's behind their goalie. Misses his strike. Nice try, Gumi. Again, Gumi is the goalie. I will he's now playing goalie for the side of Lob City and refusing to go back. This is interesting strategy. This might be some of those secrets he mentioned earlier. Now, and there it is. So, Kava, it's very clear that Demons Raw has just something about them that they bring to the table that's different than other players. How would you know, Gumi is regarded as the star player of Demons Raw. Again, this is one of the best teams to ever play in the history of the game, and Demons Raw has a 0% win rate without Gumi in, but 100% win rate with Gumi in over the last 3 seasons. So, can you talk to me about why you think Gumi played this point like he did as the goalie?
Well, yeah, this is it took a long time for me to get him to learn this. It's called map flipping. You flip the map because now this is really high level macro. I don't know if everyone can understand it, but if you win the game, if you win the fight already, it doesn't matter what side of the map you are. In fact, the ball could go towards your goal, but you win anyways. So it's it takes some math for me to explain. Can't do that now, but this is actually really high level strat. Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know if they execute it perfectly. There's a little bit mismatch between flip and little assignments on where you're supposed to be. But I think
Yeah.
Gumi played this really good. Only thing I say is I don't like how he hung on the little trackpad. I mean the treadmill.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the best. They're a little too long. But other than
Yeah.
that, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's just team communication. Because at the end of the day, I say 3 people doing bad play is better than 1 person doing good play. Just
Yeah,
saying.
I mean, I completely agree. Especially, I mean, he's on the treadmill for so long there, and it just feels like there's always something more to learn, as you would say. So that's a great point. I think we need to go to the next clip now because Kava, for the OGs in the chat, they should remember that you were actually a guest on my stream. And you were one of the people that helped me become the Dubu player I was today. So I brought up a clip of my team actually losing. For this, I'd like Twitch chat and Kava to watch my midfield play, and I'm wondering if there was something I could have done better, or if was it my fault at all, or was it just my noob teammates? I mean, you're familiar with Ding Dong's gameplay, my forward
Oh
brawler as you
no.
call him. So he's back here once again, but we do have a different goalie. So you're gonna have to watch my play, and you're gonna have to decide whether it's my fault we got scored on or my teammates' fault. Let's run that one back one more time. That clip went by pretty fast.
Yeah,
Let's run that one
it's
back
pretty quick.
one more time. Yeah. I know you like to get that analytical side pumping, so Hmm. All right, Kava. I'm
Yeah.
always an eternal learner. Please, let's hear it. Was it my fault or not?
No, it's the katana guy. It's his fault. I don't know what he's doing. See right here, he should be bouncing more to himself here, but no, why didn't he not bounce to himself there? I don't know. But then it puts you in bad position. This guy right here, the Yell, what's
Yeah,
his name? You
yeah,
already lose. Yell. He did a really good job there. He saved it, but it's too much for you two to be doing. at that point in the game. You already lost both pylons. It's rough right here. He needs to make the play right there. You position because he's supposed to bounce to himself, and it's pretty good. I say it's Ninja Guy fault.
Okay,
9 out of 10.
yeah. Okay,
You
good,
you
good.
could have you could have hit your thing, but that's unlucky. You shouldn't be in that position in the
So
first place.
you think it's okay that I pass it? So Borg, on a weak character like Vice, I passed it right to Borg. Right, you'll see me hit it right to him, and you think that was okay? Because I was worried it might have been a mistake, but really you could think of it as a mind game, you know?
Yeah, sometimes this is really high level strat. It's
Oh.
risky, but you think they're like, okay, this play is something they'll never expect, so they do
Mm.
something incorrectly. So he would have position upward, so you pass it to him, so he miss it, and then you guys win
Yes.
the. But you have to make that play because even if you don't make that play, you're in lose position already. So it's like you have to make the risky play, but it didn't pay off. It's unfortunate, but I think it's okay. Flip to make.
Exactly. See, I'm so glad that we have a real like a baller that knows the game on this broadcast for once instead of someone like Kenneth Bott or an ASL player. It's like at the end of the day, the coaches always know the best. So let's go to the next clip because this is a coaching stream after all, and I've learned from every player ever that the only thing that matters is draft. So first, Kyle, before we watch this clip, I'd like you to tell me out of all the trainings that you see on your screen, which one do you think is the most broken in the current meta between the orbs, we got an energy training catalyst, we got unstoppable team player. Like which one of these in an ideal world before we even watch the draft, which one just does Odyssey just need to look at? Like just we need to save this balance, right?
Ooh, ugh, I don't want to leak stretch right now. I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest. There's some stuff I can't leak because I have a hot take on one of these, but I can't tell people to stop picking it because they use their brain, they think about it. Um, but I think it's pretty balanced. It really depends on the game. I think I need a little more context
sure.
surrounding like is this first draft?
No, so our notes with production that you and I have is the Rasmus is the first pick. He has aerials, 1-2 punch, and recovery drone. So if you were the Rasmus, what would you pick here? With again, aerials, 1-2 punch, recovery drone. What is the first
Ooh,
pick in the draft here after that?
ooh, I don't think primetime pretty good here, I think. Personally, that's what I think. I don't know if
Mhm.
you go that. That's a skill expression thing, so if you don't go that, he's probably bad at game.
Yeah.
Um and or what you could actually do is you could block. So if there's some really broken stuff, you could probably block, but I think I need to see a little bit more.
Yeah,
We
let's
could
let's
roll it and I
yeah,
can give
let's play
some
the
live
clip.
commentary.
Yeah, let's play the clip and you talk over it. I'll let the man cook.
Yeah, so he say right there, he basically said that I don't have skill. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to kill people. Oh no, it's so bad.
Talk to me. Talk to
I'm
me.
not gonna I'm not gonna say, but there's
Oh,
something
no
that either
leaks?
was not draft. It was either not draft or draft very late that should have been
Mm.
picked second.
Okay, so Kava, I have something I want to bring up. So I recently had an educational stream from all the info you taught me, where I said that
Yeah.
Orb Dancer, the green training from the draft, I think is super overpowered, and no team picked it. Am I just wrong? Like Orb Dancer just went
Okay.
unpicked. I think it's broken, but I'd love to hear
So
your
you
thoughts.
leak my strat. So you leak my
Oh,
strat already. It's okay. It's fine at this point. It's fine at this point. We gonna roll with it. I'm not gonna save that one. Orb Dancer is the best in the game, in my opinion. Especially on that one back in the day. There's some dinky maps with a lot of orbs spawns, and if you orb stack, now there's two orbs up here, but honestly, Orb Dancer just the best out of all them. They probably not take it. Maybe it's a map. Um, I'm not entirely sure. But they probably not take it because movement speed and kill power is
mm,
high skill expression. So maybe they're not confident. Nerves are getting to them. They're like, okay, let me go safe. Let me go
yeah.
safety. Unstoppable is like the noob pick. It's like I don't want to die, so I
Yes.
pick it.
Yes.
So I don't have to use my brain. That's one thing. But you go Orb Dancer, you go Prime Time. It's like saying, you know what, I'm gonna win the game because I'm good at the game.
Okay, I completely agree. That was truly insightful. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone noticed that Dancer didn't get picked in an NASL game again today. Remember, the top 10 teams in North America all on display for you in these clips. Some of the best that Kava and I have picked out today to review with you from all the matches. So the last thing I want to show you, Kava, is a clip near and dear to my heart. One of my favorite characters in the game, and the character that you truly taught me how to be the best on. It's none other than Dubu. Now, you may or may not remember so many months, over a year ago now, that you taught me on Dubu some key factors. For example, knowers know of the Somalian wall bounce, speed Dubu, potentially the Dubu Scoopy, and the cosine arc tangent as well. There's so many niche interactions with Dubu. So I just wanted to hear from the Dubu master. I was very impressed with this up and coming player. Lily Buns, I think, is her name. She has really risen over status. She was rated as the goalie of the 10th place team 2 seasons in a row. And I think you're going to be really impressed. They might be sleeping on this player. She also plays some fighting games in her spare time. Um, just weird, like Simpsons hit and run. Like, she kind of is known for that kind of stuff. So maybe it's a little bit of like a bleed over from her other skills in esports. So let's watch this Dubu clip, and I really just want you to it's time to just see. I mean, look at the mastery of Dubu that this player has. Let's roll the clip, production. Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's art, no, Kava? Like, can it get better than that?
Oh, good. Oh, and the other player good. I don't know who that is. The skins these days. I can't tell.
Amen.
Oh, that's
But
beautiful.
it's like, I think we might need to check her computer. Like, I think she might have a calculator out mid game for that. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
have you even done?
crazy.
I mean, I don't mean to disrespect you, but have you even done a wall that well
No, see,
before?
I was thinking about the curve functions. I was not thinking about absolute value function. That was absolute value function wall. That's probably that's probably one of the best walls I ever seen. It's clearly not bug abuse either. It's clearly mad skill. I'd have to say that's really good. Um, yeah, you can do, and then look at the buckets. Oh my goodness.
It's all there. I
Oh,
mean, it brings a tear to
it's
a
so
grown
good.
man's eye.
Yeah.
God, I mean, Lily Buns. What an excellent
I
play.
I don't think Dubu's in the best spot right now. So it makes me feel better when you see people who take a character who've been power creeped and then you show a lot of skill expression. It's really good.
Amen. Dubu Wall, the most skill expressive ability in the game. I'm really quite pleased with that. I just had to give you that little treat because sometimes you need a little bit of a cleanser. Now, Kava, before you go, I'm not sure if production would like you to make any predictions, but if it's in the cards, I think we might be able to do so for our next week. So we might give them time to set up the visuals for that. But while you wait, I could give you some of the matchups for next week if you would be interested in perhaps doing we normally do these. So is that something you might be down for?
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful. So I clearly have these up in front of me, and I don't need them sent to me by anyone. So I'm going to list the first one that I can think of, which is Sad Boys versus one of the newer teams, Cosmic Calamities, on June 15th. What are your thoughts on that match? I see. That's match 2 of the week. So I'm curious. Sad Boys, obviously my team. We have Ding Dong and Yao, and then I'm trying my best as the midfielder. And we also had a 1-1 start. So I would just love to hear a bit about how you think match-wise that'll go. What's the score going to look like? And potentially any other insights you might have.
Yeah, so I think no no offense. I think a little bit mismatch, little bit
No.
mismatch.
Oh,
I'm not gonna say for who, but listen. You gotta hear me out. When
okay.
you are below enemy, when you're underdog, you got nothing to lose, right? And I see a lot of teams. There's mental game going on. You come in, you got nothing to lose. You try things, and you do really good. And enemy team is like they got all the pressure. So
Yes.
I think it's gonna be competitive game. Honestly, I think it's 2-1. I'm not gonna say who favor for. Is it best of two? I mean
Best of
best of three.
three. Best of three.
I think I think 2-1, but I'm I'm not gonna say who's gonna win because I don't want to say who I think is better, but I think 2-1.
All right, no, let's go back. Let's talk about your team. Demons Raw versus Bozo Bunch. Bozo Bunch tied at the top of the standing. Only 2 teams undefeated, and they are 1. But you will have both of your starting players return. Their suspension has been served. You will have the full Demons Raw roster of Gumi, Snake, and Kainoob. They've only lost a best of 3 in an S tier like 3 times in their entire career with this team. That being said, Bozo Bunch, a goalie upgrade, a new goalie in the position, and one of the 2 undefeated teams in matches. So between Demons Raw and Bozo, do you think you guys got it?
Yeah, I think we got really big skills. We got lots of skills. I've been making 2 guys eat their noodles all
Yeah.
through the time. They've been eating lots of noodles. I keep up their noodles and I keep them up on their game, so they're ready to go. But sometimes you're a little rusty, so we might drop one. I think we can win 2-0. I think we can do it. We have a lot of strat. If we need to, we're gonna save, but we could take out our super secret strat. Good, possible, but I don't think so. I think we can win because we got lots of skills. We got been keeping up conditioning. So
Okay, I've got you. Now, real quick, I did think of this question before, and it might be a team secret, but could you also share what kind of noodles give the best performance? Is it more like a penne pasta kind of vibe? Is it more like really kind of
no
is there anything, or maybe I'm not allowed to know that?
oodles. You got the oodles noodles.
Oh, oodles noodles.
The
Okay.
Yeah, oodles noodles. And I forgot what you put in this. It's a it's like a pepper. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, oodles
Oh,
noodles, really good.
maybe like Carolina Reapers. Maybe I think I heard them talking about that.
Yeah, but it's like sauce.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about cooking. I need to defer to someone else. Perhaps Gumi, known for being really good at cooking. So, match 3, we have Lob City, currently struggling to find their first win. Haven't got a game yet. Maybe we'll see a Mystic picking Rune that game. Versus Bang Bang. Actually, they're complete opposite. Lob City is 0-4 in their match score, and Bang Bang is 4-0. So, are we looking at a potential upset here, Kava, or is it just business as usual?
I think I need to go to the Rune player. I'll tell him a little secret because I think Rune can do pretty good. If you I said this day one, I think Rune has a special secret nobody learned yet. There's a secret in
Oh.
their action nobody learned yet. I'm just saying.
Oh.
Um, I don't think we're gonna do that with our team personally, but it can be done. So I say potential. I want them to win. I'm not gonna say who I think is gonna win. I want the Rune player to win.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Joe, if you can hear that, get in the lab. There's something still left. Fourth match is going to be last call. They just had their first loss today versus Sad Boys, but had a win in their week 1, and they're going to be versus EKC. EKC also has been having to field subs. In theory, has their full roster, and EKC notably got all the way to second place in their rookie season. They made it all the way to grand finals in the winner's side of last playoffs. Very impressive. Only losing to the eventual champions, Sad Boys. So you have the returning second place team versus a newly reconstructed team with a role swapped midfielder. So you have second place versus the team with a new face. Bars. Who you got, Kava?
I say fundamentals take over
Oh.
everything. Even if you're in a I say not very good position, even if you're not best position, you got fundamentals, you win. So I take the second team. I think they win. They will.
Even though they're like disgusting damage comp abusers and you just can't stand that at all, like you still think the funnies are going to get them there for sure? Or do you think last call
I
maybe has what it takes?
No, I hope they get far. I hope they do really well. I hate damage comp. And listen, this is why, is because then you nerf it. You get rid of it. No,
Hey,
I don't you see it do really well, so you say, okay, we can't not nerf it. See, they don't do well, they don't get far, they're like, okay, it's bad. They
Okay,
do
so
well, then they nerf. So
Kava's an EKC fan, and as we've seen, Odyssey will clearly nerf damage soon. Soon. They're going to nerf it soon. They're going to nerf it soon, guys. And then the final match of the week, the premier match, is quite interesting. We have Bun Bun Bonanza, the team that almost made a championship run themselves, beat Demons Raw in playoffs, and was 1 point away from being Sad Boys, versus Showtime, the most hyped new team with 2 players that have never even played in NASL as starters before, both 1-1, and a bit of teammate rivalry there. Lily Bun and Joker, or Lily Bun, sorry, the Dubu prodigy that we just watched do the wall versus the Joker, former teammates in season 2. I have this match going Showtime's favor, but after seeing that Dubu play, I'm not too confident about that anymore. So I would love to hear a Kava thought process behind the Bun Bun Bonanza versus Showtime.
Yeah, so I like these new guys. I think they're good. I think they do good thing with the game. I think
Yeah.
it show a lot of potential. I say I'm proud of them. I I'm I personally think they win too, but I'm also a Bun Bun fan. I really do like Bun Bun.
Who
Um,
doesn't?
I would like Bun Bun to win, but I also don't. I think this is a team. I like both teams. I like them a lot. I think they're good. I like the young guys, but I also am I'm Bun Bun fan. So what can I say? I hope it goes. I hope it's a good series. I hope they both play really well.
Me too. I think that's gonna be a great feature match. Kava, known Bun Bun fan, and I want to thank you again. It's so rare that the wise hermit emerges from the mountain to give wisdom. And here on Coach's Corner episode 1, I think I can't thank you enough. Is there anything that you would want to say to your audience, your fans? We've got, give or take 150 people in the chat. You've got a bit of an audience here. Anything you want to share about Demons Raw? Anything you want to share about Omega Strikers, coaching life? Now's your time before we sign off here on Coaching Corner episode 1.
Yeah, like I said, I think you're gonna see a lot of crazy things with our new roster. I mean, our is not new roster, but our returning roster. We
Yeah.
got special strats. We're gonna show some things you never seen before.
Ooh.
Um, and you know what? I think we're really you gonna see a lot of meta change, very big meta change coming, and it's gonna
Really?
start with the demons.
Oh, interesting. A meta change on the horizon, perhaps. The dominance of Vice and now shall be changed. But before we go, I actually do want to talk about that very quickly. I'm glad you brought up the meta because I have some interesting meta stats to give you. Did you know today, if you were in the audience, that Amy was 0-7 before today? Amy just got her first win of the season. Is Amy weak? NASL clearly shows it. The stats don't lie, XDME. We might need to buff Amy. Now you're going to notice on the flip side, there's a character that no one has talked about, which is Mako. Mako has actually not lost a single game if a team with their starting roster has picked it. It has only 2 losses, and that was during the EKC versus Bozo series today, and also Bozo versus Boys Week 1. Both games with roster subs, so a bit of an asterisk on the losses. Nonetheless, I think the wins speak for themselves. And the funny thing is, there's actually almost every character on this roster but one. If you are an Oscord high elo hangout feedback goer, you might go comment on 3ZBZ's post to buff Drakkar because he has 0 picks in 2 weeks. Last but not least, something interesting I want to point out is there is one character as well that has more bans than picks, and that is Amy. Shout out to my goalie for that interesting stat. And the only character with a 100% win rate is Octavia out of everything. How is this possible? Guys, how are we letting Octavia win? This character is terrible. Just kill it or pass. So those are how the early season stats are shaping up. Will Estelle be top 3 in the pick order for the 4th NASL season in a row? Yes, you can stat check that, and yes, it's true. Bullshit character. Still broken, by the way. And how much will we see Vice picked and banned as the season goes on? We expected a bit of Vice dominance predictions before the season. Not as much now. It seems like the kitten comp once again reigns supreme. NASA taking a page out of NASA's season 3 handbook. And last but not least, the fall from grace continues as Juliet, the premier brawler back in the day, only 1 win on the season and only 4 picks. So with that, that is every single character but Drakkar being played to very mixed success. Curious to see how the rest of the season is going to pan out, especially with also the fall off of Juno. Still a character that might be good. But regardless, I will be a Vice now 2-trick with some sprinkling of Estelle on the side. I understand my mission as the midfield and my weak roles. So That's going to do it from us here on Coach's Corner. I want to thank Kava once again for coming on. I am always his eternal disciple. And as a reminder before you leave the stream, do not forget to go to shop.BestieInSlot.com. Here is a cool example of the art you can get. This is Juliet. This is Juno. This is Estelle. And this is Dubu. There are also hats and other stickers you can get. Filth, the artist, is responsible for all those, so go ahead and check them out on their socials. Those are linked in the shop. And if they're not, they should be. Not my business, though. So with that, thank you for tuning into NASL Season 4. We will all see you next week. Hopefully when KVOD is here for maybe inferior but still acceptable post-show. We love you, Kenneth. And with that, I will see you not only next week, but also July 13th and 14th in the To the Stars LAN. This is Vaughn and Kava in Coach's Corner, Episode 1. Thank you for sticking around, and we will see you tomorrow for some NASA games. So make sure you tune in. Thanks, and we'll see you soon.